time. It's going one more time. Okay, this is too long to let it go twice. We have to stop before it goes twice fully. We can only afford one. We can only afford 1.5. It's too much. There's too much to it. Get it out of here. Hello, computer. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. After I missed it the first time and a half, well, I don't know. We'll have to, you know, time heals all wounds or something like this, F.Ed Lumi. Time heals all wounds, I think, is the answer. Hello. Hello, computer. Welcome in. Welcome. I apologize for my rude absence on Friday. I will dogeza. I will go onto the floor and touch my head to the floor in a bow. Indicating my respect for you. Yes, hello. We're back. If you don't know what was going on, we went to a convention. We went to a bit of a convention sort of situation on last week, and now we've returned. Hello. Clothed Dogeza. Yes, we don't need to go there. Something. Oh, hello. Welcome in. Today we'll be studying the pyramids. Something like this. I guess this is the theming. This is the theming for today. I don't know. I was sort of thinking about this. I keep thinking about, you know, I'm obsessed with this guy, George Shea. And I'm also obsessed with another guy called Joey Chestnut. He's a guy who eats hot dogs. This is his main thing. And there's this thing that they do where they bring him out. They bring him out onto the playing field. And they have an announcer, and he's always saying things. He says, for example, the humble consequence of carbon. The fleeting spray of life turned diamond by the sun, forever suspended in that instant, indifferent to the gods, for he does not envy their power. He will not plead their pardon. He will curse and spit and sneer and shout his name at the heavens. I am the shining arc of humanity. Yield to my dominion. This is about hot dogs, and I like this a lot. And I'm feeling this way myself, personally, right now. Hello. Hello, computer. Can we move? We gotta move quick. We have to be smooth about our movements today. I'm thinking, hello, everybody. Hello. I've missed you terribly. It feels like it's been 1,000 years here since we last spoke. It's been aeons. It's been freaking aeons since we last spoke. We're back though. Hello. Who's here? Who did they put on here? What's this? Hello to the pre-gang. Hello, Christopher. Welcome in. Hello, the 0x539. Hello, Taimisi. Hello, Control_O. Hello, Prod Zed Pod. Hello, Slime Vix. Hello, Lesbian Monad. Welcome. Hello, Compiling J. Hello, L Jello. Hello, Ledin Jin. Hello, Prowl Q67, also known as Prowl Cars, but this is they've changed their name and they're stuck in this form for a while. Hello, Failure. Hello, CRM148. Hello, 37 Chairs. Hello, Steeled Shield. Hello, Bitomancer. Hello, The Muffin 4. Hello, Freefall. Hello, 0x21F. Hello, Real Nyston. Is it true that the A in Magfest stands for alcohol? Not for me, at least. Is this Void Stranger? No, this is La Mulana. It's the other one. Hello, Agpen. Hello, Fluffy. Welcome, Fluffy. Hello. We're scrolling. Panda Diestro. What's up? Hello, Lumi Statics. They're calling this. It's a double Lumi stream today. This is a little bit unconventional. It could be a double Lumi. Hello, Kirsch. Hello, A Square 31415. Hello, Free Full. Hello. We're getting there slowly but surely. Hello, everybody. There was a needle drawn today. Hello, Sentai VT. Hello, FN_Lumi. Hello, Sertion. Hello, Asriel IO, not to be confused with the robot form. Hello, Mental Equilibrist. Hello, Ebuds World. Hello, Venerock. Welcome, Venerock. Hello, who else is here? A Bridgewater is here. Hello, Salad for Rest. Hello, Masaka. Thank you for the resub. Hello, Salad for Rest too. Hello, Topiary Hedge. Hello, Alp Fury _. Hello, Skin Biscuits. Hello, Blazy Knights. Hello, Trap _exits. Hello, Must_broke_. Hello, Lancaster Jackster. Hello, Error 204. Hello, everyone. Octorinsky's here. Hello. Hi. Welcome back, Octorinsky. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Hi. We're here now. They put us on here again. We have so much to talk about. It's been 150,000 years or something like this. It's been hello, Niche Penguin. Also, welcome in. How are you doing? How's it been, computer? What have you been up to? Hello, Pippin Fool too. I've been up to all sorts of business. I've been hustling around town. They've been putting me into various cars and trucks and things. They've been loading me into the back of various vehicles and driving me around places. It's been sort of a wild time. It's been sort of a wild time. This has been the main thing we have going on. Why does Pyramid have Japanese lol on it? Oh, this is in reference to what is this? What is this? They say for laughter. What is this? They say warai. This is like grass. I think there's something with grass going on with this. I don't know very much. So hello, Pro Teapot to welcome in too. Hi. But yes, we were gone for a little while. Chaotic Quixotic, welcome back too. The dot has been broken for a few days. Did you notice? I did notice, and I had to actually fix the stream today, Common Bit 128, because I was getting random Emacs errors because this was over. Hello, Failure. Welcome in also. Failure has been subbed for 1/12 of my life. Yes. And when you consider thank you, Failure. I appreciate this a lot. And when you consider my actual conscious life, like whenever I developed some kind of sapience, this was when I was like, you know, I don't know. Can we do sentience poll? When did you become sentient, computer? When are you thinking about this? I think I became sentient around the age of maybe 24. 24 is kind of my rough sentience age. Hello, thank you for the subs, Ebuds World. Also, you don't need to do this, but I appreciate this. Still working on it? Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm actually becoming super sentient now. I'm reaching a heightened state where I'm too aware. I'm too aware. They're going to have to hold me back. Hello, Bud VT and Mookie Sticks. Hello, and Body Without Blorgans too. Hello, hello. One day you'll find them. I feel like I reacquire a new kind of sentience every few years, where you lock in mentally and feel. I don't know. Maybe just like, I don't know, awareness of this, of oneself, or something like this. I don't know. But we've been away. We've been at a thing called Super Mag Fest. This is a thing. Thank you for number also at Bridgewater. Hello everybody. Hi. It's so good to be here. To get all this nonsense aside, it is so good to be here. To be honest, I really enjoy doing these little travels and things. It's fun to visit with people. We got to visit with a bunch of people from the computer. We met some people who we had not met before. I don't know if I'm allowed to say who they are, but we did. It was kind of cool and fun. We had a good time. But by Saturday, I was like, okay, it's time to sit on the phone and read about garbage collectors. It's time to read about collecting garbage on here. And I sort of increasingly spent the last several days just reading things. I've been away for a bit. What are the TCG cards at the bottom? Well, you can draw cards. You can't do much with the cards. You can see what cards you have, or at least the most recent ones, in a binder. And you can type open pack, and you get a random card from someone on the here, and it goes into your binder. Hello, RPC 2.0, welcome. And Do Star 1, do you tell people that you're LCOLONQ? I'm pretty open about this, I think. I'm not like screaming it from the rooftops or anything, but I write it on my little thing. How are the descriptions generated? Oh, it just goes to the robot. We're just asking the robot to make Yu-Gi-Oh. It's kind of poor right now. I'm not very satisfied with how they go. I've been semi-tempted to order a copy of the Garbage Collection Handbook, 2nd edition lately. Maggot Fest, where people bring their own homegrown cool worms. This is kind of good. People like this, right? People like I think people have like a disgust reaction to the idea of. Also, I don't know why it skipped Body Without Blorgans. It sometimes does this. Just go again if it hates you. Sometimes it does that. It is there's a chance, there's sort of gotcha mechanics involved. There's a non-pull related gotcha mechanic involved in the whole thing. But I think maggots are like good medically, right? This is like a thing. Like they still use this. Like they still use, like, because they only eat dead like stuff, right? They're not going to hurt you. They only eat like dead stuff. So then you can they're like helpful for human. Only some, sure. I assume this is the case. Some like live flesh. Okay, yeah, we'll ignore those kinds. But there's a good kind where they'll only eat when it's dead. This has been a good topic to go into right away. Hello, Zia Xenos. Welcome in. Can we shout out everyone who we know? Also, is this a possibility? We need to press buttons. Can we yeah, we went to this thing. It's music and gaming. To be honest, I'm not really the ideal candidate for this, given that I don't understand music and I don't really do this gaming stuff very often. I'm not really all about this gaming stuff, but I have been on a quest this year to become a little bit of a better gamer. It's been a recent interest of mine. I'm getting gaming. We're learning about this gaming stuff. So it was kind of good. They have fun things. I don't know. It was kind of cool. There was some cool computery sort of stuff that was mostly what we were focused on. Like there was a really cool talk Maud and I watched about like this thing called TaskBot, which I don't know if we will discover information about this. Hello, Colonoscopy also. There's this guy called TaskBot, which basically is a project to try and run like tool-assisted speedruns, right? So like speedruns that are not played by a human, that are played by rather a just a recording of inputs. And this is like a project to play these on real hardware, which this is kind of cool, right? Like using like sending the controller inputs over the wire to a physical device. And there was a cool talk about like difficulty in doing this in a reproducible way on the Super Nintendo, because I found out evil things about the SNES. I wonder if we can find this. Does Copelli have this? Yes, it's not to fool or compete with human. It's just for cool. It's Copetti. This is the website. I'm typing the wrong words, but I'm still getting the right results. This is an evil machine. This is an evil machine, we found out, because they put the sound separate on this guy. Not to be confused with computer human. Yes, exactly. Where was this convention? This was in the Washington D.C. area. I went last year and I went this year as well. Hello, Devs DE. Welcome in. Yeah, it's a two guy. And the main thing that makes this interesting is that there are two oscillators, right? Like normally, I don't know very much about these things. Hello, Devs DE. Thank you for the resub. Normally on these guys, there's like a crystal. They put a crystal on him. I don't actually know very much how this works, but there's like a crystal, right? Because like it has to be like there needs to be like a thing to drive the CPU, right? The CPU is just a bunch of circuit. There has to be a thing that like produces like the base, the clock, right? The clock signal to allow the thing to be time. Of course, there are unclocked logic, right? But like there's some kind of oscillator that produces this oscillation, right? So the SNES is weird because they put two of them on here. There's two of them. There's a crystal oscillator on the main CPU, and then the audio system, the APU, has another oscillator that is a ceramic oscillator. So they have like a really difficult time actually reproducing this shit on real hardware because the ceramic oscillator apparently gets faster with age. Is the thing. And also there are like temperature fluctuations, so they were like freezing these guys to like measure this, and this like produces like real gameplay changes, right? Because like the system will like wait for like the APU to like finish doing a thing, and then like it'll like this can cause like a given like frame like it to like skip a frame, right? This is crazy stuff. So you can put the guy in the freaking freezer and you can have different behavior. Difficulty is rising as you age. Yeah, and it also produces like noticeably different audio apparently, like to the human ear, like on the consoles that are on one end or the other of the range. Yeah, it's a cool thing. I gotta make API before websites. Do you have API to see the whole armory? Yeah, we all gotta. I need to make so many freaking websites here. Used for their stability. Yeah. And I guess the implication here was that this was maybe a cost-cutting measure on the sound side, but who knows? It's cool. It's cool as hell. Computers are freaking complicated. Like we gotta do some hardware one day, but there's so much to do before that. There's so much to do before this happens. Hello, Kotaru Complex also. Can we shout out Zia Xenos also? What else has been going on? They had like 1 million old computers. Oh, also people asking if I'm sick. I don't think I'm sick. I don't know. I have a little bit of a cough, I guess. But I'm not really feeling sick. I think I haven't felt sick so far. We'll see how things unfold. I have a great deal of power. Do you have a roadmap for what you want to do? Not really. Other than I sort of do like, what's the samurai thing? They there's like a samurai movie thing where they like throw a stick. You go to a crossroads. And you like throw a stick in the air. And then you like it points in a direction and you just go that way. This is sort of how I'm approaching my technical tasks. Yes, I survived America and am now home. Welcome home, Valior. Yeah, it's kind of like this a little bit. When you redeem Cloning Facility or Equity Lord, well, Cloning Facility gets you added to a list of people who will eventually get cloned. The idea behind Cloning Facility is you get a clone of you in the chat room, and there are a few of these, but there is currently a very large backlog. I have to say, we are more than a year behind on creating clones. Equity Lord, on the other hand, we tend to attend to slightly more often. And the Equity Lord gives your vote a greater weight during the annual shareholders meeting that occurs every April. And it also puts an emote of your choice next to your name. You can see, for example, DevsDE has the exists symbol here, or Kaleidoscopy has this, what is this, the fleur de lis or something? Let engine as a barber's pole, something like this. This is how it works. Hello Machka6, welcome. Or me, yes, you have a green heart. Hello Nympheus too. Hi. Hello everybody. Hello computer. They put us freaking on here. They put us on here. So what else has been going on? I don't know. I got to touch a PC98. They had these. They had one of these guys out here. They had the PC 9800s. I don't know if it was exactly. It's probably another one in the series of these guys. Which is like an extremely classic Japanese PC. It's kind of cool. They had. Is this an XT? I don't know. Hello Desert FX. Welcome in. What is this? What is this thing? I know very little about retro computers and things like this, but this was kind of cool. It was cool. They has really fucked up arrow keys. They had this out for the purpose of having Toho Mystic Square, Toho 5 Mystic Square on hardware. And it's really annoying to play because the arrow keys are positioned like this instead of like the way that like you expect them to be, like, you know, like this, right? Like so. But they put them the other way instead, something like this. It's kind of good. Hello Sarnal, welcome. In general, it was just like very, very cool. Trying to get a PC 98 system or 3 to go with my PC 88 collection. Yeah, I see a lot of this stuff online now. Like people have a lot of nostalgia for like these I think especially the Japanese ones. There's like a strong culture around this, like the MSX. The MSX also, this is like another guy in this era, I think, right? This is this guy. I've been reading about these guys a little bit, right? Like they're all we could maybe like do some fun stuff emulating these, right? Like we're kind of familiar with this sort of guy, right? The Z80 It'd be kind of fun to like do some stuff on this at some point. Collected old computers instead of old digital cameras. This is kind of good though too, right? I mean, there's the grass is always greener or something like this. Coda Complex. There's always other things you can do. The robot hates you. My stepdad had an old MSX. It was fun to play with. Yeah. And there's like quite a lot of like these are sort of interesting because like there were quite a lot of games that like were released on both this and the Famicom, right? Like this is sort of common. And I think there's something with the MSX, like the usual like software distribution thing was like tapes, I think. Is this real, or am I totally hallucinating this? I think there was something with like tapes in this guy. So sad they stopped making the classic Z80. This is like recent, right? But no, like they had ports for like a lot of like you can play Final Fantasy 1 and like Dragon Quest and Contra and shit on MSX. It's sort of wild. Which is like kind of nuts, especially because it's like a totally different architecture, right? Compared to the Famicom. Like the Famicom is like 6502, right? This is the guy, I think. Yeah. Is this real? Is this real or is this false? Am I yes, it's a 6502 guy. An unlicensed 6502. I did not actually know this. This is kind of funny. Hello Machka6. Thank you for pasting chat log. This is a good thing for you to do. I love this for you. Yes. But no, I guess probably the equivalent of this these days is like they make like the tiny arm guys, right? Like when was the Z80 actually like did they kill? When did they kill on this? Hello Sight Soul, welcome in. Hello, hi. When did they? In June 2024, right? So this is very recent. They had like a almost 50-year run on this guy. Hello Piss, also thank you, welcome in. And Kanu Saru, welcome also. Hello. Is this the new thing?
A squared 31415 colon, okay, maybe it just missed me, 0x21f colon, exclamation point, open pack devs de colon. Oh, I won't read the whole thing. Who ended up with the 6502 when Philadelphia left the computing scene? I don't know anything about like the ownership and licensing of these guys. I don't know. It'd be very fun to like, man, we gotta do some hardware eventually. Anyway, what else is going on here? There's too many things to discuss. There's been 1 million things. Hello Ness Jicken, also welcome in. Thank you. This is a very topical name, maybe. Hello, thank you for the follow. What about the Z80? I don't know who owns. I mean, maybe like I don't know who owns this now. I don't know who. I mean, probably Zlog still. They still make the EZ80. Which is binary compatible but has 3 times the clock speed. And an optional memory expansion mode. This is kind of good. Easy peasy 80, yeah. This is a little bit good at least. Other things involved. I don't know. I didn't really do any sort of music stuff. This is not applicable. I'm not really into this sort of music thing. Can you still run CPM on it? I don't know. I mean, I don't know very much about the like CPM is like a DOS competitor, right? This is like one of these guys, like an old like single user like non-multitasking operating system. Maybe it is multitasking. Maybe this is what the M is. I don't know. I only got into retro computing this summer when I found an IBM 5155 at a PC thrift store here. It's beautiful, such good condition. I maxed out the RAM in it, 640 kilobytes, and got a converter for its OG IBM CGA graphics to display on HDMI monitors. DOS is a CPM clone. Okay, sure. This makes sense. But it's like one of these guys. All of this stuff is purely theoretical for me, right? Because it's only DOS. Oh, I see. DOS is, DOS was, DOS will be. Amen. Yes. I don't think I've ever even used like, because as far as I understand it, like DOS, people say DOS to refer to MS DOS often, but these are different things, right? DOS is an IBM guy, right? I am pretty sure. But there's like a lot of guys called DOS. Is this the thing? Yeah, there are many. Maybe MS DOS is the original guy, and then like they clone this 1 million ways. Like IBM PC DOS is a clone of this. Apple DOS 3.3. Those were the days. MS DOS is the biggest circle inside the big circle. It's a number 2. Yes, it's also DOS. And is this the like, yeah, this guy was influenced by CPM, which is Control Program Monitor. And this guy in turn was influenced by the various other guys. What makes it a disk operating system? What is the meaning of disk? That requires a disk or other direct access storage devices secondary storage, I guess. So I guess it's not all in memory. Is the concept here? This is probably like mostly a historical naming thing. Hello, Bedhead Kitten. Also, welcome in. I never did get into Pro DOS. It missed my attention. Yeah, like this is all before me, right? I think by the time I was using computers, the Windows wasn't even based on this anymore. Like Windows was like an NT guy at that, right? Because like the early Windows, I was reading about this. I'm a youngin', yeah. Like the what do they say about this? Thank you for the boost, Bitomancer and Piss. Also, hello, Mudane too. Hi, hello. The like, I didn't know this very well. Like Windows 95, like these guys are still. There were like multiple lines of Windows at the same time, right? They were releasing like consumer versions that were still based on DOS, or like they were some big thing surrounding DOS. And also like, because the early Windows was just like a thing for DOS, right? This is what this seems to imply. And then eventually, like I think is XP the first commercial release that has the like the NT kernel instead of just like the DOS guy. I don't know. This is ancient history, more complex than just on top. Yeah, I'm sure it's like a huge clusterfuck, right? Because these guys are like multitasking, right? I think, and they kind of have to be, I assume. I assume they had all kinds of multitasking stuff on DOS by the end anyway. Like they were doing like hack upon hack upon hack. Yeah, a series of god-awful hacks based around a DOS extender. The NT2000 XP line were based around a reread of VMS. XP is the first one targeted at regular home computer users. Yeah, the first consumer targeted NT. The had extended mode and there were extenders and stuff. Yeah, I've heard about the extender thing in the context of like Quake development. I think reading like Quake stuff. I don't have any, like the first computer I owned had Windows XP, so I have no, and this, I think this was already well into the release of Vista, so like I don't know anything about this stuff personally. Hello Steger, welcome in Steger, hi. So yeah, I don't know. I skipped Vista. I don't think I ever have used a my as far as Windows goes, my Windows progression was the first computer I had had XP installed, and then on the next computer I dual booted the Windows 8 free trial because it was free. And this is how I like played a bunch of games when I was in high school. Like I had a computer, I was dual booting Windows 8 so I could like play Skyrim and stuff. And it was just the trial version. Windows 8 was the one where they like made it phone. They turned it into telephone. They made it into telephone and they replaced like the start screen with like do they have a screenshot of this? It was sort of a controversial release, I recall. My childhood PC had not Knoppix. This is kind of good. This is majorly kind of good. I don't know. And I think there was no 9. I assume there was some kind of naming. So yeah, there was Windows Phone then too. They were trying to unify across this. And then yeah. Too much code checked for Windows 9 as a prefix, I think. Yeah, they couldn't do it because of 95 and 98 and stuff. This is kind of funny. It's a hell of their own creation. A hell of their own creation that they did this. Their commitment to backward compatibility. I went 98 XP, Vista 7, and now 10. Yeah. A Windows Longhorn. Is this a guy? Is this a character? Longhorn? I just lived with what yeah, the dual boot is just really annoying, right? But back then, like Wine was like kind of shitty enough that there were some things that really wouldn't run. Windows Longhorn is the internal name for Vista, it appears, according to some people that they've put online these days. You don't have people relying on your marketing names. Yeah, exactly. This is why. Yeah. The hello Ascento, welcome in. Also the hello. I couldn't play with them because Wine wouldn't do it. Yeah, we out here tinkering it. Oh, you know we are Greymouth. I don't know what we're programming today. It is the interregnum period still, so we are free to do whatever we wish. This is fair. I think I'm gonna do garbage collection. I think today we're gonna see where the winds blow us, of course. And we're gonna talk a whole bunch about recent events because there's many anecdotes. There is many anecdote, and we're gonna do this thing that humans do, where I'm going to share my anecdotes with you, and you're going to share your anecdotes with me, maybe. And then we're going to come to a greater understanding of the world and of each other through this process. I don't know. There's some sort of mutual exchange of anecdotes happening here. I think I dual booted. I had to do a bunch of bullshit to dual boot Windows, I remember. Because my like there was something I didn't think I could. I couldn't like install this when I was installing Windows 8. I couldn't install this off of a I couldn't figure out how to do it off of a USB drive, or maybe you couldn't do this. So I had my dad drive me to like a office supply thing to get like writable DVDs, so I could write the image to DVD and then set up the dual boot off of this. And I think I did this just to play Skyrim. So I must have been like 14 at the time. I think Skyrim released on 11/11/2011. and I just it was exclusively for this, and I just kept using this Windows 8 like trial edition install for like years. Like I had this laptop in college. I remember like playing games with friends in college on this like shitty Windows 8 dual boot setup, with that date burned into my mind. Yeah, hello Adeg Null, welcome in. I didn't even know anything about the Elder Scrolls. I just knew that like people at school were excited about Skyrim. And I was like, I like that. I like when there's I like when there's wizards. I like when they put wizards on it. So this is I think this was actually the first. I think I played Minecraft before. It might have been the first person game I played was Skyrim. Or at least it was around this. This was the era of it. Yes. Anyway, this is gaming. This is gaming discussion. There was good gaming recently. I haven't been doing very much of it, but they had crazy shit at this event. I really could not recommend this thing more if you're on the East Coast. It's a good thing to come down to for, you know, a day or two. It's a cool thing. They have like a cool museum of old computers, and there are occasionally interesting computer flavored talks and things. You know, there's a lot of just like general tomfoolery, right? There's people coming to you know, become intoxicated and have a party. But this is I don't know. I like this. They had like a whole thing of like old Japanese cell phones set up. They had like, I don't know. It was good. They had every Toho set up on hardware that was period appropriate, which is sort of neat. Basically yeah. I had a short period of a Windows 10 install that I set up to play R6, but eventually I grew tired of having a Windows install around even just for gaming. Yeah. I mean, this is me these days. I still bother with my VM guy, and it is still occasionally useful. It's nice as a cross compilation test area. Like I like having a thing that I can SSH into and then like copy files over and try and run them. Man, I love yeah. Although I'm a bit of a poser, I haven't really played many of the, like, I've never 1CC'd any of this. I'm not enough of a shmup guy, but I've like, you know, I'm engaged with this, the secondary effects of this thing, the byproducts. The VM is Arch on a Gen 2 host. I see. I saw also recently Gen 2 released like their year in review thing. Do we have this? Do they have like their blog up? I was sort of surprised by this. They did like their retrospective thing. Like, it's crazy how like I feel like Gen 2 is like very impactful. But Gen 2 also has like they're running on like a shoestring budget. This is of donations. Like there was something like their budget, like their yearly budget was like $10,000 or something, $12,000. Like this is crazy stuff. They have a budget, I mean, from donations, right? This is the thing, not from like grants or something, right? Of course, from donations. Hello, Sifon Altera. Give me your compiler daily stand-up scrum update now. Okay, I think the compiler update is, I've realized that we need to have extra business in the language. The little Lisp interpreter that is our compiler substrate needs to have a little more juice to it. Notably, it needs to have a bunch of standard library functions. It needs to get stuff. It needs some features. It needs to have stuff. It needs map. It needs reduce. It needs various ways to iterate and do convenient. It doesn't need much, right? Because it has, you know, it has defun and def macro and stuff. But I think I want to add the things I really want. I can definitely write map as is. The problem is there's no TCO. And I think so any meaningfully large map is going to explode. It's going to explode and die very fast. I think it's a there's an issue of ergonomics in the little language. And why no TCO? Because I didn't implement it. Because I didn't write it. I don't think it's particularly hard to write. I could probably write it pretty, like, at least a simple form of this pretty easily. Of course, well, I don't know. I think the way I'm doing my thing already, yeah, in Lisp it's actually not so bad, maybe. I think I can probably detect tail calls pretty easily and just replace them with some kind of jump. This is maybe not bad. But also, I don't really need this in general, right? I can just make, I can just like write like map and fold in C. Like even just writing fold in C is enough, right? I'll just write fold in C and have it not explode the stack, not be recursive. Just do it with a while loop in C. And then like you can just write any recursive thing over lists with fold. So and then this solves a lot of our problems. Hello, Sun Demoniac, welcome in. Thank you for the resub. Map plus fold equals mold. Well, Map is sort of just like a funny character. He's a relative. He's Fold's son, kind of, right? You can write Map with Fold. You cannot. I don't think you can write. You cannot write Fold with Map. I'm going to just say that definitively. Hello, Sorcerer, also, and Jock BR. I used to think that not having implicit TCO was not so good, but I've come to enjoy the explicitness of recur. Yeah, it's really not that huge of a restriction. What's so hard with actual tail call? I mean, it's just a matter of detecting it. I'm sure we could add it pretty easily. It's just a matter of doing it. Hello, Pasta Linguini Pepperoni. Algol 60 compiler is progressing. I have function call procedures right into God willing if statements next. I will defeat Donald Knuth. Well, good luck with this. This is fun. It's your gifted 1 year sub. Well, you know, it's still thank you. I mean, the thing is, ultimately, at the end of the day, right? It's not. I'm not saying thank you for the money. Right? I mean, this is nice. This is good. Hello, Day. Welcome. I'm saying thank you for coming around here. Like, really. Like, and thank you for coming around here and saying hi and, like, hanging out. It's good. I like this. Has explicit nearly tail call optimization. It's nice to get a compiler error when the tail call can't be eliminated. Along with recursion are the primitives, right? You can do anything with these, right? I mean, there's an idea of an eliminator, right? I don't know all of the theory behind this, like the results that are true about this guy. But like a lot of the recursion that you want to do is sort of like this sort of well-formed recursion over lists. If you're doing recursion over a list, for example, right? And fold is kind of like the eliminator for lists. This is its nature. Thank you for bio. Thank you for bio break. Hello. Does it go? Does it go? Hello. But I think like fold there's probably a result in this Nate. Like I think fold allows you to express like there's probably a word for it, right? Like well-formed recursion over the list or something like this. Hello, Slithermoon. Welcome also. Hi. Hello. I hope you're well. I hope you're well. I've been thinking about you. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this was a dream or a nightmare, but I woke up and I just like remembered your name, like the all caps Slithermoon, and I was like, damn, this is good. This is actually real. I'm not just saying this to like be twee or something. Like I actually this happened to me. It can rewrite a family of functions to an actual tail recursive group. Hello Vesdov also. Okay, where are we? What are we talking about? What's going on? Oh yes. Speaking of music though, I saw this thing. Have you ever heard of this computer? This might be one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I was reading Wikipedia. I was diving down into Wikipedia because a friend told me they were playing Stalker, the video game. And then I was like, oh yeah, I should read about this. So I was reading about this, and I was reading about Roadside Picnic, which I have yet to read, and then I was just reading about things in this vein. And I found out about ribs. Look at this. Look at this fucking thing. It's using X-rays. using discarded X-rays as like records, as like phonograph records. You can see a hand on here. They put a hand on this, and now it's a record. It's kind of good. And they did this in the Soviet Union apparently. To do recordings. To do recordings, like just like, and they're just like burning a hole in the middle with a cigarette and then engraving grooves on like medical X-ray film. It'll take you one sitting. Yes, sure. We will do this eventually. I just haven't done it yet. I didn't know about this at all. They could be played 5 to 10 times before degrading, presumably. It's just very good. It's very good. List on X-rays, maybe so. Like, this stuff is very interesting in general. I don't really know much like about how like records work. I don't think I've ever owned or touched a record, like a vinyl record or anything like this. I assume the way this works is there's grooves on this guy, right? Is the way it works that there's grooves going like this, like spiral style? Is this it? But on the grooves, like zooming in on the groove, right? Like into large form. It's like they're wavy grooves. Is this the idea? It's or are they, is it wavy? It's wavy up and down, presumably, right? Like it's like, assuming this is like the, you know, they're bumps. They're going up and down on the surface of the record. Is this the idea? There's different levels of indentation. This is used to create the oscillation here. Something like this. Hello, Poof. Thank you for the resub. Hello. The War and Peace but Not Death of Ivan Ilyich, etc., etc. I've done this. I've literally done this. I think it's easy to just end up. They're wavy twice at 45 degrees for stereo audio. I see. Okay, cool. Well, this makes sense. It would be cool to put some kind of to make like some kind of reader for something like this. Although I don't know what it would entail. I guess it's not that hard, right? You have to build something that knows how far up or down it is, right? Or like how pressed it is or isn't, which is probably an easier formulation. I had all King Gizzard and the Wizard Lizard albums at some point, but they continued to release albums. Hello, Watcher Goblin. Also, are we parsing vinyl today? What's good today? Hello. What we're doing today, actually, is we're gonna fuck around and make things. I think the thing we're going to make is we're going to try and make a language good. We're going to try and turn a thing good. This is the thing. Yeah. We're going to try and make it good. We have a little language that we've been working on for a little minute now. It's called Pit. It's a bad Lisp. This is its idea. It's a bad Lisp. And the idea here is that we are going to try and make it slightly better than it is. And the main idea, I think, behind that is there's a guy called Cheney. There's a guy that they put on here called Cheney. There's a guy called Cheney's algorithm. So if you recall, the little Lisp that we wrote so far has he doesn't have garbage collection. There's no collection of garbage, no penis. There's no collection of garbage. And instead it kind of takes this like sort of freezing and then killing all at once approach. So it is viable to use. It doesn't just leak memory forever necessarily. However, there's, you know, it could be better, right? It could be better. And in some cases you do want some kind of garbage collection, maybe. I have been thinking about this, and I've been thinking specifically, how can we add garbage collection that is optional? What if we wanted to have garbage collection that is controllable and also optional, right? I really don't want to do like having garbage collection that's like built in implicitly to the runtime of the language, that like we have to like we have, whenever we this just happens in the background sometimes and we don't know when it's going to happen, and this sort of, I don't want to do this, right? I want to do, right now the language basically is what it runs in arenas, Cfun Altera. The memory management paradigm as it stands right now is you can freeze the runtime, which makes everything before you freeze immutable. and then you can reset back to the point you froze later. And this allows you, and this just naturally cleans up everything you've done since then. But this sort of thing is not always the most appropriate thing to do, I think. Hello, Seiza_DJ. The current approach good for recursion, or is this irrelevant? I mean, it could be if we had some kind of like local freezing mechanism, but you can only freeze the whole interpreter, right? So this sort of is not the thing to do, maybe. Anyway, there's I've been thinking about a garbage collection thing called semi-space, and also about this guy, this thing, Cheney's algorithm. This is a way of doing garbage collection good, fast. Hello, Seiza DJ. And basically you just have two. You split the heap in half. And this gives you a way to like sort of nicely what you do when you collect garbage, right? Is you just trace from your roots. You just trace from your roots and copy everything you find to the other heap, and then use the other heap instead. And there's some logistical elements to this. And I don't fully understand what the deal is with this, but it seems like not too bad to implement. And it seems like it might kind of go well with our existing sort of arena-ish approach. I don't know. Right, like having a thing I can just call to be like, okay, swap the current, if I want to, if I really want to, instead of freezing, maybe I can just like call one routine that cleans up the current region without doing the freezing thing. Simulate memory and rapier as 2D rigid bodies and have user drag them to the trash bin. What is trace from your roots reading from this context? Well, I assume like what is garbage, right, that you're collecting? What is garbage collection? Baby's first garbage collector? Yeah, probably. Although some real things do this, I think. I think this is somewhat real. Like Android does a version of this, I don't know, apparently. So garbage is things that are stuff that's not reachable anymore. Watch a goblin, right? So like if I create something and then it's no longer, and it gets allocated onto the heap, and it's no longer reachable from anything that's currently in the program, that is garbage, right? It's just using space, but it's not like useful for anything, right? Like it cannot be reached or accessed or modified, right? So what you would do, right, is you would I don't know what would be like, what constitutes a GC root, right? Like all global variables, right? Everything in a closure that is also reachable. I mean, I guess it's like a recursive sort of thing, right? So like if I have a closure that's in a global variable, right, then this in turn, right, everything in the closure is also reachable, right, et cetera, right? If there's a list in there, everything in the list is also reachable, right, et cetera. These are like the live objects. Hello Boolean though. Welcome in. Can we continue pressing the shout out button every few seconds? Is this a thing? But no, I would like to, what else happened on this thing? We had this was like, it's hard to even like, I'm having the thing right now where I'm not remembering everything that happened because like we were like in a whirlwind for 5 days. Hello Doc East. Welcome in. Hello. What did they do? What did they do on here? Oh, we watched E3. We went to E3. There was a cool thing that people did at this thing where they did a re-showing, a 1-for-1 exact re-showing of E3 2010. Which was kind of good. And the concept was you had to pretend that it was the year 2010, and it was good. It was good as hell with absolutely no changes. Yes, it was perfectly identical E3 2010 stuff. This was really nice. Can we pretend it's 2010 forever? What even happened in 2010? Like what was going on then? I feel like this is a pre-sentience year for me, so I don't know too much about it. This is I don't know. What are they doing in this? Man, it was a fun year for me. Stream Emacs, so I guess we're closer to 2010 than today. Facebook is hot shit. Hello, Ibni Dante. Nothing happened. Steins Gate, TF2, Pokemon Soul Silver. This is pretty good, I would say. This is not bad. This is not bad at all. Yeah. Hell yeah. I do fuck with Pokemon a little bit. A little bit though. Oh, maybe a lot. Maybe more than a little bit. So much happening. I don't know. You can just ignore this most of the time. This is my usual choice. It's been there's been something that's been going on here that fuck. It's so difficult to conjure this computer. Hello, Zully3 and the real Schnombo. Welcome in. Hello, Schnombo. Jobs says we got to be way more productive now with AI, and we'll be more like product managers. So your job is telling you this. I hope you can escape from this if possible. I hope you can escape from circumstance. I've been thinking about this often because I've had I don't know, similar things. Hello, Sarek, welcome in. There's like, it's crazy how much the AI thing has like I guess I was not really thinking very hard about it for a while, right? I was just like, oh, this is another overhyped thing, but maybe it's useful for people, but I just don't care very much about it. But I had the realization that like people are making like insane productivity claims about the robot. They're making claims that are like, I'm going 30 times faster. I bought beans. Hello, you bought beans for your child? Hello, Shocked Dota. Welcome in. Shocked Oda, excuse me. Hello. The where is the proof in the pudding with as far as the productivity claims are being made? Right? Like people are like, my shit is, I'm developing thing 50 times faster, right? But like, where is the proof of any of this? Where is the pudding? Right? Like, I don't know, man. Hello, Gen Dude. Welcome in. Like you would think that the software would be, yeah, my car is going faster than ever after I drive it off a cliff. You would think that there would be realized gains, right? Like I just don't know. I don't know about any of this. You see Anti-Rez's post. This is the Redis guy. I think I have not seen this. I tried, to be honest, I don't look at posts really. I guess I look at like blog posts and stuff, but I try to look at like only technical content at this point or something, right? Like I don't like all I read, my media consumption diet at this point is I like, I don't know, what do I do? I read blog posts about stuff. The thing that's got me onto the garbage collection thing is I found a great blog. I found a great blog called Wingolog. I think this was maybe on the Green website. And I was reading this and I was like, damn, this is kind of accessible. Green site does need more sites. Hello, next time. See the post? Yeah, I don't know. Again, I just don't care very much about it all. It's just like, I don't know. This is a good one for real. Yeah. And you made an honest status.md file today. Holy moly. This is diabolical. Liveness, an ECMA script spec. Do they have a law about it? Did they create a law about it in the ECMA script 2026 language specification? Maybe it will load enough to go to the anchor. Is this the whole thing in one page? Oh my gosh, this is major scroll bar time. Yes. For some set of objects and/or symbols as a hypothetical weak. Oh yeah, I'm sure this is hell. I'm sure that the proper spec of this is hell. Hyperspeed shit they produce is failing 10x times more frequently. It's evident how they struggle to scale QA, especially since in their continued hubris they try to use AI in QA. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of nuts. The whole thing, I mean, I don't know. It's probably nothing new, really. I just find it aggressive. Yeah, it's the same for me, sort of. What else has been going on though? What's been going on otherwise? What happened? There was something that happened. There was something I was like, we have to talk with the computer about this damn thing. Everyone decided to go on Discord IRC and talk about 1 million technical topics 1,000 times a day. when I was away, and I was just sitting in places and trying to type out things on my phone to talk about this, to talk about fucking C++ or whatever. If execution could access a thing and is live, but weak refs complicate stuff, yeah, I'm sure it's, yeah, the weak, the idea behind weak, I mean, it sort of necessarily complicates stuff, right? Because the idea behind weak reference is that it doesn't keep it from being killed, right? So they have to, this sort of necessarily does this. Hello, Violet Marmalade. Glad you're back. Friday was not the same without you. Well, this is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. Hey, I'm back. They put me back on here. I'm very glad to be back as well, to be honest. I like it's always a mixed bag for me at these things, because I do like to go, and I do have a ton of fun seeing people, especially, like, I mostly go to these things at this point. I think when I started, it was kind of like, I don't know, there was a little more mystique to it. These days I mostly go to hang out with people from here. This is kind of the idea. Like, we'll just go and we'll see a bunch of people from here, and then we'll have a good time for a few days and then go home. The definition is good because it allows all kinds of optimization. I mean, it depends a lot on the context surrounding the thing, I guess, right? Like, I don't know. Anyway, we can like, it's good to be kind of loosey-goosey with these things, I guess, to as far as you can get away with, right? Because then you can, I don't know, right? Like, if you're just saying anything that's unreachable, right? This is like, I don't know. It's kind of an exception by definition. Yeah, exactly. Green site needs more sites. This is true also. If you don't know, we have a website called Hacker News. You might be familiar with it. It's a new site that we've made. I think this was quite good for a while. But it needs pruning. Like a bonsai. It needs to be pruned, right? What is Winnie's Hole? Is that... oh, yes, here it is. Get ready to enter Winnie's Hole when it arrives January 26th. It's Winnie's Hole. Is this, it's a dungeon crawler? It's some kind of dungeon crawler thing? Hello. Hackaday has lost some charm? I think so, too. The website is this, RPC 2.0, news.colonq.computer. Hello, Remblanc, too. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Wave Depletion, too. Yes. So I think we need to prune this a little bit. We need to, I don't know if anyone is still reading this actively. I was reading this daily for a while. It was sort of my morning reading, and I slowly found myself sort of being like, how do you submit things? So it's just a collection of RSS feeds. I do this daily still. Yeah. I look at my own L feed and stuff, which is smaller. I'll occasionally check it. I think there's a few things that need to be tuned. How do you do that? Yes, there's a thing called bells, says a DJ. You can go, there's like a redeem you can go to do this. There's a little like Twitch channel point thing you can press, and it makes noises and things. I don't know. Like, some of these are probably like very up our alley. Like this I don't know, this Emacs OS post is kind of cool. Even some of the YouTube links are kind of cool, right? Like ZZT Game Dev making a Darby like, this is kind of good. Part 4. I kind of fuck with that a little bit, I think. But like, also, like, I think I mostly look at the job page if I'm going to look at anything, which excludes YouTube. But then there's some things that I think I just don't really care about, right? There's plenty of stuff like this. Like, I rarely look at the fizz.org links, and these are very common, and gaming on Linux and stuff like this, or bleeping computer. I don't know. So we're going to have to, I think really what we need is we just need 1 million good blogs, right? And we need additional good blogs, like, often. So if you have a good blog, this is a call for blog. If it can be your blog, it can be other blog. If you have a good blog, you can either send it to me, or you can drop a pull request that modifies feeds.eld. on LCOLONQ/Hacker News GitHub website. And we will think about this, and I'll probably remove some and add some, and we'll play the little game of trying to set this up in such a way that it produces good outcomes. I don't know. Oh, also, we did see this. You just send it to you on disc. Yeah, mail me a disc. A video game that's kind of close to people here. I think it's a game that one of the people who's around here sometimes, Jackdos, is involved in or was advertising a little bit. Angeline Era. Do they mention this? Angeline Era. Divest from social media as much as I can. Yes, I would like to do this. Well, I mean, I sort of have done this. I don't really go on. I sort of feel mildly obligated to maintain some sort of presence here. You know, it's the sort of thing where like if I'm trying to make the streaming thing work, I feel like I sort of have a vague obligation to not actively self-sabotage. But I also don't know how to use the fucking website at all. So this sort of ends up being this sort of strange in-between effect where instead of like what are you supposed to use twitter.com for, right? Like realistically for me, I'm supposed to be posting like clickbait posts where I'm saying things that are like what's your favorite color? Reply now. This is my impression of social media. You post things like, "What's your favorite color?" and I'll tell you if you're evil or good. And then you people reply to this, and then you don't tell them if they're evil or good. And then you just do this every day. You do this twice every day or something like this. But instead I post things like fucker style. I just at 5 a.m. instead. I think this is the main thing. Advanced interactive intelligence, post friend redeem. Yeah, going. Is yellow evil or good? I think this is like this is an evil color maybe because of its associations with like there's like the yellow wallpaper, right? There's like the yellow wallpaper. This is evil, and there's also the king in yellow, and these are both evil. I think it's associated with madness. Why have you not made your own bulletin board yet? We just haven't done it. I think, and also it's sort of difficult to, I guess now that we have the login system, it's not so bad, but I also fear the login. Yellow bellied. Yes, this is cowardice. Might be evil then. No, this is also my wife's favorite color, and my wife is maybe evil. Penis. Thank you. Hello, Shader Theory. The king, like True Detective. Oh, it's from before this. True Detective took this, but it's from old. It's from older than this. But yeah, this game is cool, apparently. Everyone's saying this is cool and good. It's like an open world, and it's nominated for like indie game of the year. It's got like a bunch of reward, like I don't know. It's cool because I thought this was like a little more of an obscure, this is like an obscure thing kind of, and it's getting recognized. So I thought that was kind of good. It's associated with madness and power. And then there's also yellow gold, right? Going out to the meadow to dig up gray silver and yellow gold. I'm quite horrible at it, but I respect what it'd be doing. Hello, Geop. Welcome in. Can we shout out Geop? Geop's a dear friend. Who it is always, this is good. You should check this person out. They're reviewing houses and things. Only considers objects live if their identity may be observed. I don't know what this distinction, what is identity in this context? I guess I don't know the vagaries of Java, of ECMA scripts. Hello, Sampy159. Whether we are the villains or not. I think questions like, do you mean in sort of a on in what context, right? What is the context of the villainy? I'm sure I've been the villain many times in I don't know, my own and other people's lives. Although I think I'm probably mostly the hero in my own life. Which stream did I miss, Sag? I don't know. There was no stream on last time. I think generally, I don't know if you can evaluate it through this lens. Something I think about sometimes is like the impossibility of detachment from your own perspective. This is a strange thing, right? Okay. This is like a funny thing, right? To think that like you'll never see the world through someone else's eyes, right? and then so it's kind of to some extent, right? Like, I don't know, like the world as you see it is the world, right? Like, this is like the only world that will ever exist for you, right? So like, there's I don't know, this is getting way too into territory of Sood nonsense. Can we go? What are we doing? What is the plan today, insofar as there is one? Well. We have a Lisp. The Lisp does not have much. I thought you were zarfing. Maybe so. Hello, Demonov. Welcome. Also, the appage gut needs to be satiated. I don't know. I don't like to talk for just the sake of it. You know, we can talk and we can talk and walk a little bit. I shall take this wisdom to bed tonight. I don't know about this. I mean, I don't know about it being wisdom. I do know about going to bed. I hope it's good. Please sleep well. Hello, Akkad 5e and Pengo Ray. Also, you might get a retina transplant. There's no objectivity, or like there's to some extent, like, it's all objective at the end of the day. Maybe the at the right, maybe there's no subjectivity. Symbols can also be alive. Like, maybe like, again, I don't know enough to evaluate any of this. I don't know. I have not enough context to like make any sort of reasonable statement about like what is the capital S symbol within the context of JavaScript. I don't know what the fuck this even is, right? I know what a lowercase s symbol is in some contexts, but like I don't know what this fellow is. This is the robot. This is the robot. Excuse me. Excuse me. They put the robot on here. Oh, fuck. Oh yes, I remember what I was going to say. I did learn about music a little bit though. I discovered a genre of music that I hadn't really heard much about before. It's called Midwest emo. I'm learning about this. I've been Maud and I have kind of had an ongoing sort of amusement where we're going into the car. And then we'll be like, well, basically it was like Maud expressed an interest in this kind of music, and I realized that I didn't actually know what it was at all. And upon investigation, she realized also that she was not referring to this, the thing that like she thought she was referring to. So we learned about this a while ago. We learned about Sunny Day Real Estate, which is something I never heard about in my life. And so on the way back yesterday, in the car, we were in the car for like 9 hours. I found a post on Reddit.com where a guy, a Reddit user, or a Redditor, as I guess maybe the proper description is, wrote up a list of all of these things, and we listened to like 30 seconds of each of them. And we discovered all kinds of it was just very funny. I don't know. It was good. I don't know if I like this, to be fair. I don't know if I'm a fan of this, but it was good. I know about it now. I know about Seisha. I know about Mineral. I know about, what else do I know about? I know about Thursday. I know about Snowing. I know about who else? Who else do I know about? I know about the Hotelier. We know about that. I know about American football. I know about American football. I know about Algernon Calwalader. I know about various other characters. Ai Furusato. Also, do you know about Chinese football? I don't know about Ai Furusato, nor do I know about Chinese football. What is Chinese football, and what is Ai Furusato? What is this? Is this a thing that's around? This is Japanese idol group NGT48. That this person was maybe in this redirected. I don't know. I don't know. Is this the thing? Is this the thing? Chinese football? Chinese football? Football in China? Football in China? Is a jazz prodigy? I see. I still don't really understand what jazz really is, even. Chinese football is Midwest emo. Okay, so it's not Chinese football like this. It's a different one. You should name the list language after one of these. This is gateway to math rock. To be fair, I'm not actually listening to any of this. I'm just merely, I don't know. I'm learning about it. I'm learning more than I'm listening, I would say. This is kind of good. This is a little bit good. Name it after one of these. This is I don't know. So whenever I have a request for you. Whenever Maud arrives later, Maud is my wife, by the way. If you're new here and you're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, I always imagine whenever I'm doing the stream, right? I have these moments where I'm suddenly I'm going out of body. I'm having an out of body experience, and I'm thinking like, okay, I'm coming in here the first time as a viewer. You know, I would consider myself a harsh critic of Twitch TV streams, right? Like I'm sort of like what's the guy from Ratatouille? What's the critic from that rat movie? What's this? What's this? What's he? This guy? This is me in real life. This is how I feel and act, right? I look like this and I act like this. Hello, Topocado, right? And I come into the stream, I go into anyone's stream, and I'm thinking like, well, I don't know about this. He's literally called Ego. I'm not sure about this nonsense. I don't know about this stuff. Do you have an oval head with comically little hair? I mean, I think everyone has an oval head, and I do have comically little hair right now. So I think this is like it, right? It's like my villain thing, yeah. But I'll go into the stream and I'll think like, I don't know about this. I don't know about any of this here. Is balling confirmed? It's true. No, I just shaved my head like last week. Prowcars, Prowcash, Prowq, whatever the name currently is. But I'll imagine myself in my own shoes coming in here, right? I'll walk a mile in my own damn shoes, and I'll come into this stream and I'll be like, this guy is just talking about, like, what is he fucking saying? So, you know, I do understand. I can relate to you. If you're in that position yourself right now, I do love you. Recognition of self through the other, something like this. We're willfully turning into the villain. I mean, I think it's been apparent that I've been villainous for some time. This is a sort of a villainous stream, I would say. I have a villain's heart. Hello, Wertua. I don't know about this. Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you understand. You're standing in my shoes, or I guess I've stood in your shoes in the past. I don't know. Anyway. Back to work. Back to work. What do we need? Can we make a little shopping list, computer? What do you need to be good? Can we answer this question once and for all? What do you need to be good? My audio isn't working. Well, welcome in, Zulfix. Hello. We have a double Zul moment, a rare double Zul. Hello. I hope your audio recovers swiftly. You cannot hear me, but maybe in the future someone will show you this, and then you will hear me. The practical or whimsical. What do you need for the thing to be good? This is the question we're going to pose today. For, let's just say, language to be good. We're going to establish the LCOLONQ school of programming language design. I think the number one thing you need, and I would call this actually the number one measure of programming language quality. This is objective truth. You need a function that takes two strings and splits one string on the other string into a list of strings. This is actually the most important characteristic of a programming language. This is, in fact, the _1 indication of quality, and we do not have this right now. So this is going to cause us some difficulties. Is an iterator acceptable? This is also acceptable. We can say into a, I don't know, sequence of strings. This is required. It must have this. If I have to write this function one more time, I will explode. I will explode and scream. But no, for real. Like, what are the things we need to have, right? In a lispy sort of guy. We need the usual friends, right? We need I don't know. We need, let's say a variety of things. We need some string functions, right? We need some list functions. We need some, like, array functions. Array/vector functions. A full spec compliant XML parser. Honestly, you do want this. Realistically speaking, like, this is a thing that you do want. I would rather have that than not have it. What else do we need in here? Has some kind of associative array thing. Ideally not linear time access, please God. This is functions. These are the sections that we're going to be approaching here. IO functions also is necessary. You need Unicode support and UTF-8 strings. We also lack this. We only have support for byte strings that are lacking any sort of encoding. But what are the basic list functions? Please feel free to just give me some if you have them, right? Like, we need, like, map, fold, both, fold right and left, fold one, etc. We need map. We need concatenation, concats, right? We probably want mapcats/flat map, this sort of guy, right? This sort of stuff is a DSL for formatting strings like printf. Yeah, this is true, probably. My boomer brain won't be able to understand all that map reduce nonsense. I mean, I guess so. We probably won't have support for for loop, honestly. But it would be good. Integer types. Oh yeah, we need number math functions also. We need filter for sure. Filter is a necessary, man. We need honestly, I want each flipped map. We need each/4. This is a relevant character. Don't tell you. There will be no types. I'm not writing a type system on this guy. Flipped map. So, like, flipped map is useful often because, like, it's for syntactic purposes, right? So, like, let's say I'm writing some Haskell. Let's say I'm writing a little bit of Haskell, and I have a function foo. Like, I have a guy called foo in here, right? If I want to, like, let's say I want to, like, print every element of a list or something, or, like, add 1 to every element of a list and then print it, right? Let's say like this, right? I can do this if I say like, I don't know, let x's equals 1, 2, 3, right? If I say map, I can, like, do a thing in here if I really want to. I could say, like, map do I don't know, this needs to be a lambda, right? I can say things like this, right? Like print x plus 1. We'll write it more simply, just so we're doing it like this. We don't even need this, right? Over x's, right? Oftentimes it's nice to not write it like this. Oftentimes I want to write it like this. All I want is just the opposite like argument order, right? Flipping the argument order just makes the whole thing way nicer. Because I can, like, do this kind of thing instead, right? And it kind of feels a little more natural. Right? Do you read the chat in the Emacs buffer, or do you have it somewhere with longer history as well? I have it somewhere with longer history. In fact, I don't really look at the Emacs chat buffer at all, very often at all. I see it obviously out of the corner of my eye, but I rarely read from it. I read from, like, I have the full guy, so I can read back quite far. Like, currently the oldest message I can see is Failure saying you need one to send a fax, which is, you know, half the time it's post. Yeah, I mean, it's postfix in languages that have the postfix guy, and this does make it simpler. But that's not the case here, right? So I'm talking about each in the context of, like, eLisp. In eLisp land, I have, like, you know, this guy, which is especially nice because I can often do this guy, so I can write the list here, and I can, like, you know, say print it, and this kind of thing is nice, right? I think for functional languages like MLs and Lisp, argument order is, like, extremely important for ergonomics. Like, this is like the thing. Many of, like, my, like, little, like, paper cut annoyances I have with eLisp are, like, just the arguments are in the wrong order, right? Like, they're in an order that makes the program harder to read, right? Because, like for example, right, one that I run into quite often, right, is, like, things that look things up by a key. I don't actually know what they are. Like, is htget like this? Yeah, htget is like this. Or like so this is a function that retrieves something from a hash table, right? So given a table and a key, it returns the value associated with the key, right? This is one of those guys that, like, half the time you want it to be table first, and half the time you want it to be key first. Although maybe more. I find that I usually want it to be key first. And having it be the other way makes the program more annoying to understand. We put the key last because currying. Yeah, but I find this not, like, it's still not just, like, an unambiguous advantage to put it in one way or the other way, right? Because I find just as often I'm mapping over a list of hash tables, trying to get this, like, one key from all of them or something like this, right? So this is not necessarily just, like, a pure you know, advantage. This matters a lot, though, and, like, having convenient ways to, like, flip the order of things, like, without having to, like, manually write the lambda is good. Arbitrary order. This is also why I kind of like keyword arguments a lot. I'm a fan of, there's a consistently more obvious order, but not a consistently more ergonomic order. Yeah, exactly, right? It's contextual, right? But there are some things that, like, matter, right? Like, it should be that you should have a convention for this. It should be the same. These are all guys we want for sure. What are other guys you want on, like, lists? You want, like, partitioning and sorting. These are frequently useful. Right, like you know, splitting lists like you would split a string on, like, a predicate or something, or, like, grouping lists according to a predicate, right? So, like, partitioning might be, like, you know, say I have a list of things that are, like, you know, I want to, like, split it into multiple lists based on occurrences of, like, some value, right? And I would have, like, some predicate that determines where I split, and we split on those things. Grouping would be, like, you know, taking all things that satisfy a given predicate and, like, or like having a function that returns an integer or something, and, like, grouping things into groups based on what the function returns on things like this, right? We're going to be oob script. No, this is mostly for writing a little compiler, I guess. The language exists, right? This is not like a fake language that we are inventing. We just need to add a bunch of functions to it. Itertools library to exist. Maybe. I'm not uncomfortable forcing a lot more copies than are optimal. I'm fine with this sort of. Hello, Nympheus, welcome. Like, I kind of don't mind that. The sort of state with our lists such that we can do atomic reverses or similar things. I mean, our lists are singly linked lists. So reversing is freaking, like, we have reverse already, I think. And reversing is linear time. I mean, it's Lisp, right? That's just how it is, right? Our lists are like this. They go this way. It's expensive to reverse them. It's expensive to, right? That's how it is. We'll have some other types to make that a little better. Every part is indexed, and you could say 2.5 to put it in between. Just write everything in a big pile. Yeah. The Missy Elliott song "Go Hard" with lists. What is this? This is kind of. Is this good? Is this good? It could be good. Hello, Ricardo Strikey. If I didn't say. Oh yes, Clippy is here for now. I guess we could make him go. He doesn't really reply. He replies to some things. He probably should reply to slightly more things than he does. We spent all that time on him, then he just didn't do much. Then we just didn't make it. This Clippy is literally like a microcosm of like my trying to make games. We spent a bunch of time to make the system work, and then we got bored and didn't use it for anything. We spent 1 week making a level editor, and then we didn't make any goddamn levels. This is it. Many of the same list guys. Conversion to and from lists. Hello, Frogrilla. Beep. Like, yeah. Like, this is mostly, we need, like, you know, indexing. We also need take. We also need drop. These are guys we need for sure. We also need find, which is kind of like a filter thing. But you can make this be faster in a non-lazy setting. The Sisyphusian oubliette, yes. Your clone loves this. This is kind of funny. It has the list guys you need. Zuo. What is Zuo? What is Zuo? What the fuck is Zuo? Familiar to racket Zuo? What is Zuo? A tiny racket for scripting. I see. That makes sense. What guys does it have? What are the guys that they put in Zuo? Pairs and lists. Yeah, I think we want more than this though. And also, I'm not going to name them this because I don't like the usual names. But this is a good thing for sure. The make scheme, I see. We definitely want. I think we mostly want this. We want indexing again. We probably don't want take and drop on vectors. You know, the usual kind of stuff. Yeah. We want like set at index. Which we probably don't care about very much for lists. At least like. I don't want to do that. We can certainly write it in terms of setcooter and setcar or whatever. Setcar mostly, but like it's not right. It kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. I don't know what we'll do for this. It's probably easy to just make a hash table. Other thing that I'm considering is like, can you just use a vector as a hash map? Like this is not that bad, right? Like making a guy that just like isn't that linear time? I mean like not even just using it as a I mean like implementing a hash map but exposing the guts of the hash map a little bit, right? Like exposing this in such a way where instead of having a distinct hash map guy, there's just like a hash map operations on the vector, right? You need to watch the Swiss table talk. Watch this tonight. What is this? Designing efficient cache-friendly hash table step by step. Okay, this is maybe good. Okay, that is ugly. I think it's kind of beautiful. But maybe not. The hello Hoomstuff 340. I will not play it now because I will be stun locked, I think. I did that for a quick C++ STL map replacement. Sparse array sort of. I mean, not even this. Just like have, like if I want a hash map, just like say, okay, I want a vector full of nils that's 100 elements long, right? And then just have a function called hash set or whatever that just takes an arbitrary vector, hashes a thing, computes like where it should live. Like really, what does a hash map like need to be? It's a vector of pairs, right? It's a vector of key value pairs, and then the hash part lets you like get a reasonable approximation of where where given keys might be in the vector that is fast, right? So instead of scanning the whole, like it's an A list, right? But instead of having to scan the whole A list for the right key, you use the hash to kind of cheat a little bit and jump to a place where like you might be. Hello, Taimisi, welcome in. Like there's all kinds of like crazy shit with hash maps, right? But like a way that like, I don't actually, it's been forever since I've written a hash map, but like a way that I think of like writing a hash map is like there's a big array, right? And what's the word for this? What's the word? What's your thoughts on syntax? I like it to look pretty and feel good. This guy is a little Lisp, so his syntactic choices have kind of been made. He looks like this. He has this kind of look about him. I don't know. He has a Lispy sort of shape. I do like, I don't know, I've come to like Lisp because it's the uniformity is kind of nice, but I don't really have that many syntactic preferences, I guess. I like it when there's not that much of it and I don't have to remember it. This is how a Swiss table works. Oh yes. Oh, don't worry. I did not say this to admonish or shame you. This is not, I thank you. I love you. The Abseal library. I see. There are tons of tactics for the generic form. Yeah. Like, I mean, of course, there's things that are not even hash guys. Like, you can do this with a binary search tree or whatever. Like, what is the word? What is the thing that they call this? What is the thing that they call this? There's separate chaining, and the other guy. Open addressing with probing. This is the word, right? To everyone except me, I love you too, Hellpie. Hello, welcome. The linear probing is the guy I am talking about. Linear probing. Which I think linear probing is you literally just put it after. Hello, Buff Seagull too. Hi. Hello. Robin Hood hash map. You have a lot more error checks in case it's malformed, right? Like you literally, so here's okay, here in my head, in my uneducated brain, is how I would implement a hash table if you asked me in like a job interview. This is what I would ask. This is my ask here. I would be like, yeah, I'll have a big array of a given size, right? I have a hash function that turns the thing into an integer, right? I compute an index by hashing the key, and like I hash the key, and I take this modulo the size to get an index in the array, right? I check that position in the array, and in every spot in the array, I store both a key and a value, or it's empty, right? If the key is the key that we're looking for, then great, I return the value. This is like a lookup, right? If it's not, I just go one element forward and keep checking there. Similarly for storing, right? We do the same thing. If the spot is empty, we just store there. If the spot has the current key, we just replace the value. If it's not the right key, we just iterate forward, like, you know, and go modulo the list, so we wrap around until we find the right key, or we're full, or we find an empty slot, right? This is how it is, right? What about removal? Well, removal is just set, right? Removal is just setting, but we just like remove that spots, right? Like you can kind of imagine it in like a Rust sense, right? I can imagine implementing this in like looking like this. Oh really? Probably not for real. I mean, I'm sure there's nuances here, right? But like I can imagine implementing this like this. Kind of way, right? Where we have buckets, and this is a vector. This is a vector of option of there was a guy who should be in that. Oh yes, so you mean yeah. Well, when we're getting things, we can just iterate. Yeah, this is tricky when we remove, right? I guess you don't remove the whole guy then, maybe, right? Well, it is. I think removal is tricky. Like you can of course always just be like removal takes a long time. You have to copy all of the subsequent things. But yeah, I don't know. But like I think this approach basically works, right? Like this is a thing that like you can do. I am pretty sure, right? I don't think it's good, right? Tombstone elements that stick around until a rehash. Yeah, sure. You distinguish things that are truly empty from things that have been removed, right? Sure. And then you handle them differently, right? This is fine. I think like, but this like is a thing you can do. And I think if you ask me to write a bad hash table, like, or a hash table on off the cuff, this is what I would do. This kind of shit, right? Of course, there are other ways to do it. Like the separate chaining thing is a bit cleaner, right? Which is just like, instead of having the option this and storing them directly in the buckets, you have, I don't know. I have another vector of these guys or something, right? I have a linked list of these guys, and you just store them in their own lists, right? This is sort of irritating for a variety of other reasons. What if the vector has odd length? I don't see why why this matters. Pretty evil if your hash map implementation had to mine each new entry. So right would be O of n time. Oh yeah. I mean like, yeah. I mean like there are like, you can certainly make all sorts of fucked up and evil data structures, right? To some degree, right? Like like this is kind of what the crypto stuff is a little bit, right? Not exactly. You're consing each key value pair, yeah. You have to store the key and the value, right? Because otherwise you can't. You need, like, there will be collisions, right? There just inevitably will be collisions, and you have to like know, right? You have to know what the actual key is at a given like bucket. I am pretty sure. So yeah, I don't know, but like I'm thinking like, what if we just like write like, are there disadvantages in doing this? More p-list? No, yeah, no, like we'll cons them, right? Like there's no, I don't think there's much disadvantage in just consing them. Of course, it's like, you know, like a bunch of additional allocations and stuff, but like I don't think it matters, right? And it introduces, like, it's a lot more complex if we p-list style it. Like the issue you raised of having to be like a, you know, multiple, like an even length matters then, and like there's all kinds of nonsense. I think we'll do this. Like let's just make hash table stuff on top of vectors. Like treat vectors as hash tables. Like function, like we basically can do it all in not a horrible way. Yeah, Robinhood hashing is actually pretty neat. It's linear probing but reorders based on recency, so it plays better with caches. I see. Yeah, like, and I'm sure there's all kinds, like, they're here, even here, right? They're giving an example about like linear probing obviously sucks ass, right? Like linear probing is you get exploded, right? As the hash map gets more full. And I'm sure there's all kinds of like heuristics for like when you resize, right? Because like the usual hash map API or the usual like map API, you don't fill up, right? You can put a million things in there and it's going to grow and like rehash itself presumably as it goes. So like for this, right? Like you're going to want to there's probably like a certain like degree of fullness, right? Like, oh, I know, like here it's like, wow, linear probing starts going crazy exponential style. As I assume this load factor is how much of the underlying array is full. Is that what it actually is? Load factor? The ratio of stored elements to the number of available slots. Yeah, exactly, right? So you just like, my assumption is like you make him, you know, oh, when I'm at 0.6 load factor or whatever, I'm gonna grow the guy. I'll double his size, right? Or I'll multiply his size by some constant that is good. Like there's so many like little heuristics you can do for this that I assume it depends a lot on all kinds of different things and like what is an accessible, like the of course, like I could, like, taking that to an absurd degree, I could just be like, oh, I can always have tiny load factor. I just need to have millions of slots, right? But that's obviously not like what you do, right? There's a balance of space waste to time of access, right? Of like average. There's a balance to like probability of collision and wasted space that you need to strike. And like that seems like the sort of thing that is like very like empirical, right? It's like very like yeah. What does allocator do when arena is full? My allocator for this language, it explodes, it dies, it prints an error saying could not allocate memory. It does not explicitly request more memory. It certainly could, right? We could build a world where it like, you know, we realloc, right? And make the guy bigger. But the guy like our guy currently is intended to run inside of like some constant memory, right? Like you give it memory and it does not ask for more. It runs in that memory or it dies. So this is but you can always choose to give it more at the start, but like it is not going to call libc or anything to ask for more memory. With the proposed GC, it will be exactly the same. It will simply like I don't know. It'll simply divide this memory into two like halves, right? And then use the like do the GC thing on top of this. But like it's not going to change how it works. Why GC at all then? Because there's still benefit to GCing within a given run, right? In fact, there's more benefit to doing so, right? Let's say I'm giving these programs, right, like I don't know, a megabyte, right? Like a megabyte's a lot, right? But like we can conceivably fill up a megabyte just like doing function calls and stuff, right? Just like, you know, like there's a lot of garbage that just gets produced like running the program, right? Like garbage like argument lists to function calls, for example, things like this, right? Like there's just garbage that gets accumulated. So if we want, I think it's potentially an interesting thing that we could use. Of course, like what, running compiler to just kill the Lisp? What do you mean by this? The compiler will be written in the Lisp. I want the thing to have very clear out of memory behavior. And I want to be able to impose a maximum on the Lisp, very like a maximum memory usage very easily. I'm not going to make any sort of like statement about like what that maximum will be, but I think like, yeah, I and we're doing it this way mostly because I don't want the thing to be so reliant on libc. We'll need to reclaim stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's why we want the garbage collector, right? The garbage collector is for things inside of this arena, right? It's to take the arena itself and clean it up a bunch. Or enforce limits on the clonk VM, something like this. I don't know. It's not so much a VM, it's more just like the language itself needs a bunch of stuff. What do we need for IO? Honestly, not much. We have most of this. We need debug printing lamau. We need dump string to file. We need grab file as string. I don't actually care very much. Hates A-list, never. I love A-list, honestly. We love A-list, but I feel like we need more than this. You don't want it to run when needed during compile. I mean, we'll manually add calls to the GC, right? Like it's not going to run automatically. Like we will manually insert calls. I'm thinking at this point like I will, right? Like I can just run, like, right? We'll insert calls when necessary. I'm mostly interested in the GC not as a practical tool, because I'm sure we can write the compiler without the GC, right? I can just give this thing like, hey, use up to a gigabyte of memory. Use a fucking gigabyte of memory, and then do, right? Like just never ever reclaim anything, and like it's gonna work, right? It's not gonna be a problem. But I don't think, I don't know. It's just cool to implement, right? And none of this is about like being like the globally best thing. It's about like making a cool little guy. What do we want for this? We don't have floating point, so like, we mostly need basic arithmetic, I think, right? We don't need, there's not a whole lot of guys that we need here, so we mostly need list functions. What are other things? Boolean stuff. We definitely want, we need if, we need cons, We need short circuiting logic. We need when. We need unless. We need ideally when let and if let and unless let. Avoid quadratic cost. Is it really quadratic cost? Like, what is the... I guess I don't really know what you're talking about. The like all I'm saying is like we can have I'm going to add an optional garbage collector. I think this is my only declaration that I've made. I'm going to add an optional garbage collector that's you know, the we can occasionally call if we need to, right? And I'm literally going to write the program not adding these calls, and I'm going to add like a call like if we need it. This is all I'm talking about, right? I'm not like, and again, this is like some tiny little world that only we will ever live in, so it's not going to be a huge problem either way. Arrow guys, let's just say, I don't know, control flow maybe is the thing to do. Like this guy, what do they actually call these guys? Is this a Elisp fellow? They give them all fucked up and evil names. All of these like they call them threading macros. Yeah, they call him some like this, I don't know. Threading macros. Not often enough or as needed. Sure, probably. Functional HCF with real fire. Eyebrow threading macros. This is sort of horrifying, the concept. What is eyebrow threading? What is this? What is this? This is sort of a horrifying thing. I don't know. It's horrible. You should Google it. Well, I Googled it on my other screen, and it immediately showed my exact zip code failure. This is a place where my caution has borne fruits, because it immediately was like, hey, here's where you can go to have this done near you. And you would think this is a totally innocuous. This is also why I default to searching Wikipedia. Also, thank you for the gift sub to I Don't Love You Anymore 14 minutes ago from Anomalous. Welcome in, Anomalous. I joke about this, but it is a real thing. Like, there are just like random search terms where they just like explode you. They explode you from the sky for doing this. And this is why we must take our revenge against the gods. It appears that our revenge, the revenge in the title, right? There are certain thematic elements of the stream that if you're new, you might I don't know. This might be of some interest or no interest at all. Whenever we're talking about the gods, we're referring to unmitigated technical issues. Right? So we had a stream a long time ago where my power went out in my house, and the stream exploded. And the next stream we had to take our revenge against Zeus, right? You know, something like this. You understand the sort of a lame joke, sort of a lame duck sort of joke or something like this, but I like it. I'm fond of this. And so whenever we're taking revenge against the gods, the implication is that we have been faced in the past with some sort of unmitigated technical issue, some sort of challenge, and that we have hopefully risen to address it. And on Tuesday, the last stream a week ago, the stream exploded on account of some kind of bitrate issue, some sort of upload or transcoding issue on their side. And this I think we have fixed this by changing the ingest thing, but I don't know. We'll see for sure. Your hubris will be your undoing. Yes, they're saying this about me all the time. They're saying that I will either fly too close to the sun and my wings will be melted, or I will fly too low and the water from the sea will impregnate the wings. I'm using this is a proper. I'm not saying this to be debate to be like haha silly. This is a word, right? Like, you can totally say that a fabric is impregnated with like a fluid or something, right? Like you can say this, and it means it's like saturated, I guess. I don't know. Yes, no, I would not do this. With oil, right, or something like this. But I think this is fair. This I'm allowed to say that. Also a very nice look at 242 emoticon. Thank you for this. We know this guy. We know Johan the Butcher. Okay. I think this is like basically what I need for the language to be tolerable. Who's the god of bitrate? Hermes? Probably. I used to read this magazine called Muse when I was a kid. They made a magazine called Muse. Children's magazine. This went kind of crazy. This was really good. I don't know if it still exists. So apparently it does still exist. This was like a thing that they had. It was like a magazine for like, they had stuff. It was for kids, right? Like it was like, you know, like 9 to 14 and up, I guess, was kind of the age range that they were targeting. And it was really good. They had no ads. There were no ads, and also there were. Do we have a load required? We have load. I think load works. So this, yeah. We also have eval. So even just having like, I think we have. I guess we don't have read exposed yet. We should expose read. We have eval like an S expression. We don't have eval like a. We can eval a list. We can't eval a string right now. So we can add a read to parse things to an S expression, I guess. But they one of the things that they were doing in this was it was about like science and the arts and things, and it was good for that. And they had little characters. They had little characters that were supposed to be like the muses, right? Do you know the muses? Do you know about this? The muses? The like, right? You know this? The idea of a muse. This is and they had nine muses for different things in Greek times, back in Greece, down Greece. Looks like pottery, yes. And so this magazine, they did like sort of a bit like this, where they had alternate muses, including I think they kept this one, which was like the astronomy one, because they were talking about space stuff for kids, and they added a bunch of additional ones. I don't remember what they actually were. Hello, Mint Julep GLHF, welcome in. We're making a language be good today. That's the intention. There was a computer one. There was both a hardware and a software one, but I don't remember what they are or what their names were. But they had this, and they had little like comics in the sides, like the margins of the magazine, and they were talking about this kind of thing. It was really good. And I think they killed them. They replaced them with with a different comic in September 2015, which is probably long. Like realistically, I probably read this for like 2 years. Or like 1 year even, because I probably got like a subscription for my birthday or something at some point. It was good. It was good. Big Calliope stan. Yeah. People love naming their VTuber after this. They love doing this. I'm sure literally every one of these characters is VTuber, right? Like we know Cleo. Cleo is like a character that exists. How do we establish GC roots? I think honestly, we're going to have to think about that. I mean, if it's at the level of a like, I think we can probably just look at all. The way we're doing variable scope is kind of amenable to this. I think is we're doing. I forget what it's called. We're using like an ancient technique for the variable scoping. We probably said what it was at some point, but it's basically we're like copying. We have like a stat. Like it's kind of weird. Hello, Chixie9901. Iterates all of the symbols in all of the packages. Yeah, we can basically do this. We can just iterate all of the symbols that are interned, I guess, right? Our game references objects in our heap. Well, it won't. That's the goal. It won't. And even then, if we want to do this, we could just have like a list of like we could have a way to like register external references and just have a list of things that are like, right. This is not, I think, that difficult of a problem. Like a way to manually like declare something a root or like undeclare it a root. But I think probably the easy approach is we have just like one global symbol table, right? Where's runtime.c? Where is runtime.h actually? we have. I mean, the classical collide, of course. Yes, I assume this is what you meant. I was simply, what did they say, riffing? We were riffing. Hello, Chixie9901. Yeah, I think our roots are just every character that lives in, like, this is the stuff we need that could contain the garbage. This guy can also contain garbage, right? They are both garbage containing characters. The sim tab is, I guess it's possible for a symbol itself to be garbage too. This is true, but I feel like the sim tab is the guy who we probably want to look at. I mean, right, because this is basically global bindings. I'm not picking up. Oh, you're picking up on the bit. I know you are. I know. I think we're operating at a level of, like, we're broadly aligned, I would say, body with double organs. We have a broad sort of alignment between ourselves. Yeah, I think we just look at the sim tab and just, like, because the sim tab is like the way we do function calls is we do this shallow binding is the term for this. Yeah. Is this it? Is this the guy? Yeah. So when we do a function call, we save the old bindings and then replace, like, just the global bindings in the global symbol table with the, like, local bindings. So this is sort of fucked up and obviously, like, not thread safe at all, right? Like, this runtime cannot possibly support multiple threads of execution. That is not its nature. But we don't need that anyway. But I think the consequence of this is that by iterating over the sim tab and also over saved bindings, we can easily, like, we know everything that could possibly be accessed. Like, every value that is possibly, like, every binding that possibly exists. The wavelengths are 1. Yeah, something like this, I think. Cool. Anyway, back to business though. I think we have a reasonable. We were talking about muses. Yes, this is good. This is good. I think we have a reasonable list of what we might need now, right? Like, this is kind of good. I think it's mostly going to be control flow stuff that's annoying. And we'll probably uncover. Oh, we need structs. Fuck. Okay, that's the other thing that, like, I feel like you need to be real. You need this to be a real man. You need struct/records. We were starting to mess with this before, I think. But we didn't quite get into it. We need products, right? Products. Do you need sums? No. There's sort of an implicit sum because the language is, you know, dynamically typed. Zuo has records. How do they do records? What is the shape of their records? Finally, we're talking about masculinity, memory, layouts. This is kind of funny. An opaque record that encapsulates val with access allowed via key. I see. There's only this. They have this. I really just want, like, I don't know. I think for records, we were writing macros for this, right? I think we really just want these. These can also just be the vector type lol, right? We can just have a macro that, like, generates guys for this. Welcome in, Raymarch, and Lucky Bear Thing too. Hello, hi everybody. Can I press buttons also? Is this legal? Am I legally allowed to press this button? What data structure would I need to be a real girl? What is the most masculine and the most feminine data structure? What are the is this language dev? A little bit Liquid Cake 1. I think this is the idea. We're sort of, what is the dependency chart currently? Hello Cake though. Welcome in. It's great to see you. It's good to be back. Current dependencies.org. If you're wondering where we are in the stack of things, right? The here it is roughly in order. we want to have a self-hosted development world. We were magging. Yes, we were magging it up a little bit. We were doing musical gaming and yes, this sort of stuff. I learned about all sorts of things. They taught me. This goes into we want to have a C compiler. It's even independently. We wrote a little Lisp in C a while ago. Independently, we want to have a self-hosted development zone. Because of this, we want to have a C compiler. We decide to write a C compiler in the Lisp, because this would satisfy the goal of self-hosting, right? Like, realistically speaking, I think this Lisp will probably be a pretty nice environment to write this kind of compiler. We just need to, like, right, and it'll like, it's written in very, like, small C, right? It's like C89. So, like, I think we don't actually have to do that much. We don't have to do, like, fancy C stuff to make it build, right? It's not like, for example, like, we could write this in, like, a common Lisp or, like, a scheme. Like, we could certainly sit down and use Scheme to write a C compiler. But it's going to be annoying to, like, compile, to get the C compiler to a state where it can compile the implementation of that Lisp. It's going to be, right? Whereas our Lisp, I think we both understand it much better, and also it's, like, guaranteed to be small. So, like, we have this, right? We go on various side quests to this end. Elf stuff, mostly, right? So we came to the conclusion that, like, ever heard of the mmap trick to make fast circular buffers? I have not heard of this, but please share. This sounds cool and interesting. To be honest, I know this is sort of a place that I don't know very much about in general. Like, I don't know very much about the whole mmap situation. I know vaguely that this is like a ultra versatile syscall guy, right? That you can use for all kinds of shit, right? You can use this, like, to, like, I mean, the sort of the simple thing that it does is, like, map a file into memory, right? So you can change the, right? But the other things you can do, like, you can, like, use it to basically allocate memory, right? Or, like, get a bunch of stuff in your process's address space that maybe even has certain, like, flags. Like, I know you can get this to, like, get like, memory that is not, like, exec protected. But it does, like, a million things. And I don't know very much about this. I have not played with this guy very much at all. An anonymous memory region with an memfd, and then map 2 virtual pages to the same physical page, and then transfer all memory with only 1 mem copy instead of 2. I see. I'm trying to think. Allocate 1 terabyte of virtual memory and never think about memory again. They call this Haskell mode. They call this Haskell the GHC runtime style. They call this Electron also. What is the I'm trying to see how you get away with 1 mem copy.
This is TimeUC. LCOLONQ can't answer the phone.
Hello,
right now,
TimeUC.
but thank you for the sub. It means a lot to him, to us, to everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you for the sub. I'm a noob now. They've put me into noob. I really like this. I think maybe, like, I understand, like, what it means to be ancient now. I've achieved the maximum Dart score. Congrats on 180, Liquid Cake 1. You've also achieved, I think this is the maximum score on the LSAT, which is the law standardized exam in the United States. How is this Unc voice? This is my friend. It's friend of the stream TimeUC, who's around. Sometimes they're around here. They're very cool. Actually, the maximum score in general. A trick that works at the level of the MMU. I'm trying to see. Well, I'd have to read about it, I think, a little bit to get the trick. But this is cool. It is cool. The fundamental thing of like having two virtual pages that are the same physical page is a cool thing. Is this a thing that you can rely? This seems like the kind of thing that like. Hello again, Poof too. Yeah, like Trent, like yeah, I don't know. It's I don't doubt at all that this is a cool trick though. I know that there's also like I just don't I need to like brush up on a lot of like low level stuff a lot. Like I don't understand a lot of things. I don't have a good intuition for them. Just things in general I don't understand. You don't have to care about the wraparounds. I see. Oh, wait. Is the intention that you are the two virtual pages that are mapped to the same physical page adjacent in memory? Is that the thing that I'm missing here? So it's one right after the other? Is that the idea? Right? So like you have a guy who, yeah, okay, now I understand, right? You have a guy that wants to rotate, right? So right, sort of a natural way to do this is just you can like put him end to end, right? So instead of having to like do a funny little trick instead of having to like divide it into two things to rotate, you have both of you're guaranteed to have the whole thing in order in one contiguous region. That's the case, right? So like say like this is like the start marker, right? If I'm like moving this guy around, right, I have to like handle the back half and the front half separately. But if the thing is duplicated and the start marker is here, right? It can just be this one contiguous region, right? Because I can read the front half over here. Okay, I understand now. Good. Hello, just _ Jane. Welcome in. This is cool. Well, one thing I don't get is I see people talking about ring buffers a whole bunch, which I like. This is what this guy is. As like an IPC thing. Which I assume it's like kind of like a queue kind of guy. Like it's sort of like I can sort of imagine a queue being a ring buffer being like a reasonable queue in absence of like if you don't actually need to process everything, if you only care about like the most recent things. Is this what this is used for? I just see like ring buffer mentioned all the time as like for like a synchronization thing or like a drive. And I've never really like thought about it very hard. Like, okay, what is the actual utility of this guy? But like I assume it is there. Does anyone know about used in audio a lot? I guess this makes sense, right? Because it's exactly this sort of thing, right? Where you have like an audio cue. Yeah, like I know what a ring buffer is. Like, and I know this guy, right? I'm just like, yeah, hard real-time requirements, right? So it's like you have like a buffer of like past things, right? Whether maybe audio samples, right? And you don't really care if it like, you know, if it fills up, you're just going to replace the old ones, right? But you care about like the I don't know, the and most recent. Is this the idea? I think I can believe that. Contiguousy. You don't have to read that. By the way, don't say that. I mean, for me, the word is divorced of any like. There's almost nothing that I couldn't like in terms of these sort of words, right? Like the. Yeah, it's sometimes when game crash, it loops the last 10 milliseconds of audio. Yeah, I just assumed that was. I guess that makes sense, right? It makes sense. Yeah, it totally makes sense for. I guess I should have thought of that more, right? Yeah, like fall behind is better just overwrite than block. Okay, cool. I totally get that then. Yeah, and you're just gonna keep playing the same. Yeah, okay, I understand. Anyway, now we want to write an x86 assembler subset style. The little Lisp is too shitty to do this in a pleasant way. We are brainstorming how to shit the Lisp. That is the plan. We are going to add enough juice to the Lisp that it is not heinous to produce outcomes using the Lisp. And let's begin now. Let's go. You kind of need to not overfill. Yes, but if you do, like, you'd rather overfill than like explode, right? You'd rather overfill than have a situation where you have to worry about like growing the buffer or something, right? Or like keeping things around, right? Like overfilling is like the least bad option. Let's begin. No, we're beginning. We have begun. Juice. Okay. I think the guy that we left off on, the character that we left off on around here, is we have a vector man. There is a vector type character. We call him Array. We call him Pit Value Heavy Sort Array, and he's in here. He's been in here since the very start. However, he does not do anything. He is a non-functional being. He does not behave. And this is something that we need to resolve for ourselves very soon. So what is the issue with this, right? Basically, the array is supposed to be a fixed size array, right? It's supposed to be a guy who has, there's a pointer to some data. There's a pointer to some fucking data. And there's a length on him. And there's a question of, is this actually the way we want this to be represented? I'm kind of unsure about the whole thing. Don't grow, you just wait until audio system consumes more samples, surely. Well, you don't want to block necessarily, right, is the thing. This is why I'm sort of viewing this as a synchronization tool, right? Sometimes you want neither side to block on the other side, right? You do need to actually put the stuff somewhere and then keep going, right? Like, I don't think I necessarily want my game to be blocked if, like, the audio thing can't keep up necessarily. Hello, Maud. Welcome home. You're tired. You're tired? Hello.
I'm so tired.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
Hi, I'm gonna.
You're gonna go to bed?
I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay, cool. Hey, nice.
Hey, how's it
there was
going?
something that we made a note of that we needed to tell you. It was important.
Oh,
I don't remember though.
actually?
Yeah, it was
Oh.
important. No, it's not important. It's
Hi.
hello.
Thank you.
Yes, please enjoy.
Hi.
Please enjoy.
Hello.
The
Oh, we did have fun. We had a lot of fun.
what's this? Should I mute myself?
No.
What? There's a package for me? Yes. I saw that. I saw that this was going.
It is
If you
gigantic.
if you run whatever Pipewire I've been running, then you will know the woes of incorrectly. I think I'm allowed to talk with this. Twitch sent me a gift. They sent me a gift.
Yeah.
They did a gift. I got like some, I don't know what it is.
I opened it up.
They
just
sent
to
me a
realize
thing.
that it was yours.
Yeah.
I left it up. Oh, a giant box. It's not very
Yes,
heavy, but
they
it's a
sent
very
me
large
a
box.
thing. No, it will never do this. I will
Pronounced
the first
shit.
when if you catch me unboxing something on here, Colonoscopy, you might as well catch me mukbanging.
I want to do.
You
that.
might as well catch me mukbanging.
Okay.
And I won't do that either. You'll know the woes of incorrectly synchronized audio buffers. Yeah. Okay, please enjoy the rest of your day. We'll be here. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll be right here doing this. We'll be doing this kind of stuff on here. I will never unbox or box. I mean, it's kind of ironic because we are looking at boxed values right now. And yes, like this is the struct for the boxed values. Hello, Reality Hoik. Welcome in, Reality Hoik user, Reality Hoik. Greetings. Hello, hi. We need to make this array thing actually do something, and I'm dubious about this business. The problem with this, right, is right now the way this is set up, like this array looks like it needs to like it needs some memory to put its contents. Like, where does it live? Where does this data live? I think we probably want to make it live. We do have a place where we can just like put shit. There is a place for him. There are a couple of places for them actually. There's these pit arena guys on the runtime. There's this guy for values that stores all of the heavy values, and there's this guy for bytes that just stores byte strings. And I think this might be worth something. this might be worth investigating here a little bit, I think. I think we can probably end arrays. This is maybe where we want to go. The problem is the arrays, we want them to be mutable, right? The hello buddies pizza, welcome in. We can handle this in a number of ways. Okay, it's okay. I believe you. I believe you. There's commentary from the other room. You overwrite buffer as card is playing it. You stop doing audio for a while, and I mean there are different constraints on these things, right? There's all sorts of nastiness. The suitcase smells like the oranges. Probably should. Yeah. It does.
It does.
It does. That's kind of crazy.
I think just
Okay, either way, this is neither here nor there. We should go. The we had a bit of an orange related incident, computer. I will not specify what happened other than that there were oranges involved. So I don't know where we put these guys. Like I mean, we could always just make another one of these arenas, right? And then throw shit on it. We need a place for these to live. I guess we could also be like, well, no, it's kind of nice if these are a constant size, right? If these don't have to grow. I think we're also probably handling alignment very poorly in that we're not handling it at all. I think we probably have quite a few cases where we are not properly aligning our guys in here. And this probably is a landmine waiting to explode. So let's think about this, I guess. I love handling things poorly, as in not at all. Yeah. Let's make another one of these guys called, I don't know, arrays on here. All arrays mutable. You are mutable. And we'll have to do some additional stuff when we do this, right? We'll have to say, like, I don't know, frozen arrays. This is all it's all a little gnarly, but it's not so bad, I think. So what will it take for us to I think also the data here should not just be like a pointer. I think we probably want the data here to be an index, right? Right? Like an index into that arrays guy. This seems, oh, this is the wrong one. I guess they're both point. I guess this is a pointer too. I guess it's fine. We're doing this for bytes, and we'll be okay. We'll fucking live. So really what it looks like is, how do we allocate bytes, right? Like when we have a way to like make a byte string, right? What does that look like? What is this? We have things like, I don't know, pit in turn. We have pit bytes new. What does he do? There's pit bytes new and pit bytes new C string, which is a little wrapper around him. What does pit bytes new do? Well, he says arena alloc bulk. What the fuck is arena alloc bulk? Oh, I think my arenas are kind of like weirdly typed. Yeah, the arenas have an element size, which I assume I was doing for purposes of alignment. They need to teach him how to know when music was finished loading. No, the taskbot guy, the conclusion of it was just like a bunch of games just don't work on, they can't do it. It just doesn't go. Of course, this is due to their restriction that they don't read input from the game. They only reproduce a exactly pre-recorded series of inputs, which is very limiting, right? Yeah, they're only plugged into the controller port. Of course, even then, it is possible to deal with RNG. There is a very interesting, yeah, they use this for like ACE stuff sometimes. There's a very interesting series of YouTube videos. I don't know, can we find this? Pokemon Platinum blindfolded all possible, or is it blind and deaf? Yeah, you could do it even without dealing with these random states. There's a very, I will not watch this on here. This is an extremely cool YouTube video. And what it is this guy using computer to develop a sequence of button presses that beats all possible games of Pokemon Platinum. Which is a game that has significant amounts of randomness, right? Like there's a lot of there are many random elements in the video game. And they do this by basically like certain sequences of button presses can be used to like kind of reunify diverging states of the game, right? Like so like a B button press will do nothing in one state but will like enter the menu in another state. So you can like and also they do like all kinds of analysis of the RNG, right, to prove that certain states are not possible and things like this. It's very cool. And they have the sequence of buttons at the end. Like you can just see this on GitHub, right? And you could plug this guy in and beat any possible RNG situation. Hello, VREX Gremory V. Welcome in. Hello, Yoy. Yoy indeed. So what is this arena thing actually doing, and how can we make it not be like this? If possible. Why must you do this to me? Now I can't go to sleep before watching this. It seems extremely cool. Well, there's always tomorrow, right? I mean, you could also go to sleep. You can use it to go to sleep, and you have an incentive to wake up tomorrow, or something like this. I think this is also legally allowed. You're able to do it this way instead. I've sort of realized this myself, right? Like I'm a habitual night owl. Yeah, you can sleep tomorrow. I'm a habitual night owl, right? I'm always staying up way too late. I suspect this is a problem for a lot of people, right? I think for me, I sort of got into this because, like, you know, the night has always sort of been my time, right? I have been of the night. Men call me Dark Star, for I am of the night. Because I'm always, during the day, there's people who are around. That's when the people are there, right? They go around and they ask you to do things. Cringe, SMA. No, this is the joke. Yes, you understand. The people ask you to do things though during the day, like, and there's stuff going on, and there's various noises and sounds and things like this, right? Whereas at night, everyone is asleep, right? And the things are very still, and like you can kind of just like do this. Internet fast. Hello, my pewter. Welcome in. So I've always stayed up too late. This has been like a thing for me, I guess, ever since I've had some independence to do this. I stay up and I do most of my work at night. Even like when I had a job, I felt like I was doing this, like just staying up late and doing things. It just doesn't work. Like their thing just doesn't work for Super Metroid because it's not even music. It's things like sound effects, right? Like if the APU is like slightly slower at a given point, like the sound effect will force the CPU to like wait an extra frame, which means the RNG is in a different state for like enemy spawns and things. Like it's much less simple, right? It's like a constant desynchronization. Yeah, but I realized this recently that you can just wake up. You can just get up earlier. Right? No one's going to bother you in the morning either. You can just like go to bed at like a normal time and then just like be awake. And then like, I don't know. So instead of feeling like a wizard of the evening, you can feel like a wizard of the morning. Hello, Big Book of Bug. I feel like I'm an evil wizard pondering ominous portents. Yes, this is good too. Yeah. Had, are you unemployed? Well, I'm currently employed doing this. This is my job. My job as it stands currently is to do this online, do things online, and try to make video games until I run out of money. Which will probably be at in 20 years or so. Hello, fifth Drew. Welcome in. Hello. So our job is to fuck around and have fun on the computer mostly. That's what we're doing. I guess this guy is maybe not super evil in terms of alignment, given that I don't know. Like, our arenas are basically, we're only putting one type of guy in each of them. And we're also, like, I don't know. Like, I guess he's not necessarily always... It's probably fine. Like, this guy's, like, he's definitely always, like, 8 byte aligned, right? Because I'm probably, the big size that we're doing here is 8 byte aligned. And for the strings, it's definitely always 1 byte aligned, because that's just how... That's how numbers work. That's how the number 1 works. The CPU, yeah. This is the fundamental issue, right? It's the desynchronization of the 2 clocks, real nice, right? It's like and the interplay between them. Okay. So Alec just gives you 1 man. Alec gives you 1 man. Arena Alec gives you 1 character. And Alec Bulk gives you multiple characters. What on earth? Hello Desert FFX again. No, this is a lie. It's a lie that was invented by it was invented in the past. It's a new kind of lie. It's a new kind of lie from an old kind of world. Okay, can we initialize all of this stuff? We have this stuff where we need to do these arrays and things like this. Let's start just by doing this. Frozen arrays. Arrays, we'll just alloc like this. Array, we'll just say it's 64 fucking kilobytes. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's 64. It's a bunch of pit values. I think this capacity. No, it's actually capacity in. Sure. Well, it's 64 pit. It's 64,000 pit values. We can afford this. All of this stuff here that we're doing, like this pit arena new guy. This guy will not stay. I think eventually we want to just like have this guy take 1 buffer that gets split up according to like measured information about how big these guys tend to be. Maybe you can tweak it. But for now we'll just like malloc big buffers. Okay. Where do we touch bytes? We do it in bytes new, in new file, and in runtime new. In runtime freeze, we also need to do it here, right? We need to say frozen arrays. This. Is our compiler working? Is our like guy working for us now? Okay, he is. Good. Have you heard Bevy 0.18 is out? I hadn't heard about this. I haven't used Bevy at all yet, actually. What are the highlights? Also, I heard that they made Minecraft 2. They put Hightail out. I honestly didn't know anything about this other than like I always get it confused with Hypixel, and I also always get it confused with some other game that I don't remember. But they put this out today apparently. I guess Hypixel is it. But don't they also like make Minecraft stuff? I don't know. It is John. I don't know what. I guess they do. I don't actually know anything about Minecraft other than modding. It's amazingly polished for early access. This is good to hear. Hello Dockies. It's been like 10 years, right? So like, I don't know. Modding, yes. So I don't know. It's cool that this actually did come out. The idea for Hightail arose due to EULA changes in 2014, which blocked servers from having microtransactions that affected gameplay, leading to an 85% drop in the Hypixel server's revenue. So is this evil? Is this one of the devil's games? I don't know. Anyway, it seems good though. It seems kind of fun. We need this also for resets. Set this back to frozen arrays. Where are we doing stuff with bytes? I think that's all we do. That's all that she wrote. That's all that she has wrote. Seems like Bad Cop likes the game. Yeah, so I was watching Bad Cop a little bit earlier. Can we shout out Bad Cop? Who was cool and also was... Yes, every game is made by the devil, to be fair. Yes, it's hard to avoid, right? Okay, cool. Do we still run? Do we still run? Cool. Our test suite passes. yeah, things can change in 10 years, right? You can't describe the evils of the past to this. Thinking about buying a Game Boy so I can make my own little Game Boy games. Thoughts? I think this is great. I have done this. So I think it's great. Of course, you can make Game Boy games without a Game Boy. You can certainly just like, I mean, most of the time when you're developing the game, you're going to want to be doing this on an emulator anyway. Also, hello, Fifth Drew, if I didn't say so. I think I did, but I'm going to say it again. Hello. A good mobile game that doesn't have ads. I see. Yeah. Emulator is a good technique. I do own one of these. I don't use it very often. I bought and like modded with like the screen style and like battery style a long time ago, like probably like 2019 or so. A GBA, like just not the SP, just like a normal GBA. I rarely use this though. I honestly mostly use it for testing stuff we've made on stream to make sure it runs on real hardware, and this is basically it in the past several years. I find that, like, you know, as cool as like these sort of devices are, I just like end up using the phone. And maybe this is a failing. This is like my own failing, but I just like, I'm already going to have the phone on me, and I just don't want to carry something else around. And like, the phone has kind of a good form factor. Although I wish it was different. Like, I mostly wish the phone had buttons, but like the instead of just being a touchscreen. But like, I figure, like, I don't know, it's hard to it fits in the pocket nicely and things like this. Yeah, I don't really recall a lot of popular Minecraft from after 2020 beyond the main Minecraft touchstone that lives in my head rent free. Beyond Chicken Jockey, of course, is I am a dwarf and am digging a hole. Yes. Hello, Anoir. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. The video out protocol for the GBA is surprisingly simple. I tried writing a driver to pipe it to VGA once for a DIY arcade, but I never finished. Oh, this is very cool. Like, you mean the hardware thing, like how it talks to the screen. We have not explored this side of things. We have done quite a bit of GBA like homebrew stuff. Like I think I don't know if you were probably here for this. I've talked about it a million fucking times. But we have like a assembler and stuff for this guy. I think it would be cool to like hook it up to a screen. GBA doesn't fit in your pocket. Not really. The GBA is big, kind of, right? It's not like huge, right? But like, it's big enough that like, unless you're wearing like cargo pants, or unless you're hauling cargo, it's not gonna be an easy pocketable device. It's more like you put it in a bag or something. It's compared to, yeah, Game Boy Color is a little smaller, and I guess there's like the micro and stuff like this. Why is simple surprising? I don't know. These things are often complex. What is GBA? Game Boy Advance. This is cool. It's a video game console from 25 years ago. This fellow here, and it's frequently of interest on the stream because I have a lot of nostalgia for this, and also we've done a lot of stuff like writing software that targets this machine. Yeah, this first one had no backlight and also no rechargeable battery. I think this was like the last one of these guys that had no rechargeable battery. Hello, Fade. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Hello. I hope you're well. We are tinkering on our Lisp again today. We are trying to add a vector type, and then we are hopefully going to. I think the mission today, insofar as it is one, is we are going to try and add some kind of hash map to this guy, I think. The umbilical cord that lets you trade. Yeah. We've talked about this quite a lot, Big Book of Bug, but do you know that the way that works on the GameCube is that it is like side-loading a program over the cable? Like, this is one of the coolest things of all time. And we will iterate on this, right? When you plug in the link cable and you turn the guy on with no game in it, by default, it tries to read a program over the cable. And this is how like trading with Pokemon Coliseum works. It loads a small program into RAM from the GameCube that the disc sends over, and then and then this just reads your save file. Tingle Tuner, my beloved, yes. Hello, Don Malocello, welcome in. Hello, hi. And I may have borked it also for link play. Yeah. For like there's like a kind of a prototype like down, like this is like the DS had this a lot, which is the same thing on the DS, right? The DS has DS download play, which makes it a little more obvious, right? Like the DS, like if one person has Mario Kart, right, everyone else can play Mario Kart with you because you can download the, right? This is the thing. I think that's how it goes. It's a bit sad how many wires and connection types we've lost in the age of Wi-Fi. Yeah. This is good. What approach are we going to take? I think we're going to do something. We're going to do like a very simple like linear scanning sort of thing. We really just need anything, right? And anything like linear scanning is like possibly bad for a hash map, but it's certainly a lot better than an A-list, I think. And we're mostly looking for something that is like better than an A-list most of the time, right? And I think linear scanning kind of just degrades to A-list in the worst case, right? Like that's sort of how it goes. It's like very, you know, like for like a sparse hash map with like a lot of like few collisions, you get very, very cheap, like, you know, basically like constant time access. Once it starts getting full, it starts approaching linear time to find elements. So like A-list is the worst case. A game can also send a portion of itself, so you can play multiplayer games with one cart. Yes. 3DO, you had the ability to have drivers uploaded from attached controllers. Never used though. This is really sick. No, I have sort of a dream about this. I really want to like one of these days we're gonna tinker with it. I have a bunch of the hardware just lying around on my table. I just have not had the courage to plan out what I'm going to do exactly yet. One of these days we are doing it though. We are going to hook up a Raspberry Pi type of guy to the link cable port on the GBA, and we're going to play Pokemon over Wi-Fi. We're going to connect the Pokemon game to one of the online servers, right? We will do this. I know in Zig's array hash map it just does a linear scan until it hits a certain count, then it actually uses a hash lookup. I see. Well, we'll see. I think it will be not too horrible. Can we add pit dump too? Can we make things that actually like work for this? Does our pit dump actually print strings? It does. Okay. Well, we want to have a case for pit value heavy sorts array here. That's one guy for real. Do you go? And what is the shape of this fellow? I think his shape is he returns the what the fuck does he return? He's returning the return value of SNPrintf, which I think is the number of bytes that were actually printed. Yeah. And we use this because he is recursive, right? And we need that number of bytes to know where to like put things, right? Like if we're like writing into this buffer, and we're gonna write into it again at the end, just like, you know, wrap this array in wrap this cell rather in curly braces. Built by former Amiga folks. It's only really important if you're trying to squeeze out all performance. Interesting that based on CPU and memory speeds, it might be faster to redo work instead of memorize. Yeah. This is cool. This is like the constant trade-off, right? The constant trade-off between memory and time. This is the constant thing. Crazy how innovative Nintendo consoles tended to be, even when they were more of an outlier of the console wars. Yeah. No, it is extremely sick. The Dreamcast has this crazy thing too with like the memory card, right? Where like the memory card is also like its own little controller guy. I think this is a thing. Reflects the factors that you ignore in algorithmic analysis. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many possible like tuning things, and it depends so much on like the actual yeah. You know. You are a knower. Okay, so what are we doing with this? What the fuck is going on? Well, we have I0. we're saying some stuff. We're gonna say some freaking stuff. What are we gonna say? We probably have a start that is current buffer. Yeah, the visual memory units. Yeah, I always this is like crazy. Okay, we're doing this. We're putting a square bracket here. At the end, we're gonna put another square bracket. We're gonna return buff minus start. Right, we're gonna return like how many guys we actually wrote. Long time no see your stream, dude. Hello, Darp6. Welcome in. Hello, welcome back. It's good to see you again too. Hi. We're still streaming twice a week. I think just Twitch likes to hide. Twitch likes to hide. They love to hide. Tamagotchi style. Okay, what are we actually doing with this? Probably something like this. I is less than h in dot array dot len. How was the con? It was good, I think. I kind of liked this. I had a good time, I think. I think it was good. It never lets me know. Yeah, this is why we kind of do the Discord IRC thing. What are you working on? We're adding support right now. We're adding support for arrays in this little Lisp that we've been writing. Yeah, if you want to know when the streams are, we have Discord IRC. That's where we do it. But they're always at the same time. I'm like the con was good. Like I don't know who I'm allowed to say that I hung out with, because I know people have differing degrees of personal comfort with being like I was at this thing, right? But like we met a lot of clonkers. There were a lot of people from here. It's kind of nice, right? Like when I first started going to these things, it was kind of more of like I don't know, this is sort of a scary word. It was more of like a networking thing for me, right? It was like I gotta meet people and like make connections, right? I gotta make connections with people. Now it's more like yeah, we hung out with a Buff Seagull a bunch. This was good. This is always a good person to be seeing. Now I don't really care about this anymore. I think I know, like I care. I like meeting people, but I'm not caring about it in an evil and mercantile sort of way. I'm caring about it in like a good, I don't know. The hello Kinslayer also. Sanyo LC8670 thing. Yeah, exactly this Big Book of Bug, right? Like I no longer like the yeah. Can we what are we doing here? Can we we can do like this. Can I say buff plus equal pit dump? Do you just take you take runtime buff len v readable? Can we say runtime buff are we doing this? Oh, I see. We have to say end minus buff. We do need end. We do need end. Haha, pit dump. Yeah, true. Yeah, kind of true. We'll say this here too. End minus buff. H in dot array. What is it called? What is it called? Data. I. Readable. It's kind of like this, and then in here we can say we want to only I guess we don't even care about commas because this is Lisp. This is Lisp, so we don't care about commas. We just need to have like a space. We can print a space if we want to, really. Who exactly? I mean, this is really what I thought at the beginning. You know, I sort of had the impression that how do you say this? Like I think a lot of the material, you know, I don't know anything about human interaction, so you have to forgive me. I only study things. I study for these sorts of things. When I was going into the sort of streaming thing, I sort of had the impression that there was a lot of human interaction that was necessary, right? There was a lot of like oh, I need to meet people and get to know them and like hang out, befriend them and things like this, etc., etc. I think this is important, but it is only important for one's own life, right? It's important because it's like fun. There's actually no like I don't know. I don't need to be worried about this. I don't know. I don't know if I'm expressing this well. I feel like I'm saying this in a way that makes me seem like a crazy evil person. But like, it's not. Just interpret my words in the way that is most normal. Okay. Cool. This will leave a trailing space after the last element, I think. Can we make a way to make a new array? Also, can we add array literals to our parsing? How can we do this? So we can print arrays now. Is it possible for us to create an array? Like, where's runtime.h again? Where is bytes new? This is working with binary data, right? Can we have working with arrays? I think we want to put this down here. We put the byte string stuff up here because of yeah. I mean, not even this. It's just like I see it in terms of like, I don't know. I think I'm just very I don't know. I tend to approach my social interactions in a very structured manner, right? I tend to like, and this is I don't know, maybe a failing of mine. I tend to approach things in terms of like well, you know, this is I don't know. Like this is what I need to be doing, kind of. Put the byte string in the bag. Yeah. Can we say pit value pointer x's? I don't know. Is this reasonable, right? Make a new array by copying shit from an existing guy into it. I think this is fine. Probably. It's probably okay. The claims he's not a gamer. I really am not so much of a gamer. Where's pit cons? This is all, these things are in different, oh yes, okay, this is the right place. What's your stance with AI? What's the thing that I say, what's your stance with AI? I guess. we're in the town square at high noon. We're both fuck that shit. Okay, yeah, that's my stance with this also. Broadly. I mean, I would not even say that strongly. I think it's just I don't care about this. I don't really care if others do this. I do not care though. I will never use this, but it does not matter to me that much. I do not care. Okay. Where is Pit's bytes new? We gotta steal this guy again. This guy theft is required. Theft is required. Friend loves the robot. I guess this is only fair, right? One must he must love his own nature. Hello, Steel Shield, welcome in. And MXL Lex too. Hi. Hello, welcome in. Hello. Okay. We're doing this. We need to do the same kind of stuff that we do here, basically. Otherwise, thank you for the resub, MXLX. I appreciate this a lot. Okay.
No,
we copy from X's into this.
No,
this is fair.
Resubscription. Thank you.
Okay. Awawa. True. Thank you. I appreciate you hanging around, MXLX. We are tinkering with the Lisp. We are doing the thing where we press buttons and share anecdotes. Or do you have an anecdote to share? If you do, please share. Your heavy sort array. Your like array.data is dest. Your like array.len is len. Okay, that's not bad. Right? We can make an array now if we really want to. Can we like put an array in? What if we like put an array in just for fun? What if we were like pit sets RT pit intern cster RT test array pits array new. We need to make a new array. They're putting him into a new kind of array. How can we do this in a way that is nice? I guess we just have to make the guy. Let's say x's x's 3. I don't know, something like this. We're going to have to put pit array new into the guy. We already have. He's already there. What are you talking about? Oh, he needs to have runtime in him as well. And we need to say, I don't know, pit value x's equals equals this guy here. What's his nature? What's his nature? He's an array of these. He's an array of these. And there's going to be, oh, of course, we cannot do this, right? We can say there are 3 of them. We can say x's. When we start writing library code in Lisp, as soon as we figure out a good way to distribute the library, I'm thinking we are maybe going to have a standard library that gets xxd'd into the thing. I don't know. Like once you start having to you have to think about, okay, we're going to load this, but where are we going to load it from? Right? And that's a whole other can of worms. I guess we can just copy it around, but like I don't like it has to come from somewhere. I guess we could do like a load path kind of thing pretty easily, which is honestly what I prefer these days. Like with Nix, like my preferred way of this is just like set an environment variable with like guys separated by colons. I think this is my way. I think this generally produces the right results. Is there pit integer new? Yeah. Integer new, the Lua way, RT like 6, RT6, RT7, RT8s. Does this produce an outcome? Let's see it. If I say test array, well, it does. It produces an outcome, but not the right outcome, it seems. It seems like the outcome is, in fact, wrong. It does have that trailing space that we anticipated. Why is it like that? Why is it like that, though? What's the deal with that? I think there could be a couple of things that are happening here. The fact, like if I say 6, it does not print like that. Also, that's wrong too. What is going on with that? Huh? There's a bit of a problem potentially, computer. I'm gonna have to hop off. Good listening to y'all. To you as well. Thank you so much for hanging out, Watch a Goblin. You are, not to be weird, you are our kind of people for sure. At least my kind. Thank you. That's great. It's great to. I hope good luck in all endeavors. Hello, Captain Onosa. Also welcome in. And code monkey like you. What's the deal with arrays? Yeah. So it seems like there are some difficulties being encountered right now. We don't really have. I don't even know if we're even parsing floating point numbers in the first place. Like, I mean, we clearly are, right? Like, if I say plus 1.0, 2.0, like, oh, no, it's not. Okay, good. This is getting parsed as something weird. Oh, you know what's happening here? You can put any amount of garbage after a valid expression and it will still parse. That's what's happening. We don't parse floating point. Okay, it's lying to us. It's lying to us. However, the fact that we still have an internal representation of doubles, right? We just don't have support for it in the parser yet, because we don't really need it for what we're doing, because we're doing this NAND boxing thing. So what this tells me is I think what's happening here is the high bytes of a NAND boxed value are getting overwritten, and specifically they're getting zeroed. And I think what's happening is that the type, like, it's making it think it's just a double instead of being like a box, like a NAND boxed integer. And that's what's causing this. And also, and this is probably some kind of misalignment somewhere. Hello, Noctua, also welcome in. Can we see what that's all about? Let's go back to array new. What are we doing? We're allocating in RT arrays. RT arrays we're probably not setting. Oh, I think we are setting the right size there. We're mem copying this. Well, this is wrong. N is a size in bytes. That's obviously wrong. Size of pit value. What's the purpose of this pit value thing? Okay, so this is it's an implementation of a programming language, DARP6. And pit value is like an individual value inside of the programming language. So right now we're adding support for like vectors to the programming language. It supports like a linked list type, but we want to have like a fixed size array type that's like fast to like index into. That's what we're doing right now. So pit value is just any number. What pit value actually is it's basically just a double. And we're using a technique called NAND boxing. And what this is we want the pit values, since we have a lot of these flying all over the place, and a lot of them are just going to be like integers and doubles and stuff. We want to have like them be small in that common case, right? So like if you were writing Python, for example, if you were like not writing Python as in writing, like, you know, typing out a .py file, right? But writing Python as in implementing a Python interpreter, right? How might you represent the values, right? Like, let's say I have a value that is like what a variable is, or like what goes in, right? Well, how do you represent that? Sort of the naive way to do that, right, is you need two things, right? You need one thing to store what sort of thing it is, like, oh, is it an integer? Is it an instance of some class? Is it a string, right? And then you need somewhere to actually put the data, right? Like the integer itself, or like a pointer to the bytes in the string, or et cetera, right? So what, and this is sort of problematic, right? Because it makes it so that, like, you know, you can certainly do that, right? But it's going to make your values bigger than they need to be, and making them bigger than they need to be often also makes them slower than they need to be, right? Because like maybe they're larger than a machine word now. Like, you know, it's more expensive to copy them around. You can't save them in one register. Like there's difficulties with this. So there's this trick called NAND boxing. Hello, Troop and Panda. Thank you. Good morning. And what NAND boxing is you store a lot of the small values inside of doubles themselves, right? Because there are the trick is there are a lot of doubles, or like floating point numbers in general, right? I'm saying double because that's what we're doing here. But like floating point, IEEE floating point numbers in general. There's a lot of things that just like there's a lot of possible combinations of bits that just are not really that meaningful. And these mostly correspond to not a number values, right? Like you've probably done this before, right? Like working with floating point numbers, you've gotten not a number, right? Like this is like a thing. Can we produce a not a number in Python easily? Is that like a thing we can do? If I say like 1.0 divided by 0.0, this will just give us an error. How do we get a 0 divided by 0? Yeah. No, this also explodes. Infinite, do we have inf? Is there math? Is there math.inf? Yeah, there we go, right? There are these not a number values. This is like something that's like baked into the definition of the like what a floating point number is, right? And it turns out there's not just like one like pattern of bits that is not a number. There are a lot of not a numbers. So what we do is we say a pit value, like if it's not a number, it's just a double. It's just like a real floating point number, right? Like it literally just is the floating point number. However, if it is a not a number and it's a specific type of not a number called a signaling NAND, which is like a certain it's a thing that basically will not be produced normally by like operations in like as defined by C, I think. And like there's a lot of bullshit in this, that like there's basically, if it's a certain kind of not a number, right, we instead treat all of the low bits that are unused as like a place to cram data, to like cram like what sort of thing it is and like some actual data, right? So like the in this case, right, like we can also squeeze like 48-bit integers into doubles, and also like a tag that lets us tell if they are actually integers or they are doubles, right? We can squeeze so mostly what we do, right, is inside of these guys we put a couple of different kinds of things, right? They can either be doubles, right? They can be integers, they can be symbols where the data is like an index into the symbol table, or they can be like refs where the data is an index into like this heavy objects table. But some things, right, you can't put in just a double, right? If you have a string, right, you can't just like squeeze an arbitrary length string into a double, right? Like it just, you don't have enough bytes here, right? But like, of course, we could do nonsense and like squeeze sufficiently small strings in there, but we're not, right? So like one of these pit values is either just a plain double if it's not a nan, or if it is a nan, then it's either an integer, a symbol, or a ref. And if it's an integer symbol, or like if it's an integer, the value is just an integer. It's a 49-bit integer. If it's a symbol, it's a symbol or a ref. It's an index into tables. And if it's a ref, it's an index into a big table of what I'm calling heavy values, which are like the actual like an array or a closure or a byte string or a cons cell or a variable binding cell or things like this, right? A somewhat arbitrarily length string, yeah. Arbitrarily where arbitrary is greater than, I don't know, 5 or whatever. 6. So yeah, we're adding what we're doing here is we're adding a new heavy sort for fixed size arrays. That then we are we're making this guy happen. I think we just fixed it. I think the thing we were doing, right, that made this print like this is we were only copying the first byte of the guy, which was only the low bits, and like, yeah. I don't actually know how that worked out. Remind me, our strings are immutable. They are immutable byte strings. These vectors maybe should be immutable too, but I think it's probably more convenient for them to be mutable. Yeah, there we go. Wow, 6, 7, 8, easy. Let's make it not print that gross space at the end if we can get away with this. I think this would be good. I think this would be ideal. Did I hear 6, 7? 6, 7, yes. I really like this joke that they do now because it's just numbers. It's so good. I normally like stay away from this kind of like, I don't know, humor thing where they do humor and they joke. But like I like this one a lot. It's just numbers. It's good. It's like, yeah. They made a joke, but it's just numbers. Can we like, you don't have to think about it. You just have to say numbers. Let's go back over to here. Henlip struggle. Yeah. Remember my my Katamari memory expector? I'm going to make it so the data it inspects is defined at runtime by a text file. This will be nuts. This is kind of good. What is the utility of this? Just to like, I mean, I can imagine sort of the obvious utility. Do you have like a particular thing in mind you're trying to do with this? Can we not print this freaking space at the end here? How are we avoiding the space over on this side of things? Thank you for time. Thank you for the cool shader that switches modes. Hello, Dehi Labubu Kisser 69 also. This is sort of crazy that like you instantly went like, I'm going to order hundreds of dollars worth of cards, LG. This is powerful. This is a power play, they're saying. Hello, Ivalon too. Hello. I welcome in. Yes, I guess this makes sense. Have you tried adding like this seems like a good place for like an Imgui type of guy, maybe. This for like I don't know if you have played with getting Imgui going. We are currently adding array support to our little language. I guess this guy works. Oh, here. Oh, this is actually clever. This is clever. We'll do this. This is. I was past me was clever about it. We wrote the space first and then overwrote the first character with this at the end. Okay, that is good as hell. Does this work now? If I say test array, if I say cons test array 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. We can print. We have these now. We have vector. Good. Can we add this to the parser? Where's the parser? And the. I mean, we probably need them in the lexer too. Can we let's get lexer.h, please. Fake enjoyer. There are no mountains in Finland. You're not supposed to do this shit on a side thread, but I don't know any other way to do it in this context. Using eGUI for him already, but if you change the render surface dimensions in any way, resize the window or move it partially off screen, it hangs the entire fucking process. The main thread is receiving that resize notation, and it's not going to my eGUI thread. Still birthing. I've been on an integer Applesoft basic journey recently. We finished birthing Clippy. He does exist and he can speak and he does move. Like, Pit is a language that we made. Dehi. And the current goal is to make Pit be capable enough that we can use him to write an x86 assembler and then use that to write a C compiler. That is the intention. But he can talk. He can say stuff. He doesn't really say stuff in response to anything right now, but he can say things. Yeah, it changes all companies. This is its. You can say. Like it changes companies. You might notice. Okay. So let's add some additional guys. Can we add L square and also R square? Can I put these here too? L square, R square. We have to be careful about the order because we can't, like, I would like to just say what I have commented out here, but this doesn't work in CD9, so we're just ignoring it for now. Hello, Happy Nora, welcome. Declares war on superfluous spaces. We're getting them out of here. Okay, what do we need to do in our lexer? Well, we just need to do this. It's not hard. This is L square. Wow, if we look at a character and it's the square bracket, it's the square bracket. That's not too hard. Okay, what about the parser though? Well, the parser guy. Where does Pit Lex token? Oh, this is just the, yeah. I think we just parse directly to values. So like even that's also not hard. Hello, hi, welcome back, Happy Nora. It's good to see you. I know this function. Yeah. Where do we parse this though? Where are we looking at lparen? Here it is right here. Right? The like we build up a big temporary list of guys and build this cons list. We're going to need to do a similar thing here because I think we'll also need a temporary list of how do you say of values for this, because we need to know how many there are, right? So we'll say Pit Lex token L square. What do we do in this case? We're gonna do a similar thing where we like build up a list on this like scratch area. This is our intention, I think. So what does this, and I think we'll just read directly from the scratch area. We'll just straight up, like the scratch area is just like a place where we can put stuff, right? We can just like put bytes on him. So I think, oh, and this guy is gonna fuck up our alignment also. This is evil. The thing we're doing here is evil. We should fix this. Is Clippy high? Hello, Aries. Welcome in. Hello, welcome. He just moves around. He kind of wiggles around a little bit. I don't know if he's intoxicated. He may be. I don't know. We can do basically this exact same shit. Just like put him on this. Put him until we hit an R square. Until we hit an R square, just keep allocating values on and writing them, like keep writing to like our scratchpad area as we parse. Hello Zilkzong, welcome in. I guess another tricky bit is that they have different evaluation semantics. These guys have different evaluation semantics. The problem is how do you say, like for example, we have vectors in eLisp, right? If I say this, I can say this, right? However, if I say this, that's not a thing. I have to quote this, right? And also for example, right? This, right? Actually, oh, it is just implicitly quoted all the time. Okay, fine. Okay, it's easy. Okay, it turns out it's actually easy then. Cool. Actually, you don't have to worry about that at all because it is implicitly quoted and not the way you would think it works. Cool. Sure. Pro Lisper, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. I am far from a pro Lisper. Okay, we can do this stuff now though, I think. Like probably. Like I think we can probably just say return pit arena new RT, and we need to give this guy a pointer. We also probably want a count of the elements. We want to say like I64 len is 0. In all of these guys, we probably want to be saying like len is, we add 1 to len. Blah. Hello XOR Xavier too. The programmer's curse, making shit harder for yourself. Yeah, I mean, we're sort of on this heavy these days, right? Instead of, we are literally, okay, we were looking at the dependency chart a little bit earlier. This is like this is where we are right now. We are de-shitsing the Lisp. This is kind of unfortunate. We are defanging the Lisp. Something like this. I think I ate too many cookies. 3. Yes. So this is how deep we are right now, right? We are trying to, thank you Athris for the follow too. This is actually crazy. I'm not going to be able to tell people apart anymore because I'm sorry to bother you about this. This is kind of an evil thing for me to say. Athris just followed. Athris followed the stream. And also 3 minutes ago, another person called Aries followed the stream. And you might be like, these are different lengths. However, there are 2 eyes here. And when I'm looking at this in a non-monospace font, these are going to be narrow. They're going to make these narrow. So this is actually a crazy circumstance. I'm not going, like, you're going to be able to, like, I guess maybe they have different name colors. We'll wait and see. Or maybe I've now, like, this is evil. Don't say this is evil. Hello, Pete's Eater. I would never say this. I would never talk about this. Hi, bro. Hello, Athris. No, Athris is green. I don't know what Arius will be though. We'll have to see. I don't know for sure. Soon joining Arthritis. Hello. Okay. So this is where we are right now. There's actually a whole other dependency chart of this where it's, if we reorder this a little bit, it goes like this. I have worms in my head. I don't want to finish the video game in Rust because finishing things is difficult, and I fear my work output being judged by others, etc. I think so really this is where we are at this point. In order to avoid finishing the game that we have written in Rust, We are in a world where we are writing our own language so that we can write a C compiler. This is the bane that they have put on us. This is the incredibly powerful debuff that they have put on us. It is like in order to avoid the potentially scary part of finishing the game, we have to write we have to write our own language so that we can produce elf files, so that we can produce, like, yes. This is the thing. It sounds like you don't want to make a game to me. The thing is, I think it's actually almost the opposite of this, LG. I want to make a game more than I ever have. And I think the thing is, like, it's just like, you know, in years past, I think I would have just like thrown the game out there. I don't know. I just care too much now. I want the game to be good. I've developed gamer opinions. I care about video games now. As like this sounds really lame to say. It makes me sound like a dweeb, right? But I'm like, I care about games. I want to make a good one. I'm kind of coming to care about games design and things. Hello, T2SDE. Welcome in. Hello. Okay, we need to get back to work. We need to stop rambling. Hello, Fighting Analysts also. Can we shout out T2? T2 is very cool. This is a very good stream. You need to check this out. I maybe saying T2 is not the thing to say. This is the developer of T2 Linux. Do you know about this? This is a cool Linux distribution thing, and in general, this person is involved in a lot of cool things. I don't know if this is actually the right site that we should be going for. Maybe the Wikipedia page is more apropos. But yeah, this is a place to check out for real. That guy created Linux, I think. Yeah, I don't know. They're certainly involved in a lot of cool stuff. So you should check this out if you like this. And Raiders, if you don't know me, I'm LCOLONQ. I'm a guy. I pretend to be letters. That's my main sort of gimmick, I guess, as far as you have a gimmick on here. I am currently extending the parser for a little custom Lisp-like guy that we wrote a while ago. Thank you and have a good day and night to you as well, and Happy New Year. We are extending the parser to a little Lisp that we wrote a while ago to have some more features. We're adding vector support right now, like a fixed length array type, in order to facilitate future stuff. We're way down a rabbit hole where we're trying to write a self-hosting C compiler, and we wrote this little Lisp in C a while ago, and we're like, hey, why not just write the C compiler in the Lisp, and then we can just have, we can run the compiler on the Lisp and then compile the interpreter for the Lisp, and it goes round and round, you see? So that's what we're doing right now, and we're kind of just like fleshing the Lisp out enough that we can write the thing. That's the intention. Okay. Can we initialize? Yes, one asks why and never why not. Okay. If I say pit arena idx rt scratch i32 scratch resets, something like this. I don't know. Geeks already do this. I mean, like, this guy. This is not arena new. This is array new, of course. This is len. I mean, it's not. We're not doing this for the purposes of like bootstrapping like a system. We're doing it for the purposes of having a thing that we own. Right? I would quite like to have a little development environment that is entirely my own. This is like my, I don't know. This is my intention. Skipping in pure flag march equals native because Nix enforce no native is set. Okay, we're not going to care about that right now, but in the future we will care about that. If I say 1, 2, 3, hey, wow, it works. Cool. We have thing. Is the behavior the same as in Emacs? Yes. I want to make a game too until I did not want to make a game anymore. Well, yeah, I mean, this is how it goes sometimes. Also, hello, Kimbo Poulis. Welcome in. It's good to have you, Kimbo Poulis, if you're still here. We love some Kimbo Poulis type gaming. Multidisciplinary, yes. I would love to hear about this. It's I I don't know. Good night, Niche Penguin. Thank you. No, I am thinking a lot about video games these days. I don't know. I'm enjoying them more than I ever have. I think this has been the biggest. This has been like a big. I think I've probably played more individual games this year than I have any other year. What did I do? It's been a big RPG year for me. I think I played Final Fantasy 5 and 6 for the first time this year. Or at least finished them for the first time. I played Dragon Quest 1. I played Vagrant Story. We've been playing stuff. Let's play MTG. Yeah, I would like to do we will do a cube at some point. I've been looking to order a thing for this. I have played so much fucking Magic. I don't play at all anymore though. I think I'm gonna I've talked about this a little bit, but I think I'm gonna do like build a box for myself to like have that just has all of like the, I don't know. I really like Legacy so much. Like Legacy is like the amazing engine for making game systems with the cards. Yeah, honestly, it kind of is this, right? Like it almost feels like every expansion for Magic, at least like is like kind of its own little mini game inside of the broader framework, right? Where like, I don't know, like a given like sets draft environment is like its own game with its own balance. And you can kind of recombine. You can make your own sort of things. I don't know. It's cool. It's very cool. A box to curl up and sleep in. Yeah, kind of like this. Okay, we have Vector. Like, can we do things with Vector? Also, we probably want like a vector function that so we can actually like have vectors that evaluate. Like, I want to be able to say like 1 2 plus 1 2 3 and make this 1 1 2 and make this be 1 2 3. But we don't have Vector does not exist right now. He is a false character. Morrowind modding sniped me into fennel silliness. Yeah, this is good though. Legacy and old stuff on Tabletop Simulator because prices hurt me. Yeah, I mean this is fair too. I mean obviously don't pay money for cardboard. Unless you're in you know, people like to gamble sometimes. This is fair. But I'm beyond this point myself of spending money on this stuff. Like I have to go study for an exam, which I have in about 17 hours. Good night, boss, and good night. I rest your day. You don't have to call me boss if you don't want to. This is just what people call me here. But thank you. Good luck on your exam. Good. I hope it's. I mean, go study. But you know, I would love to hear what topic this is on. And good luck. Let us know how it goes. The coolest way to hang out with cool people. I honestly I don't know. I don't like talking to people. It's microelectronics. Okay, this is very cool. Hell yeah. A Pokemon-like game sounds corny, but I'd like to get done with it one day. Right now, I don't have the knowledge to do it. I'm stuck with my corporate job and I feel drained after work. I see. I bet you can do it. I mean, of course, I very much understand the feeling of being drained by the job. But I think sometimes things like this can re-energize you. They don't necessarily have to drain you further, right? If you ever have any like, you know, I'm far from an expert on anything, right? But if you ever have any like, if you ever have any questions or anything like this, like there's stuff that like you don't know how to do and you want to like have some kind of pointer in the right direction, please like ask me here or like bug me on here or something like this. And like this is like, we are very into this. The right what where gadgets. Yeah, we gotta put the, can we make some guys here then? We have array literals. Can we go into hello Vodka and Yan also. I say this every Monday and Friday, and you won't believe what happens next for 8 hours straight. The long day factory. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy how fast time can fly when you're not. I really appreciate. Of course, like again, we're all kind of in it together to some degree, right? Like it's not like there's probably like a lot of us. Like realistically who are like, man, I have like some kind of creative pursuit, whether it's like a programming thing or a game thing or like art thing, like you have something you want to do but like you just, you know, you're kind of caught up in the everyday life, right? Of like, oh, I know I have my job, and it's easy to just like not do things. I know I feel this so hard, right? It's so easy to just like not do a thing. So like I think yeah, I hope we can all do it, right? We're in the same boat. Let's do cool stuff. Long day putting words on the bad screen and dreaming of the good screen. Yeah. Okay. Can we make a character? Do we have guys? Can we be like, we have arrays? Like what is an array about? What's the deal with an array? There's a function called array. And what it does. Where's impl array? Where's impl list? There's a guy called this. There's a guy called impl array. And what he's gonna do is he's gonna take all the stuff from his arguments and he's gonna put him in a thing. He's gonna put him in a memory. Were there any zappers in the indie arcade area? Zappers? We're going freaking zappers on here. There were a lot of light gun games. I actually, friend of the stream Geop, who we shouted out earlier, who I think it's probably still on CD. But Geop was telling me about a video game. I wonder if we can find this. It's called Bone Eater. Yeah. Is this it? No, this is a monster movie. I don't even know if we'll find this. Bone Eater. I'm not going to search Bone Eater arcade game. This is going to say arcades near you. I know it is. Can we find this somehow? Can we find this? It's called Silent Scope Bone Eater. It's a risky search term. Yeah, Bone Eater may be a risky guy. Where's Bone Eater? Yes, okay. In 24, it's basically it's a gun shooter type game. It's like a rail shooter where there's a rifle. They made this game in 2014 called Silent Scope Bone Eater. And it has it's sort of an anime type of game. And apparently they had one machine of this. I did not get a chance to play it, but I've heard tell. Apparently the concept is you're like shooting out of a helicopter and it blows air into your face to make it be like you're in the helicopter. Like there's there's sort of 4D elements. You could call this a 4D element. And Geop, this is now relayed twice. Apparently there is a voice line in the game where someone goes, "Not bad for a bone eater." And now I'm thinking about this all the time. Like, what does this fucking mean? What does it mean to be not bad for a bone? Can we find gameplay of this? Silent Scope Bone Eater arcade. This is important that we find this now. Can we get this? Silent Scope Bone Eater gameplay 1cc. Can we see what the gameplay looks like here? Do they have funny dialogue? Are skeletons scared of bone eaters? What is the order of operations? Yeah, this is what we're asking. Hello, Mikias _ Thank you for the. Oh, they're doing the thing where it must be fairly. Yeah, a bone eater is like it's like plucking one hair off of 9 oxen, right? This is like you're a noob. If you're a bone eater, you must be some sort of, you're like newbie. Oh, this is in English. Okay, this is what we're looking for. Make it loud, please, computer.
Commonly known as SAN. The United Nations, UN, formally unanimously approved San's proposal.
This audio is crazy with this music. This is nuts. We gotta see some gameplay here. The bring up the game.
Has been confirmed. We will head to the rescue. There are still a considerable number of terrorists hiding in the area. I'm asking you to eliminate them.
Oh, is this auto dubbed? Wait, is this auto dubbing over the? Wait, is this not even the real audio? Are they auto dubbing the game? How do I turn this off? How do I not do that? Audio track 2 auto dubbed? It is. Holy fuck. I was like, why does this sound so weird? What is the deal with this? Like, I think this may be the first time I've ever heard this, because I have like an extension that like for YouTube that doesn't do this. Hello, Nick's Crage, welcome in. Silent Scope also had a goofy AF Game Boy Advance game. Can we see this? I wasn't aware until just now that this was a series of games. Can we see this? Can we get this up? This has like there's some sort of mafioso sort of character here. I see. This is kind of good. I don't know. Anyway, that's Bone Eater. I'm not quite sure what the deal is with Bone Eater, but I think it's probably good. Pit value. Okay, let's think about this. We have a new. In addition, we need another way to initialize an array. I'm thinking. We need a way to initialize an array that just has. I wonder if I can name it. Yeah, it's new though, right? It's a 2014 game. It probably just runs on like fucking Windows, right? This is what I've learned about a lot of these arcade games. They're just like Windows machines inside. Like Waka is this. Like it's just like a big arcade cabinet with just like a Windows PC that they put in it. In a slightly weird screen. Which I guess makes sense, right? Like general purpose stuff is gonna be way more viable. Okay. I think we probably want. We can avoid an unnecessary copy here if we really want to. That's maybe the best thing to be doing. But maybe we don't. Maybe we don't care. We don't care so much necessarily. Maybe we do. I don't know. I'll be back in one moment. Hello, I'm gonna go get water. I realized I'm out of water and I need to not be sitting here and not drink. You should get water too. You don't have it, and you should also move. What is Pit? Pit is a little list that we made. It's kind of bad. I'll link it. GitHub.com LCOLONQ Pit. This is it for now. And we're trying to make it be a little bit less bad. I'll be back shortly though, computer. Please stay tuned. I'll click this. I'll click this, and then I'll click on this. Hi. Hello. They put us back on here. Oh, thank you for the shader too. This is good. Hello everybody. They've put us back on this. Osteoborus, meaning bone devourer, was a bone crushing hyena like dog in America that went extinct a few million years ago. This is notable. This is notable, I guess. Notable hyena like dog. Notable American hyena like dog out there. Okay. What follows? What follows? I think the shader is dying. Yeah. Unresolved reference to function shade here. Okay. Was the dog's name? I think it's a whole kind of dog. It's Osteoborus, the bone eater. Okay. Let's put the pieces together here, shall we, computer? What is going to be the easiest interface for this? Well, there's a bit of a problem. We need to know the length of the guy in order to do the thing. We have there's a length no thing do sort of requirement here, and that presents us with a bit of a snafu. I'm 6'3". This is good. This is good for real. It's a good height to be, I think. How do we blah, 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 blah. Rufus the Osteoborus was 6'4". Tail mod cons. You have the length, right? Oh, it's your length. I see. Very, very good. Yes. Hello again, Zilk Zong. I mean, there's no way to avoid checking the length first, I think, right? Do we have a guy who does this conveniently already? And I guess there is a way if we put them onto the scratch area. That might be the way to do it. Let's do this in the same way that we do it in the parser, where we save a scratch reset and a length. Like, we have this scratch pad thing for a reason, right? Like, that's what it's for. So, like, I think it's fine to do this. And we're gonna do this at the end anyway. And then this instead of iterating over this, right? We can just say while args is not equal to pit nil, args equal pit cutter args, and then we put these into scratch, right? We push them onto there. We say we alloc a cell, and we push pit car rt args. I think this is not the worst thing, and it will produce things that are the correct order, I believe. Let's see. Does this work? Make. If I say array 1, 2, 3. Well, that's not that's not right. Is that always how this goes? Oh yeah, it's just making an empty array. Well, that's not right at all. We're not incrementing the length is the problem. That'll do it. Also, it seems like our printer is flawed. Our printer seems to be flawed in the sense that it doesn't print the opening parenthesis. It replaces the opening parenthesis. Yes, it's no good. It's no good here, computer. Yes. Can we find where this is happening? Where is, yeah, here. We thought we were being very clever doing this. We do need some kind of check, I think. We need to make sure the thing is being incremented at least one time, right? Like the thing needs to grow at least once. Will this happen for empty lists too, actually, though? Is this a flaw of this also? Well, no, for empty lists we just print nil anyway, so it doesn't actually matter at all, right? Because they're I see. Okay, I understand the bit of the difficulty that we've been placed in. How do we resolve this? I guess we can just do this very easily. We can just say like if like just special case ithin.array.len is 0, do this guy else this, and honestly we just need to increment the thing once, right? That's all we got to do. And then we should have, yeah, good. And we can say this for like a quoted vector, or we can say this for a function call that makes a vector. No. Oh, it's not called vector, it's called array. Sure. I'm calling them arrays and not vectors because I don't intend to ever resize these. I think. I don't think I'm going to provide like a push or like any way to grow these guys because it's just going to be annoying to do. I think they are fixed size. They are fixed size mutable arrays. So like there's no need to I mean, I guess it is sort of annoying like for the hash map kind of thing, but like the operation that grows one is going to be explicitly like allocate a new one and copy the old contents over. We're not going to have like a way to grow these like internally, right? Like you just make maybe there's a thing to like do a push, but it makes a new array, which of course creates a bunch of garbage. But like we can, yeah, I don't know. Like Clojure gets away with having totally immutable vectors. Why not just use JavaScripts? I don't know. I mean, it's fun to write our own thing. This is the reason for it, I think. I like writing software. I'm enjoying that, and I think yeah, our thing is certainly much smaller than any JavaScript interpreter, even like the small QuickJS guy, right? Like this is like in total, it's probably like 1,500 lines of code. It's tiny. Okay, so what other things might we want on arrays? Does this also work? Can I make empty arrays as well? Yeah, good. We're all good. Hello, Crazy Kitty. Also, welcome in. We should also handle this well in. I guess empty arrays are fine, right? It'll just be a pointer to nothing. It'll be a pointer to a region, just the next thing on the scratch pad, right? Like you can allocate 0 bytes on the arena perfectly well. Make a list that compiles to elist but is not parenthetical. Are you a parentheses hater, Nick Scrage? Is this it? There are efforts in the past, right? There's like or do you mean parenthetical in like the like? I know something I do miss sometimes in YAML script is my favorite list. Oh, you're yanking my chain a little bit. You're being silly. Hello, Crazy Kitty. Though I see this Vera emote. Do you know Vera? Vera Simila. They are a longtime clonker. You have probably seen them over here quite a few times. They got the Twitch partner thing. They got the Twitch partner thing over the weekend. This was kind of good. It's kind of good a little bit. They got this. Actually they got the email notification for this while we were all hanging out, I think. So it was good. This Clojure syntax, to be fair. Yeah. I do like, to be honest, I'm a bit of a freak for this, maybe. I do like the leaves rock on the ground leaves. Hello, Rooftop Noon. Welcome in. I do kind of dislike this a little bit after getting used to other ways of doing it, right? I do really like the Clojure way. Like the plisty kind of. I do like this. I fuck with this heavily. And I do want this in eList. The dash.el does let you do this. Like you can say, let x1 x, right? Hello, end rune. Hello, hi, thank you. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I like this quite a lot. The problem with this is that the dashlet I don't think supports. Oh, does it actually work? Yeah, it doesn't support multiple variables. It only does this if you have only one. I don't know why they have this limitation on this. I should probably just like PR. Maybe there's a reason for it. I don't know. Oh no, Vera is live. We should stop doing this. Writing a bunch of CLJS lately. Yeah, this is a cool thing too. I was playing around with this for a while, for a bit a while ago. There's just like I was running into situations where I was like, it was sort of annoying to keep the browser, the REPL. Like if I was like refreshing the page in the browser, it's annoying to have this automatically reconnect because like they do like a weird little like 2 jump thing. They kind of have to make Emacs talk to the browser, right? A proper way to format, I don't want to make decisions about how to format. I mean, Lisps are kind of like this a little bit, at least. Although I'm also a weirdo and I format mine slightly differently. But this is most people are just going to format this the exact same way. It is sort of canonical. There is a thing called M expressions on top of Lisps. I don't know if you've seen this. This is like was like a proposed thing. I don't know if I really like it. But this is also something that is less parenthetical, maybe. I don't know. So yeah, basically. That is something. Yeah, it actually is kind of similar to K. Is sort of a connection I've made. Like the M expression. I wonder. It would be fun to like pick somebody's brain about this, but it feels like the K language, like can we find this? Do they have the funny website for this, the KX Systems website? No, this is the big website. Where is the one website? This website just says K on it. But K kind of has some elements of the M expression thing in its syntax a little bit. Obviously these examples are not quite, these are like very concise K, but like it's got some of that sauce in it a little bit. Okay. Where were we? I think we left off having the thing be working. So that's a good sign. What about other stuff? We want to have a bunch of, we're trying to have a bunch of things, right? A bunch of like common functions. We need a fold, first of all, right? We need freaking fold L and we need freaking fold R. These are definitely guys that we need for real. We also need filter, and we also need font. We just need all the common list guys, or otherwise this is going to be miserable. Furthermore, we need records. But now that we have arrays, we basically have records. Because what like a fixed size heterogeneous array? That sounds like a struct to me, friends. That sounds like a freaking struct. So we can really just write a macro that wraps I think we can write a macro that wraps the array stuff. We also need array operations. Like we're going to need I don't know. Like array get. This is a guy that we definitely want. We also probably want array sets. The created JavaScript, everything is an object. Well, I mean, like, they were doing everything as an object long before JavaScript, right? They were doing this, and it's honestly not even a horrible idea in like I don't know, in a certain setting, right? I feel like I'm not a very experienced small talker, but I feel like this is kind of an appealing thing in that world, or like in Ruby land. I just mean in the sense that like a struct, like there's not really much difference, right? Like in terms of like the memory layout of the thing, right? So here's what we're gonna do, right? Let's say let's give a little C example, or let's give like a pseudo code example, I guess. Can we go here? Can we say like struct.list, right? What we're gonna want is we're gonna want a thing that looks kind of like this, right? We're gonna say def struct foo, and it's gonna have guys. It's gonna have like X. It's gonna have Y, right? And then this is a macro that automatically defines a couple of functions, right? It defines a function called foo new or something like this, that just makes one of these. And what that's going to look like, it's going to have keyword arguments, and it's going to basically look like I don't know. It's gonna be making a vector of these guys, right? Of gets quargs X and gets quarg wargs y or something, right? Something like this, right? And it's also going to define functions like foo get x, right? Based on this symbol here. And these guys are going to be, they're going to look a lot like vector gets 0 v, right? And vector get 1 v, right? It's, well, what I'm saying here basically is that like a struct, like an actual struct is just a vector where we can retrieve these things. I think we'll probably throw an extra field in it for the type, so we'll probably also throw in like foo here, and then this can be offset by 1, so then we can then know like then two structs that have the same number of fields can be disambiguated, right? I think that's probably what we'll do. And this seems fine, right? Like it's good enough for our purposes, which is like we need to have like some convenient structs for like a symbol table entry or something, right? Like that's not bad. I'm not going to complain about it. Strings aren't objects. Is this the case? I don't know enough about JavaScript to comment on any of this, right? JavaScript, I was under the impression that it did have like primitives, right? Like are numbers objects in JavaScript? Is this a thing? Like numbers are definitely objects in some languages, right? They aren't, for example, they aren't in Python, right? Like a number does not have, oh, I guess it does. I guess there's like a, you can do this. I don't know. The, invalid decimal literal. Can I put this in parentheses and do stuff? Int object is not callable. Maybe this is just saying dir on the class. I think like the primitives are different in Python basically. But they have a little bit of a special casiness to them. I don't know. Hello Johnny Man 9. Anyway, let's write array get and array set. And we should really wrap these around new string is an object even if string is not. Yeah. There's like boxing on there's boxed versions and unboxed versions. This is how Java is, right? Like there's primitive integer types and there's also like boxed class versions. Type of object font. Yeah, I don't even have enough context to know about this guy. This pit array new. Okay. We're gonna want some fellows here. We probably want pit array get. And pit array get takes a runtime. It takes an array, and it takes a index. And it's gonna have to do the same old song and dance that a lot of these guys do, where it checks, okay, is this a reference? And if it is a reference, is it a reference to an array, right? Okay, once we've sorted that out, then we know that we can say some stuff, right? We can say if idx is greater than or equal to h in .array.len, then it's an error again. Although I don't know if we want to error on out of bounds or just return nil. I think it's probably better to error. Array index out of bounds. Does pit error actually take? Oh yeah, this guy does have var args. So we can say that. We can actually give the index here if we really want to. Cool. New style classes to Python. Built-in types have been new style classes. Yeah. No error on out of bounds, please. Python reminds me of the silly thing I heard mentioned on a Stack Overflow question, how to measure your dict in bytes. Definitely, yes, we will error. I mean, the alternative to error is silently returning nil, or we call this Lua. I mean, does Lua actually do this? Lua does a lot of freakish stuff, but I don't know if Lua actually does that. Like Lua does this, which is evil. Like this is insane evil to do this, but I think there are like ways you can make it not do that. If I say if I say 1, 2, 3, 1, how do I do, what is Lua literal, like, table syntax? It's like this? What is literal, are there no literal tables? There definitely are, right? Is it always curly? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. It's always curly mode. I'm too used to, I only write fennel these days. And what is it? What is array what is table indexing in this guy? The Lua manual. Hello, Siranid. Hello. Can we get this? Can we get this? What's the deal with tables? What's the deal with tables? What is their concepts? I see. Do I have to do variable assignment on this? If I say a equals, it's actually a difference. If I say a, this is Lua 5.3 also. You have to introduce it as an expression with parentheses around it. Okay, I understand. Okay, cool. But if I say 100, this is just nil, right? And if I say blah blah blah, this, yeah. Okay. I think I understand. So like this would be the Lua approach. But I think we kind of have to do both because we don't have like control flow modifying errors. I mean, like error, all this pit error does is set a flag that says, hey, an error has occurred. So we still do have to return a reasonable value. And we do have to possibly handle like these values gracefully, but like we can't like ever like assume that like input is valid or something, right? We kind of have like an error no type approach. And then we're like running the thing. Say we're like running a file. We just like check this and print it between every, and like possibly exit one between every like statement, basically between every like expression in the file. So that's like our current error handling mechanism. We have to be careful about this though, because you have to be like, you know, it's possible to make something that will like never bubble up the error, right? If like, but like I want to do this because I don't want to do like long jump style control exception handling. This is evil. Numbers are index, strings are keys, methods are objects, and tables are turtles or something like that. Yeah, this is what they're saying. Propagate nils, which is often what you want. Yeah. I think I also like nil propagation. I think probably I will handle this by having these guys basically do both and have a thing that catches errors, which is just like ignore errors in this, which is kind of gross, but like, I don't know. Or alternatively, we'll just do like the threading macro style nil propagation thing, which is probably like the proper way to do this. Anyway, if this isn't the case, we're just returning h in .array.data idx. That seems pretty good to me. You can just long jump. Well, the problem with long jump is I think it produces, if we want to run this in weird settings, it's annoying. It's like as we saw with the WASM thing before, right? Long jump makes thing annoying. Possibly, probably just WASM. Yeah, fair. But like, where's runtime.h? Is this where we're going? Array new. We also have array get. We also have array set, please. Pit, which takes an index and a pit value v. Okay. Array set will be much the same. We really should probably factor out a lot of this checking, a lot of these checks. We have them duplicated in many places. I think I thought I was going to do that, and I just never did that. That would be something to do, but I don't think we care to do it right now. I think I'm happy to have this be mostly duplicated. That's not going to kill us. That is not going to kill us immediately. Can we say, instead of all of this stuff, this equals v, return v. zlib uses long jump, doesn't it? I don't know enough about the internals of zlib. Maybe I can buy it. Indexes. Oh yes, we should check this too because these are signed, right? Index is less than 0. Sure. Okay, cool. What's your problem? Oh yes, we need to actually implement these things on this side too. Where is impl array? Here. We also want to have get and sets. So what is array get looking like? Array get has a couple of fellows. There is a pit value r, which is pit car args. There's also a pit value idx, which is pit. I really should just write catter. Pit cdr rt args. And then we're just saying return pit array get rt r pit as integer, which will error and return -1 if it fails. idx. Cool, and you're just r. Good. Good. I think this is really good. Can we do set also? Now we have v too. Just wrap another coder on this. How does mscripting handle long jump? I think they do. We looked at this before. I don't actually know. I don't remember enough. It's unholy. It's something utterly. It's gross. I think the only way. Like you have to kind of like unravel your functions to do this, I assume, right? Because I think the only like branching mechanism, like inter-procedural branching kind of thing you have in WASM is like function calls, right? So I assume you have to like do like, I don't know. I don't remember what it was, but I remember looking at it, and we did a bunch of streams about this, but I remember it being like pretty gross. I'm sure we could make Clang. We could spit this out somehow and then see what it looks like. But I don't know if it's what we want to do right now. Okay. Well, we have arrays now. We have arrays. Can we get from them? If I say array get 0, 1, 2, 3. Invalid use of value is integer. Okay. Well, it's because this is reversed, and also I don't want it to be like that. I want these to be the other way around. So I want this to be IDX, I want this to be R. I want this to be IDX, I want this to be V, I want this to be R. They CPS the whole program. That's, I don't know if that is what it is. I think I would not be surprised if it was something like that. Like that's how you would do it. I mean, I guess we can look it up. mscripting long jump. Do we know about this at all? I assume it must be that. Oh no, it's through WASM's. WASM has an exception handling mechanism. That's what it is. Oh yes, and that's the thing we were having to like add in WASM bindgen. It uses this. It does it in a few different ways, right? It can do it using the WASM exceptions, which are like the exact kind of like non-local control flow you need. Or it can blah blah blah. Their JavaScript based support, I don't actually know what this does. It says it has relatively high overhead in terms of code size. That makes me think they're doing some kind of CPS ass thing, but yeah. And also this is funny because they use the WebAssembly exceptions, and because C++ exception support also uses this, it makes it so you cannot call set jump within a C++ catch clause. They're doing unholy nonsense either way, right? Like this is evil that this like breaks the language, right? That this is exposed enough. The implementation of this is exposed enough that it like, but like, you know, it's funny. I wonder if we could like, what did they do before then? Just use special versions of zlib PNG without long jump? I assume they're doing this JavaScript based thing, which I assume is, what do they say for JavaScript based exceptions? They just mention it has high overhead. Like, can we find what they are doing with this? Like, it's hard to know. Mscriptin exceptions, continuation. If I search continuation, is that going to give us something that is? Are we going to learn about an outcome? Are we going to learn about some kind of thing? Well, I don't know. We'd have to dig into it a little bit more. But I would sort of guess that it's something like that. Can we say array gets 0, 1, 2, 3? Wow. We sure can. Can we say 2? Wow, it's the right number. What if I say 10? Wow, it's not right. Wow, it's the wrong thing. Oh, it's, you know what, it's the wrong thing because we're not passing. Are we not passing the index? Is that what's going on here? And our guy is getting all discombobulated here? No. What's your deal then? You should be telling us array index out of bounds. Clearly there's some kind of error that has been set. But it is an empty string. And this is a little scary. This is scary. What if I just say array index out of bounds? Is this fair? The is this what we do here? Array gets 10, 1 empty. Okay, this works. Am I just fucking up my format? Is it not L? Is that not what this is? The what is minus 10, 1? 9. Yeah. Okay. Can we do this? If I do this again, array gets 10 empty. Okay, there we go. Okay. This is fair, I think. I don't totally loathe this. In fact, I think it's probably kind of good. Can we set as well? Can I actually just say comment run pits? Or rather, can I comment run /pits? Okay, we can just do this. Now we have, like, we can press up arrow and things like this. If I say set q x 1 2 3. If I say x, wow, it's 1 2 3. I can say things like array set 2 to 10 in it can be, it's heterogeneous too. I can set it to foo in x, right? And then if I say x, it's set 1 to foo, right? This is good, right? Wow, we have working arrays. Let's write the necessary guys, right? So we want, like, we're currently missing a lot of list functions as well as a lot of array functions. Like, can we bring up, where's our list of stuff that we basically have, right? Lists are very minimal, right? We only basically have map on them, and then the usual, like, car cutter stuff on consoles. And arrays, we only have get and set. We're gonna want fold. We're going to want a fold, / reduce, and a filter and a find. And we're going to want, and also an each, / 4, and we're going to want all the same for this. So let's, and I think we're also going to want a way to make a big empty array. That seems reasonable, right? Like, that's often a thing you want, like making a big array full of nils. Is kind of common, right? Like just saying like hey, give me an array of 1,000 zeros, right? This is like a thing you frequently want to be doing. Let's do that then. And do we want to call them, like, I kind of am trying to have like a convention for these guys. Like, I don't know. I think just saying array is probably fine. Let's write I don't know. Array repeat or something like this, right? And let's say, where is impl? I should be jumping to these guys, but I don't know. Here is this fellow here. Array repeat. He can just take a length, right? He can take his length directly. So for him, although we don't want to explode the scratch area necessarily on this, is there a good way for us to do it? I think we kind of have to either way, right? Like we'll deal with it. We'll fucking deal with it if we need to. And if it becomes a problem, we can always change how it works in the future. Okay. So we're gonna want to take in this guy. Hello, tilted over. Welcome in. It's good to see you. We're going to want to take a value and a length, right? From this. And like we don't have to do this shit anymore, right? We can just loop up to the length and like, right? It's not hard, right? This guy is not how do you say difficult? Although I guess this guy, we should probably just make a new primitive. I think we want to avoid this unnecessary copying around of things. Let's go over to runtime. Where's array? Where's pit array new? Here it is, right? Pit array new takes, like, let's change this guy up. Let's call this from buff or something like this. Pit array new should just allocate an array and not fill it with anything, or fill it with nils or something, right? Like it should just take a length and not have the buffer copying, mem copying sort of stuff going on here. We can sort of split these guys apart. So this guy can just take this. He still wants to do all of this stuff. But he doesn't care about the mem copy. That's the main thing he can avoid. He no longer needs any sort of mem copying nonsense here. Okay. Where are we? I think we do probably want to fill the guy up with nil though, right? Like like we want to memset dest. What is memset's flavor? He just takes an individual byte, so he's not very. We can just say for we say int I equals 0. For I is less than len plus plus I. Right? And just say I don't know. Like dest I equals pit nil. I think this is fine. We don't need to set data. We still set data to dest. We still set this. We also want an additional check here, I think, for if this guy is negative, right? If len is less than 0, we want to say pit error rt failed to create array of negative size. This kind of stuff. Return pit nil. Yeah. Okay. And then we can just reuse this guy, right? We can just say down here. Oh, well, I don't know. It's sort of annoying. Hello, Spheriforia. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, friend. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Welcome. Hello, raiders. Can we shout out Sphero? Sphero is very cool. Colonq, hello. They put me back on here. No, 0 is allowed. You can sort of logically have an empty array, right? This is fair, right? Blood pressure 29/4. Hello, Gray Hatter. No, this is evil. It's my disk space. It's disk usage. You weren't on Friday. I didn't know what to do. Well, I'll be back. I went to a convention. I'm sorry for this. Hello. How are you doing? How is it going, Sphero? How are things? How's the projects? No going outside? Yeah, I mean, I basically felt this way after, I don't know. It was fun though. I got to visit with people, but like, yeah. Hello, Kevin RPB and Grey Hatter and all. I'm LCOLONQ. If you don't know me, I pretend to be letters, and I also pretend to talk about computer stuff sometimes. We're currently we are beefing up a little Lisp interpreter that we wrote a while ago, with the eventual intention of getting it beefy enough to add to write a little compiler in it. This is our intention. This is what we're going for. So and we're currently, like, I don't know, we're moving bytes around is kind of the idea here, I think. I really don't want to duplicate all of this, but I think we kind of have to, or I guess I can. Okay. I guess I can just write like a helper function that actually does the work, and that just returns the heavy value. That's probably what we need to be doing. Pit value heavy pointer pit array new helper static. We'll call it this even to make it even more obvious. I fuck with pit value heavy. Yeah. We love pit value. This is just what I don't know what people normally call this. Hello, Ember_after_dark. Also, welcome in. Hello. I don't know what people call this usually. I just call this a heavy value, right? Like the way our values are in this little interpreter, right? Is most of the values are just like a single word that's like a nan boxing thing, right? So like it's either a double if it's not a nan, or if it is a nan, it's like we squeeze a little tag in here and it's either an integer or like a symbol, in which case the data is like just like a reference into a symbol table, or it's like a reference to one of these heavy value guys, heavy objects. And the heavy values are like the actual things that are, there's probably a term for this, right? Heavy seemed like the right word for it because they're like I don't know. They're the big guys that actually have multiple words of shit going on in there. Actually too many probably. I need to like, yeah, he's a beefy boy. So I don't know. We're getting there. Okay. I think actually what we'll do is we'll actually even move this initialization out of there. Big Chungus. Hello, Zeke JT too. Pit value Big Chungus. I feel this is just cumbersome though. You could call it Chungus, but this is a little too. I feel like the word Chungus has sort of taken on like when people say Chungus, they're meaning things like people I hear this more in the context of saying things like fuck my stupid Chungus life, etc. Right? Like this is like the kind of expression that this is sort of grown around it, and it doesn't really mean just big anymore. It kind of has a different sort of meaning. I don't know. Yeah. Quirk Chungus. Yeah. It has it's adopted a different kind of. There's a different kind of spice on there. Okay. What do we want to be doing with this? This pit heavy. This whole thing is making it very aggravating to use. We probably should have thought about this in the past. I mean, I guess we can just dereference the guy. Fine, let's just do this. Fuck. Delete all that shit we just did. Get rid of all this shit we just did. Say pit value ret is pit array new rt len. Sure. And then instead of mem copying to dest, do this stuff again. Just assume it's already a reference. I guess we're already doing that, so it's actually not a problem at all. This should be we should null check this just to be safe. I think. I think that's fine, and then we can just mem copy this into h_in.array.data. Also, what is Sphero working on currently? What is the current? Can we check this? I will check this for real. I feel like I'm so out of like, I've been knocked out of my like my normal cadence here. I normally have at least some idea of what Sphero is currently doing. We need to know this. PNG reader. Okay, this makes fair. This makes sense. We need to do this too eventually, instead of just relying on Farbfeld to do it for us forever. Or I guess these days we're relying more on our own QOI reader to do it for us. Get the color calibration data out of it so I can render previews correctly when I generate monitor color profiles so I could see in video games. Okay, fair. You have a similarly absurd tree of dependencies for your current thing. This is relatable. Is this still for arc raiders? I know you were doing like yeah, trying to make arc raiders visible for a while. Okay, does this work still? Maybe it does. Okay, can we go to library to make the thing compile, please? Okay. Now we can say stuff like, what is this? You're called, let's call you pit array repeats. We'll say pit value ret equals pit. Also, we need to change everywhere we call pit array new. Fuck. From, these are all from buff now. Also in the parser, this is from buff. Explicitly does not do anything about color space. Yes. I was making it, you know, we need to do this because we need to read freaking PNGs. For more mundane reasons. Okay. Let's see. Can we say this is pit array new RT-len? You are pit as integer this. I can read PNGs. It's like yeah. I guess interpreting PNGs is the real thing that we want. This is very fair. Okay. We don't need any of this scratch space shit. What we do need, though, is we need to get the contents of the PNG. Or not the PNG, excuse me, of this. We need to grab the guy. We are making him so we know he is this, so we'll just error like this. We don't need to check aggressively that he is actually an array, because he will, you know, he's an array. He's got to be an array. We don't need to sanity check that much. Okay, and then here, this can just be the thing we want it to be. For this, when do we get PNG value heavy? Soon, maybe. Hello, Rudiger Smoot. Also, welcome in. And welcome back from tacos. How is the pit? The pit is pretty good. It's warm and cozy down here. There's not many bugs. And the bugs that there are not the stinging bugs. I see. You're the wrong man. You are the wrong man. Also, this should be, why are we ever saying int? That is evil of us. Okay, can we say I64 ILEN is this? Please. You are ILEN. And for all of these guys, we just want to say h in.array.data. I equals V. Okay. I think this is good. We can build. Okay, let's try this. Do we have comments? Do we have pits? Do I have a comment buffer? No, I don't. If I say comment run /pit, can I say stuff about this now? I can still say 1, 2, 3, right? Yeah. Can I say stuff like array 1, 2, 3? Yeah. Can I say array repeats? Like foo 10? Okay, that's pretty good. How big can they be? If I say repeat 100, wow, it can be 100. How long? Okay, it does run out, and it prints 1,000,000 spaces, but this is due to, I don't know why, this is due to an error in the pretty printer. So, that's good. That's good. We can, how long before, you know, it will explode eventually, you know. It will seg fault, in fact. I don't know why it seg faults. That's kind of evil and horrible. I suspect that may be related to the error in the pretty printer. But that's not a good sign by any means. Can we also, was the process okay, we're good. I guess we can test this. Where is, can we make array.lisp, a little test case here? If I say array, hello Ilarezi, welcome in. Array repeats foo 10,000. This consistently crashes, right? This failed to allocate array now. Huh. Well then, that's exciting. What if I do 1,000 before this? Well, it crashes. But doing this in a REPL does not crash. Potentially. Like if I just copy these here, this works, and then this seg faults. Does just the second thing? No. Okay, we are in devil land. They put us in hell. Okay. Why is that? Where are we seg faulting also? Can we run this guy in GDB? Or I guess can we just run this guy? Valgrind is probably the easiest way to do this. I don't want to deal with. We have Valgrind. Welcome back, A squared. This is good. Array got too damn heavy. They put us in hell on this. Okay, where does the seg fault actually occur? I feel this will make it obvious. What is the address of invalid read of size 8 at pip bytes new? Okay. What is interesting. Very cool. A bunch of spaces and a 0 ASCII. Yeah. There's something strange happening in the pretty printer there. And there's also something strange happening. Oh, yes, you mean this guy, this address. Yeah, there is an evil thing happening here. We are smashing somebody here, I think. Somebody is getting very smushed. I think this pretty printer guy is what's doing it, right? I think that's why it doesn't occur. I think, you know, we can replicate it probably in here. If I say print this, if I say print that, that's going to explode in the same way. Yes. Okay, good. Good. Why does that explode? Why does this... So it's an error in the pretty printer. Can we go to the runtime and see why there is an error in the pretty printer? This is pit dump, I think, is what we're calling this. Which is kind of a poor name for it, given that it's not just like a debug dump guy. It is like the actual pretty printer for the thing now. But we'll keep calling it this for now. I wonder, like, we are... We call pit dump and we give it a buffer, right? And we give it a buffer of a certain length, and I bet that length is, like, 1,000. Like, where is this? Like, if we go to library, where is the implementation of impl... Where's impl prints? Yeah, we give it a buffer on the stack that is 1024 long. Yeah. It looked like 1024. Yeah, this goes crazy. Why can I count 1024 characters by vibes? This is kind of nuts, actually. this is okay. Actually, if we go back over to our home, how long is this actually before it explodes? It's probably exactly 1024, but it's 1023. Yeah, it's there. But why is it? So we're writing off the end of the buffer, and then we are putting people. Oh, we're just never checking this, I think. Like, we definitely check this in list land. I think we just don't check this here. We just have no length check on the buffer. Yeah. Cool. Epic. Nice. We're supposed to be returning the length that we actually wrote. Why are we returning buff minus... Why are we returning n minus buff in the failed cases? Also, why... This is going to be negative. I think our error handling here in general is very fucked. Like, what... Like... This is going to be like, we are checking, this is 0 or negative, right? We are subtracting a value that is greater than end from end. And these are both pointers too. Like, this is not where we want to be, I think. I think realistically we want this to be start minus buff. Well, that's not good. Not good at all, I think, computer. Also these, but like, I think in general our checking on this is quite poor. It sort of sucks, right? Because we kind of don't know. We have to check if we're writing over the end in like a million places, right? Like, say we're like dumping a list of strings, right? Yeah, it's a matter of what we return, and I think like we just want to return like. How are we? Yeah, it's recursive is the problem, right? He is John recursive. We're in general returning how many bytes we wrote, right? Because this is like a useful thing. I think like in that case we should just always return buff minus start. That's what we ought to be doing. And yeah. We should do this. The problem is it's somewhat cumbersome because of the... I mean, I guess it's not that cumbersome. It's fine. But we should check this. Like, we have ends. Like, we can just check this all the time. Although, wait, is it undefined behavior to go, like, pointer, like, fuck. Even doing the arithmetic to go past the end of the guy on these pointers, is this UB? You can be one past the end. Okay, fair. So we have to be, we're actually wrong here too. We have to be extra careful about the, how do you say, yeah. we have to be extra careful about this, because this SN printf is bad, right? Because this like buff, we're not checking this, right? We're not checking that there is enough space left in buff to write end minus buff bytes. Or I guess we are giving it, okay, this is fair. We're giving it end minus buff, right? So this will, and we are frequently checking if buff is greater than equal to end. Eagerly check most things. Yes, I think so. I think we just need to like solidify this a little bit more. Let's move some stuff around here. We always know about these guys, right? We don't need these start and end fellows here. These guys are around all the time. Okay. If I can put a but, yeah, I think that the issue was that I was trying to mix this with SN printf, but we should be just like more fine in general. We need to check everywhere that we write a byte. Basically. So we should just write a helper that like. What about the first? Yeah, like this is bad too. Although no, like len is the size of the buff, right? So like this guy himself cannot overwrite buff. What is this code style? It's evil. It's evil. I don't know what I was on when I wrote this. I was nuts. I was nuts when I was doing this. We were on some kind of why the fuck did I write it this way? Yeah, that this is kind of diabolical. Can we not do this? Let's think for a second here. These guys are all fine and easy, right? We're just doing SN printf. We give SN printf the len. It's all good, right? SN printf is never going to write more than len. It's the recursive cases down here when it's a ref that are a problem. I think and we check this against the len too. We're all good on these guys. Down here we have to be more careful about things. What about the null? We handle the null terminator separately at the end. This guy does not actually care about putting the null terminator in the buffer. He explicitly does not do this. But he returns the length that he actually wrote, so you can just do this after. You can do this after. We should probably document this also. But all of these fellows, they need to have some work done, right? Like the invariant of this function should be that it never writes. It assumes that buffer is. It can write len bytes to buff, right? Len is the length of buffer. It can write len bytes to buff. But of course, buff is going to be changing a bunch because we are writing in different places in the buff. So in general, the number of bytes that we can that are like left that we are allowed to write is end minus buff, right? This is why we're doing it this way, right? And where end is buff plus len. So end is like the end pointer, right? It's one past the end of buff potentially. So as long as we always update buff, which is why we're doing it. It's like I set it up this way so we can say this for writing single characters. We can say this plus equal guy for doing a recursive dump or an SN printf, right? This is how he is. The problems lie in places where we are not checking this in between writes, right? Anytime we could change buff, we have to check if buff is now greater than equal to end, because we could have hit the end at that point, right? Because then we can end in a position where buff is greater than end. So we have to check this every single time. Hello. Welcome, Mod. Mod is here. We're checking buff. We're getting buff. And if we hit the end, I mean, I think it's just a matter of an if space buff macro guy. Yeah, honestly, probably we just want this. Sure. I think this is not horrible. And I can just define, like, let's just do this. Define, are we still elfing? We are elfing a little bit. We are doing a little bit of elfing. Let's say, like, not allowed to be greater, though. Yeah, let's call this check buff or something, right? This guy is just check buff, and I'm just literally going to hard code the variable names in this guy. We're going to call this guy something like, I don't know. He assumes n and buff are in scope. I think the only place we don't even need to check that, like we just need to check if we can, like, write 1 byte at a time, right? I think imagine parameterization. Yeah, God, imagine. If buff is greater than or equal to end, we return what we actually wrote, right? Which is it's not 0, right? Because remember, it's recursive, right? So we have to bubble up the fact that we have filled up the entire buffer, right? So the thing we need to return is, it's either len or len minus 1. I think it's actually probably buff minus start, right? Which is like, if you're only writing the last 1 character, it's buff minus start. Yeah. What did you do? We're doing evil deeds. We are committing hell crime, I'm afraid, XOR Xavier. Hello. And we want to do this frequently. We would like to do this very frequently. Before we do fucking anything. The Twitch feature? Wait, what? Oh, it's something that happened 20 minutes ago. Oh, I see. It's a Twitch feature. I see. Hello. Yeah. This is what we're kind of going for more than anything. I saw a segmentation fault. Yes, we're doing some evil deeds here, I fear. We are working on that currently, actually. We are fixing that at present. Anywhere we can do this, we need to do it this way. We need to be doing it this way. Actually, this start also is a little bit sus. This guy could also be a little bit sus, but we need to pay attention to him a little bit. We need to pay attention to him a little bit too. Although honestly, we can fix a lot of guys if we just add the check buff here too. The macro is the salt or pepper of programming. Yeah, something like this. Really, I should just write a macro for, like, writing characters. This is a pretty printer. He is John Beautiful. He is Jonathan Beautiful. But he is also broken, so he is causing issues. Check buff. What was that sound? There was, like, some sort of Minecraft cave noise. I don't know what to make of this. Check buff. It's bounds checking. It's bounds checking buff. If so, why? Because it's if we're out of bounds, we return and explode. You could do this up front. It's recursive. It's recursive, so we don't actually know how many bytes we are writing within a given call. Because it's a pretty printer, right? It's printing a tree. So it has to do this. And you're writing to a fixed size buff. Yes, we are writing from an arbitrarily large tree into a fixed size buff and terminating if we fill the buffer up. Why are you pretty printing to a fixed size buff? Because it's useful. Because you need to, right? It's a freaking fixed size buff sometimes. Yeah, because dynamic allocation is hard. :3 yum emoji. This is mostly why. Yes, this is kind of the devil. Also, if you're asked, the most simple. The thing is, within the library. We do not call. The thing is, if we do this, we have to build an allocator. Right? We do not call malloc, except in one place where we set up the buffers for the first time, and even then, we're not going to do that forever. We do not call. Yeah, we could do this if we wanted to, I guess. Sure, we could do like, we just do not have this at the moment. It's all fixed size buffers at present. Anyway, okay, does this fail in a way that is less horrible? Okay, we no longer segfault, we now say failed to allocate array. But also, we no longer write the freaking... of course, because we write the thing at the end. It no longer gets that. That's kind of freaking awkward. The early return makes it so we no longer write the...
That's so fucked. Oh my god.
We no longer... Yeah, we need some kind of stream of... We know... Oh my... Because there's things that need to happen at the end, right? Even if we... Okay. How do we fix this? How do we fix this, gamers? We could do the worst thing of all time. I propose that we could do the worst thing of all time. We could parameterize, but in an intensely evil way. Also, yes, actually, GoTo is actually the solution. Hello, Nelectric. Are GoTo labeled scopes? Is GoTo scoped? Is that a thing? Can I have a label here that has the same name as a label elsewhere? Like, can I have air here? And like, can we do this? Are we allowed? Because we're always just returning buff minus start, right? It's literally, we're always doing this. Can we call this end? Are we allowed to have multiple end? Is that... I mean, it's not actually a huge problem if we don't have multiple ends. Oh, we are not. So let's call this array end. Let's call this list end. And then all of these check buff guys. All of these check buff guys, they are parameterized with a label. This is like, I'm convinced that this is actually, yeah, there are many better ways we could do this, but this is kind of funny. Go to fail real quick. Can we I mean, there's one guy who we do want many of these to be still just the return though, right? Some of them, like, let's have this guy be, it's called check buff label, and he can be go to label. He takes label. Can you name the labels after the zodiac? Yes. Okay. Here. This is just saying these are unused. These guys, these fellows here, these fine fellows. Hello X_acro, also welcome in. These guys can all be that. They can be S check buff or check buff label. Lists end. Yes. And similarly down here, they can be check buff label array end. Okay. How horrible. Hello Nelectric though, and X-Acro. Welcome in, friends. If you like this stuff, if you like whatever nonsense we are doing right now, you can check this out. Why so many ends? Because we're writing different characters. Does this work? Yes. Thank you for the sub, X-Acro. Also, welcome in. You have a good name. This is making me think about the Acro bike in Pokemon Emerald. This kind of goes. You can go on the little rails. You can go on the little rails, and it has a very unintuitive thing. Yippee, software. Yes, we are operating software now. All of this to avoid, really what we want to not do this is we want a string abstraction that allows us to grow the string to arbitrary size. But Yes. Well, it is what it is. You need to pass in an alloc callback. Yeah. But this is difficult for a variety of reasons. For one, the language itself does not have. Yes, it sort of uses realloc. The thing, okay, so the thing, we're doing it this way because we don't want the thing to be dependent on libc that much in the long run, right? We're doing, yes, sure, we're doing snprintf here, but I'm confident we can write snprintf if we want to, really. Hello, ultra stimulation, right? And I'm also confident that we can write, but I don't want to pretend that a general purpose heap allocator exists. We can certainly write realloc, but I don't want to like pretend this is a guy. The goal of this guy, right, is that you allocate memory for him up front. Like for example, right now all of the memory is being allocated in where is arena alloc? Where is runtime new? Right now we're just saying like, hey, give us a bunch of memory regions. These guys call malloc, but they don't have to necessarily. We can make them just like take a fixed size buffer. So I think like the eventual interface I want for this is like this guy just like takes a buffer. It fills the buffer, like it like partitions the buffer up to a bunch of different regions. And then yeah, so like we do want, like it would be cool to have like, yeah, like if we do like we can do it eventually. We probably do want a little heap allocator inside of this eventually. We just have not written him yet. Pretty printing the user does want a little bump pointer in there. Yeah. So we need to like think about how we're going to do this in the long run, but for now this is like the easiest way to do it. Is to do this thing. And the goal is like there are no calls at runtime to like libc malloc, libc realloc guys, right? It's like this. This is the intention. Yeah. No, it's good for this. We're still working it out. But this is fine now. We mostly care about like having this error properly. And I think this is fine. We can explode. We don't have local freezing. We also don't have this, but like that, it won't be at the language. We can have like a thing that lets us get. We're working it out. We're figuring out the details. And this is now good enough. We can make 1,000 items. We cannot make 10,000 items. Okay. Can we shout out ultrastim too? Ultrastim is cool and my friend. And has a good name. We love this name. I just like the word ultra is just like inherently kind of good. I feel like this is one of the cooler like things, right? Like hyper is good. Ultra is also good. Like these are like strong. They're not like, this is not like an SI prefix, right? This is not, we're not talking about kilo units or something, but calling it ultra just kind of goes. Okay. Ultra should be an SI prefix. Yeah. Okay. Where were we then? We have array. We have the ability to make array by repeating thing. Where is array repeat? Yeah. Okay, here we go. We need map too. Can we get array map? Is that possible? Hi COLONQ, hi Clippy. Hello IHQMD. Array gets. We need to do a little bit of mapping now. We also probably need a way to get the length of an array. That is a frequently useful operation, I would say. Do we have a way to get the length of a list even right now? This is, or are we? We don't. Okay, cool. Very, very good. Okay, so R is the first arguments. Can we just do the thing to get him? Get him, please. Yeah, they do know their length. This is free, right? But we need to wire the wires up correctly. We need to plug the wires into the right places to make that happen. We actually even have pit lists. Do we have like a length guy? Do we have we definitely have length. Fuck. Where's runtime.h? Do we not have this? It appears we do not have a function for getting the length of a list. A helper here. Hello, Maxi Moose. Welcome. What am I looking at? Way too dank. What does way too dank look like? I don't even have this emote. There's no way too dank. It's not. We don't have that one around. They got rid of this. They no longer have it here. Where I don't know. Oh, there it is. I see it now. It's global. Oh, it just wasn't showing up on my screen. It's a guy's face inflating and exploding. I see. We definitely get like length some places, right? We definitely do this. I don't know. Can we like write a helper that does this? Can we like write i64 pit lists len that takes a pit value x's or something? I don't know. And go to runtime.c. Where's pit list? Yeah, this is a Lisp interpreter. This is the reason for the season, Maximus. It's a little interpreter for a little programming language. You can see the source code here. It is not that big. It is a small little C guy. He is pretty. I think actually there are some gnarly bits, but I think he is by and large pretty easy to understand. He has you know. He has himself set up in a way that is not horrendous. Okay, let's say stuff like this is not hard, right? Equals 0 while x is not equal to pit nil. Ret plus equal 1. X's equals pit cutter. RT x's. Return ret. Wow, we can get the length of lists. Can we have an array length helper also? I think we would like that too. Can we have array len that returns an i64, takes an array. Where is array from buff? Here you are. Very good. You can do the same. We need to do the same kind of dereferencing little dance that we really should. We really should put this, because we do this for a bunch of different types in some kind of macro. The problem is we often want to return different things. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Sort of a pain. We actually want to be erroring here most of the time too, I think. Probably. Right? Like this guy here, we actually want to be pits error RT, like, are we saying not a ref? Yeah, we are. I don't know. Our errors are not very, they don't have to be good. They have to let us know where. They're more like assertions, honestly. We need to know where to fix the thing. And this is a return pit nil in these cases. And then this guy here, we can just returnhin.array.len. Okay, and then over in library.c, these are easy now. We can just say return pit new integer rt pit array len rtr. Is pit new integer? Do you not exist? What's your problem? Huh? Pit, what are you called? Oh, you're integer new. Of course. You don't exist. You're fake. You're fake. You're false. We also want this for list though, right? We want list len, but this is just gonna wrap the call to list len here. Okay. So then we can go, where's list map? Let's add list len. Here we go, list len, and also array len. Also set should have the little guy on him too. Hello Topocato, welcome in. Here we go. Here we go. We have, we can get, we can set, we can do all kinds of stuff. We can make arrays, we can check their length. Does this work? Can we see if it freaking works? If we say this, if I say array len 1 2 3, wow, it works. Cool. If I say array len empty, it works. Cool. If I say array len foo, it tells me that's not a ref, which is not a very helpful error message, but it is something that kind of indicates what's going on a little bit. I think we need some way to propagate error context around so we can do this a little more nicely. But like we have the basis for some kind of error handling. This will continue to yell at us. What if we give it something that is a ref? What's another thing that is a reference type? I guess a string is, right? If I say foo here, well, that's wrong. Well, that's clearly wrong. Can we get a Y Combinator? I think we can just directly recurse. We don't even need Y Combinator, but we can definitely write him if we really want to. Let's do that in a second. I think we're probably just not. Where's array len? We're not checking this properly. We need to handle that here too. We're being very naughty here. We're fucking everything up. Not an array. We're doing all sorts of evil stuff. This is why I really need to consolidate this into a set of macros or something, I think. Okay. Let's see. Okay, now if I do this, if I say array len foo, it'll yell at us that it's not an array. Cool. Can we do this? What's Jonathan Y Combinator? There's a couple of related guys based on whether the language is lazy or not, if I recall, right? There's a bunch of these fellows, right? What's this guy here? We can probably do this guy pretty easily for sure, right? If we say what do we want to do? It's sort of annoying here because we're also using it's a Lisp 2, right? So it's sort of obnoxious for this reason. But we can say something like, I don't know, seq_y to lambda f, and what does lambda f do? Well, do we have fun? Oh, we don't have fun call. No, we must. We definitely have fun call. We totally have fun call. Oh, we do. Okay, good. Thank the Lord. We can say fun call lambda x fun call f fun call x calling himself the Lord now. Stop. Okay, this probably gets us somewhere. Can we give this guy something interesting and like, you wrote it, right? Huh? What am I evil? Do we have, it's not even called, we give it the wrong name. I wrote the fun call. So this guy just exists, right? Can we make him do something? Can we make him be doing something? If we say, like, I don't know, fun call y on some kind of fellow, and he needs to take a how do you say, like, let's do like this. If we make a guy here that takes an f, right? He takes an f. He takes an f. Not responsible for any good choices he may have made. Yeah, never. I mean, I don't know. I think I probably am. It doesn't have to be so crazy like this. It can just be normal. If I say foo, this guy is going to have to how do you say? What is the shape that this ends up looking like unwrapped? I think we have to. We can give this guy some different things and see how he fares, right? Just ignoring, if we just ignore F, right? We'll just immediately get evaluation stack overflow. I think we're probably recursing too eagerly. We probably need to wrap this in several other lambdas. Thank you for the shader, Lumi. This is a really good one. And it creates some cool aliasing effects now that we've reduced the resolution. You can see these like bubbles that kind of go. Stack Overflow and Y Combinator, my favorite websites. Yes, it's kind of good. Yeah, I think we would have to wrap. We would have to do some stuff to make this guy be less eager, to make him play well. But he does explode. You know, he does overflow the stack, right? Yeah, like they talk about this guy down here, defining him with an extra parameter, right? You gotta have the X parameter on fix as well, right? When I search for wiggle, it definitely has a wiggling nature to it. It's a well-known fool and jerk, always leaving problems for future Colonq, who is a well-known saint and hero. This is kind of how it is, right? What is present Colonq then, though? I don't know. I think elusive. He's mostly elusive. Let's get this going then. Past participle Colonq. Future imperfect Colonq. A fiend. Present Colonq is on a tangent. Hello, Caddy Shot. Welcome in. Also, if I did not say so, I think I did say so. I almost always do say so, and then I don't remember saying so. Let's get map going. Future would never be imperfect. Past Colonq definitely is though. Okay, can we get where's list map? We're just doing this. What about, I mean, array map is kind of easy, I think. Like it's kind of a little bit easy. I'm gonna steal a bunch of list map for this, but like array map, we have a func, we have an array. We don't even need to have a return value because we're gonna mutate it. We're gonna return the same. Oh, honestly, we probably want the array map to be. Fuck. Do we want it to be mutating or not mutating? Like, what is the thing? I think probably. Probably it's nicer for there to be both versions, honestly. Mutating. We're becoming a mutant. Here we can just say, I guess, I don't know, pits 2 versions. Yeah. Let's call this pit array repeat. Pit array new. Non-mutating is wasteful. Please save the bytes for running out. See if you've seen RAM prices. This is a fair point. Which is why we were considering garbage collection also. Actually, that is so good. When we do the inevitable garbage collector stream, the inevitable LCOLONQ garbage episode, we have to, the bit has to be its RAM prices running out. That's good. That's really fun, I think. Okay. Array new len. I64 len is pits array len RTR. You are this. Make a new man. I64 is 0 for I is less than lots. I'll just say this too. I have a computer networks exam tomorrow. Wish me luck, boys. Wish you your good luck. I hope it's good. What kind of networking is this about? Is this like they're talking about layers? They're talking about layers on there. They're talking about TCP, IP, and things. They're talking about this sort of stuff. They're talking about Reno. This is kind of fun stuff. Making friends kind of networking. Yeah, like this. It's like going to the event and thinking you have to move outside of your comfort zone. This makes me sick. I hate hardware. No, you should come to love it. You'll love it eventually, I think. I predict this about you. Okay. Well, we want to just apply this, and then I guess let's just set the new one. I guess it's fine, right? Like this seems okay. It doesn't have to be car anymore. It can just be it can be pit. This can be pit array get RTRI. So this guy will be the non mutating form. The non-mutant form of map. And we have him now. Where is array? We get him. We have array map. I guess we can just we're doing this exclamation point thing for guys who have side effects. We can just make also map with exclamation point, and then he will have a different nature. If I hop into pit here, it scares me, but I need to do it. The job hunt prioritizes proof of humanity. I don't know. There's a secret technique you can do instead of this, which is just called lying. You can just if you just make things up. If I say lambda x plus x1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not a good sign. For sure. Oh, we're not setting the right array. I think we are. This guy is mutating, and we're just not. Where's array map? Yeah, we're setting the wrong array. We're setting the original instead of them. Anyone in UNC here? Were the bridges phased out by... When were bridges phased out by switches? Why am I learning about bridges? I mean, it's probably... I honestly could not tell you what a bridge is. I kind of know what a switch is a little bit. I walked over a bridge today. Yeah, I kind of get scared always when we were driving over a bunch of these yesterday, and it's they always are a little bit, they're bumpy, and I'm always like, damn, it's a little scary to be going so high so fast over like this bumpy thing. Bridging your Wi-Fi to the Ethernet or something. Yeah, I don't really know what a bridge is even. Anyway, our map works. This is kind of cool, right? This is sort of a real language even at this point. Sort of feels like it's a real language. Damn, are scary too? Yeah. It's sort of real. Okay. I don't hate that. Can we also have the shorter lambda syntax? Is that allowed? I guess I could write an fn. I could just write fn as a macro. Hello RVN1C, also welcome in. I kind of like being able to just say like, you know, like the closure style fn. It's sort of good. I took computer classes. It's been like 20 years since since I took computer classes, and we mainly played Halo, so I never learned anything besides well, we played Magic some too. Yeah, this is good. If you like playing Magic some too, or talking about computer and also not the computer. That was bad. That was a bad one. Now I'm sorry. We gotta not. I need to not be. Okay. Let's go to this. Let's go to this again. Where is? Well, I have to say it, right? I have to say it at some point. I think really I need to stop doing these, like trying to segue it, because it makes the whole rest of the conversation seem inauthentic. It makes me think that I'm just like sitting here with bated breath, waiting for an opportunity to. I think it's well, anyway, maybe. I only show up at places that apologize after inviting me, though. I don't know. Okay, we have map. Can we write map exclamation point too, which is going to be mostly exactly the same? Working parser for the config format I've invented. Very nice. We love parsers. Where is array map? Well, can we copy you? Can you be copied? And can you do less things? Can you be copied and then do less things? Good. Good. You're just returning the original array now. Is your parser monadic though? No, mine is. Oh, I guess it sort of is in. Well, no, it's not. The thing that makes the parser monadic, I think, in the Haskell, it's like the fact that the backtracking is sort of baked into this guy, right? This is the usual thing. To be honest, I don't actually really know too much about what makes the guy, like, this is my assumption of his nature. I should probably just like implement parser combinators in Haskell and get a sense for this at some point. I think the part that like really is the monadic part, as opposed to just parser combinators, is like doing the backtracking in a sort of seamless way though. Do they still know about don't copy that floppy? Maybe, I don't know for sure. Okay, well, we have map and we have map also. Does this work? Like, can I say stuff like, can I say setq x 1 2 3, and then if I say array map lambda x plus x1 over x. Oh, this is going to be the, I mean, this should work actually. I can shadow that. Yeah, that's fine. And if I look at x, it's still this. But if I say this, if I hit him with the map exclamation point, it's happening in play. You know, wow, we have some movement happening here, gamers. We have some mutation. So what else is there? I don't know. What else do we want to do? I think probably it's time to do the hash map stuff then, right? I think that's fair. I mean, we still want fold for lists. We'll write fold really quick. Hello, Poof. Welcome in. You were here already. You've been here for hours, and I'm simply saying, hello, Takeda Harunobu. Welcome in. The way this works, right? There's like reference failures that happen in my brain sometimes, because I'll be talking and I'll see Takeda, right? Takeda is coming in with the signature Takeda Harunobu greeting, where they say head pats the scroll :3, right? And then I will, you know, I'll put in my queue, okay, I need to respond to this. This is an event that has occurred. I need to respond to this event. But then I'll look over at the chat room and I'll see I'll, instead of looking at the chat room, I'll look at the redeem list, and I see that Poof has redeemed palette swap hair. And now mentally I will not have recorded that I need to say hi to Takeda. I will instead be saying hi to Poof, and then I'll realize, you know, in post, once I'm actually saying it, and it's awkward for everybody. It's as awkward for me as it is for you, to be honest. My hair palette did not swap also, so that's a whole separate issue. That's because the for client reconnect grace time expired probably an hour ago. Okay, there we go. We're good now, Takeda. Hello, welcome in, Takeda. I like your Clippy impression also. We can do this. This is allowed. He does go. It's kind of good. Okay. Yes, :3. Can we shout out Crazy Kitty too? Is this allowed? Has Crazy Kitty, have you been streaming Crazy Kitty? Twitch doesn't show me anybody anymore. They've decided to not show me anything. I need to make my own world. Is there an API for him? No, not yet. The Crazy Kitty is cool and knows a lot about Godot. And also other things too. Let's write fold. What's the most useful fold? What What is the most sensible fold? It's fold. Okay, I never remember which. I have to look it up literally every time, which is horrible, given that I've used these guys literally hundreds of times. Like, I mean, we don't need the funny apostrophes are merely for strictness, so we don't actually care about them, right? Which one is fold L and which one is fold R, right? Is it about starting on a side or is it about going in a direction, right? Is the thing. I probably should just name them something different, given that I can never remember. I've been doing Green Heat GD updates though. There's one live right now. This is kind of huge. It's from the, yeah, I think so, right? So like fold L is the guy who is probably sensible, right? Fold L is probably a man who, call it reduce to a, I mean, this kind of attracts lispers too. This is sort of the lispy name for this. But I think I would prefer to stick with fold L. Is the one that replaces that with your function, sure. Anyway, let's just write this guy. Well, let's fold L versus fold R. Can we see? Can we see Haskell Wiki example of this? Can we see this? Yeah. I think this is, yeah, it's what direction you're coming from is the thing. Okay, where is list map? Here it is. Can we also, we can just copy list map and make a new character called fold L. Left fold. What does left fold take? Well, left fold takes an array. It takes a function. It takes an initial value and it takes an array, right? Pit value ac equals I don't know, whatever. We need this, right? And the array is the last argument. You are pit cutter rt or this guy, right? Sure. And in fact, we could probably, my job is ruining my computer time, so I must depart. Good night, computer. Good night, wind up boy fade. Thank you for stopping by regardless. I hope things do not become too grim. I think they won't. There's always fun to be had. There's always fun to be had, I think, even in these things. But good night and good luck. Hello Talent 1024. This is not that game jam, but this is a language that we are making. Can we here is ac. So what are we actually doing in the fold? Also, what is the, I think they change the argument order on these guys. Like if we go to fig, we head over to fig and we say, if I just want GHCI. If I say comment run GHCI, if I look at the type of fold L versus the type of fold R, yeah, the place that the accumulator goes in the arguments is reversed. To be honest, I don't actually care about that. I think it's kind of fine if it's the same both ways. That may be unintuitive though. Like you can see here, this is B and then A. Here it's A and then B. I kind of would prefer if it was just always the list element first and then the accumulator second. But maybe I'm weird for always thinking of it as list element accumulator. I don't think so. That's what it is, right? They can be different types, so that makes sense. But I think I'm always going to shape them like fold R, right? List element accumulator. Okay, we're applying func to. We want to put the list element first, and then we want to put the accumulator second. I can just call pit list, right? That's like a guy we have. that just takes a number of things and makes a list out of them. That's what we want here. RT to pit car RT X's and then AC. Yeah. You don't even curry, so what? Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? It's just a matter of convent, like, right? It's I want to have them both and in a predictable order. Okay. And then this guy, we just want to like this guy is just accumulator now, right? We're not mapping. This is AC is this. Why are we setting? Oh, because we're building up the ret here too. We don't need to worry about that. Okay. That's fine. Perry Neiston. And then we at the end of this we just return ret. Okay. This is good. Can we start doing this? If we fold R, like what if we want to sum a list? Can we sum a list easily like this? If I give this guy 0, and I say 1, 2, 3. Well, not a good sign. What are you complaining about? Fold R, does fold R not exist? List fold. Oh, this is fold L, obviously. Attempted to apply non-function value. Is the order of things that we are doing here fucked up and evil? Lists fold L. Is the order bad? It should be the function first, and then the accumulator, and then the list. And we apply the There's something. Can we print what these guys are? Like if I say pits, we have like pit trace, right? Func ac X's. Hello, Mag Agus. Welcome in also. Hi. Let's make fold.lisp also, just so I don't have to keep writing this or copying it around. Sure. What language is this? Hello, Mars06. We're writing in 2 languages today. We're writing this language you see up here is, well, maybe the reverse order is easier. We are writing in C, and the thing that we are writing in C is the implementation of another programming language, and that other programming language is here. And it's a little Lisp kind of thing. It's not really like an implementation of any sort of standard Lisp, but it's like it is a little Lisp. Attempted to apply non-function value. What are we doing that would make this guy not a function? What are we doing with him? Go back to library.c. Like, what is the non-function value? It's clearly we can see we can see what's trying to get applied. Like if we go here and we search for attempted to apply non-function value, we can just dump what f is, right? We can just say pit trace rtf. It's plus, and it is applying plus 3 times. The symbol, yes, I think that's probably what's happening, right? It's like there is a notion of a function value that actually is the thing that lives inside of the function like cell, right? Like in the symbol table. But like map works, right? Like that's a thing. Maybe, but I guess we've only tested map on lambdas. Oh yes, that is a good point. Good point, Topiary Hedge. I think this is what it is. I just set up home R. Hello Ewo on site. This is one of those like things for searching for media. This is kind of good. Like if I say if I say defun foo x plus x1, if I say list map, we don't have this separate notion of function quoting versus normal quoting. It's like elisp where these are effectively the same. If I say map foo, this should fail, right? Foo is not defined. They aren't. They are in elisp. In elisp, these are identical, other than for like they're the byte compiler uses these to produce warnings sometimes, but otherwise they're identical. They don't have a semantic difference, I think. Unless I'm totally wrong. Yeah, I mean that makes sense that error happens. Why? I can say stuff like foo1. No. Huh? Excuse me? Why is that? Why the heck do I see bytecode objects in my customized buffers then? I mean, like there is a notion of a function object, right? There's just no difference between saying like here's this overlay clippy say function, right? Like this is like these are the same. Like there's no difference between these. And I can in fact function quote things that are not defined, right? Right? It's just a like they just do it. They just have this for like parity with Common Lisp to make it seem the same. The only difference is that you get a warning. Like if I'm like the byte compiler will give you a warning if you use the octothorpe quote. If the function is not defined. Loves to byte compile your lambdas. It'll byte compile your lambdas. This depends on the scoping paradigm that you're using. Hello, Blizzberg. When I use it, yeah. This depends on your scoping, whether it like does this or not. I think, right? Like, I'm pretty sure. Maybe there is a difference in this in the byte compiler. I'm actually not sure about this, but I never quote my lambdas at all. I always am just writing this, right? Like again, like this will be like an actual lambda object guy here. It depends on whether you have like lexical binding T set, what this actually will be. I mean, I guess we can see in IELM it might be different, right? Like this will be the actual like thing, obviously. Oh, so there is a difference. Okay, so quoting lambda there is a difference in quoting lambda. That makes sense. Okay, sure. I guess there's a special case. This is probably like a specific special case, I imagine. Like if I quote like a bigger thing that contains this, it's still the same. So I imagine there's just like some specific special case in what does this actually desugar to? Like what is the? Can we see what this guy is called? Does he have a name? Is it like F quote or something? What is his name? Symbol function? Is that what he actually does? I mean, that's not what this guy is, though, right? Like saying symbol function foo, like this will explode. It's not this. He's like a specific type of quote. How do we? I guess I can quote him, and then we can maybe see. The pretty printer is gonna be obnoxious here. And this might be a symbol itself. What is this? I see. This itself is a cons. What is the car of that? Oh, it's just called function. Yeah, like quote. So here it is. It's called function. Like quote, but preferred for objects which are functions. In byte compilation, function causes its argument to be handled by the byte compiler. Similarly, when expanding macros and expressions, arg can be expanded and can be examined and possibly expanded. If quote is used instead, this doesn't happen. So it's like it's not like required, but there are some cases where this causes like optimization related behavior to happen. The quote before the paren puts the contents into a yes. So in general, what quote this symbol does is it means don't evaluate the thing following and instead return it as a value, right? So for example, if I type foo, what typing just foo does is it attempts to read the value associated with the symbol foo, right? That's like the semantics of that's like the evaluation semantics of a symbol, right? If I type quote foo, it returns that symbol itself, right? But I could then evaluate that if I wanted to, right? And it would give me the same error, right? Similarly, if I do an integer, right, it just returns the integer, right? Because the evaluation semantics of an integer is just to return the integer, which is the same thing as like, right? It doesn't have any. It's kind of like self-evaluating, right? Same with like a keyword, right? Like a keyword is also just like self-evaluating, or a string, right? A string just evaluates to itself anyway, so it just like right? Lists normally, if you write a list like this, it tries to call the function, right? It tries to call it interprets the first element of the list as a function that it calls on the subsequent elements, which are arguments. Hello the Schmill. Hello the Schmill. Hello the Schmill. But if I quote this, then it just returns it as a list. In general, the tricky bit here, right, is that you can think of the syntax of a Lisp program as Lisp objects, right? This is the thing. Instead of thinking of the source code of your program as a string, a big long buffer of characters, if you think of the source code as the source code itself can be represented as like Lisp objects, then there's sort of a natural notion of, well, given a Lisp object, you can either like evaluate it and like you know call functions and do stuff, or just like keep just have the Lisp object itself, right? Do nothing to it, right? So quote means do nothing to it. Non-quote means evaluate it. The get a real mixer. Why? What? Huh? What is this? The am I exploding? Is there a matter of explosion? Hello the Schmill. Oh yes, this is just a matter of microphone. I haven't been apologizing. It's fine. We're unapologetic today, you could say. I mean, we are in a pitched battle against the gods, so you can't really be apologizing for anything when you're in this kind of setting. I think we're okay. I feel very greeted. Good. Okay, why does this not work? Oh, because defun it hates defun. Defun is a fake man. Okay, obviously. That makes sense. Congrats on Equity Lord also, Talon 1024. This is kind of huge. Huge congrats. Talon 1024 Equity. We will definitely update this before the shareholders meeting. Okay, yeah, this does break. This does break. You cannot currently pass in a function symbol. So that's a problem. Hello Pig Lilith, also welcome in. Hello. So we gotta fix that. How do we fix that? I assume funcall works though, right? Like if I say print funcall foo1, we definitely tested that, right? We totally did. Yeah, we did. How does funcall work? What is funcall doing? If we go over to library, Clippy looking good today. He's looking a little bit sharp, I'm thinking. Impl funcall. Okay. Funcall does have special logic for this. I see. This. Well. I think we should just factor this out somewhere, because we're going to want to be doing this quite a lot, right? There's a lot of places where we just want to like get something that we can then subsequently apply. I think. Or I guess we could just call fun call. That's probably the thing to do. We'll factor this out into fun call itself. And then, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. But that seems fine to do. I just bought a whole bunch of PC hardware recently for a new PC. Went all in on AMD. I just hope I don't regret it. Yeah, this is. I mean, I've done this for my stream machine, and I'm not hating this. I think it's been totally fine so far. It's honestly one of like the machine I have the least problems with currently. Okay, let's go over to runtime.h. Where's pit apply? Where's pit apply? I think we just want pit fun call too. Or maybe we just want to move this logic into pit apply. Honestly, no, I don't think we want. The name apply for this is sort of like annoying, right? Hello, F useful. Welcome in. Hi. Welcome. Like let's call this pit's function. Like I don't know. Like what do we want this to be, right? It takes like thank you for object too. Thank you. Blah. Lambda bulb. They've created a lambda bulb. This is good. This is good. It's very like organic. I kind of like this. Like a weird piece of cauliflower or something. You know what? It's freaking fine if apply calls fget. I've decided. Apply can call fget all it wants. It's allowed to do that. It's fucking allowed to do that. We want it to do that all the time anyway. Where is pit's apply? It's okay if apply does this. Apply also can just like, can we fix this? Can we freaking fix this? Let's call this F. Let's call this F, and let's just say this. If F is a symbol, then F is not a symbol anymore. I'll just move this comment over here. Cool. We can literally just call pit apply then and not worry about this anymore ever. I think. Okay. Can we make this? Can we run this? Okay, now it prints 2 and 2 like it's supposed to. Can we go back to fold.lisp? Can we print more numbers? Okay, that works properly now. It returns nil, which is not a good sign. Cool. Okay. Well, what are we looking for now? I don't understand why it returns. We're probably just not returning. Where is library.c? Where is list fold L? Right? List fold L here. We're returning ret. We're saying ret is nil, and then we're just not doing very much here. We need to be returning ac. And don't trace these guys. Do you print 6? Okay, cool. Wow, we can sum a list. Easy enough. Not bad at all then. I don't mind that too much. Good. So we have map, we have fold. What else do we possibly need? Like, we need, like, can we go back to our list of things that what was this called? What was this called? What do you need to be good.org? We need filter, yeah. We need filter and find, and concat. I've never used RR anyway. What is RR, this guy, even? Is this like a shader record and replay framework? Oh, it's reverse execution for GDB. It's kind of cool. This is really good, actually. Anyway, we can add. Let's just add these guys. We need take. We need drop. We need all the usual Lisp functions. Lists map. Where are we doing this? Here we go. Let's add filter. I'm just gonna throw these guys in, the ones that we definitely need. We need take. We need drop. How do you install Android on iPhone? I want RR. Okay. Let's write these guys. Where is listlen? Okay. We say we want take. JD does dev is shouting us out, so we're going to shout them out in return. This is what we do. This is what we are doing around here. This is you know the drill at this point. Maybe you don't, but that's what we're always doing. Okay. This is the number of guys. This is the num. This is the cutter. Crazy good man. It's pretty good. We're gonna return R at the end of this. We're just gonna say while num greater than 0. And R not equal pit nil. Oh, we want to take. Take is kind of gross. Let's write drop. Drop is easy. Drop is easier. The num R equals pit cutter RTR. Okay. What about take though? Take, we need to build up a new list and then reverse it at the end, which makes it's a little more annoying, but it's not that bad. Pit value ret equals pit nil. Return pit reverse RT rets. And this guy is instead of saying R equals this, we are saying that. And we are saying this, but we are also saying ret equals pit cons RT. You can set cutter a bunch if you want. I don't want to mutate the guy. We're not mutants like that. Pit car RT R ret. Okay. And what about filter? Is filter, can we get a reasonable filter going on in here too? Well, filter is more like map. Filter is more like map. You know we're gonna have to have a reverse at the end of it too. Filter is this, right? So now instead of this, we say if y is not equal to pit nil, then we cons, let's say pit value x equals this. You are x, you are this. We cons x to ret, and we reverse ret. And you are impl list filter. What happens if you pass garbage for num? Well, there's nothing that can happen to. Oh, of course, and also this is not a. We need to be converting this to. This is pit as integer. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. And you are an I-64. You are an you are the same. Good. It's annoying it doesn't catch that because pit value is technically an I-64 also. Or actually it should catch this. It's a U-64. I'm surprised that's not. Oh, are we just not getting errors in this buffer? Now we are. Maybe we are. Maybe we're just being cons or closure style. He now does both. Big Book of Bug. There are now cons lists and arrays. But the arrays are mutable, unlike closure. Okay. Let's add some additional tests. Can we say, I don't know, print list take, 2, 1, 2, 3. I say list drop 2, 1, 2, 3. That looks pretty good. What if I say list drop 10, 1, 2, 3? Or if I say list take -1, 1, 2, 3. Do I even have negative I don't have negative numbers. If I say list take 0, or I say list take 100, or I say any of these guys, wow, they're good. They look good to me. Cool. Where to from here? We filter. Filter. Like let's say list filter. If I say 1 foo, 2 bar baz, 3 quux. If I say filter this with integer, it goes forever. It does not terminate. Okay. What is the deal with that? Why are we not terminating? List filter. X. We should be iterating over x's. We should be consing. Ret is consing x onto ret. What's the deal? Oh, no, it does work. It was my computer being weird. It was a weird computer situation. Okay, filter does not seemingly do, but is this a problem with integer not doing what we think it does? Like if I say integer 1, if I say integer 2, if I say integer foo. Okay, that's not the right thing. It's returning not the right. It's returning C values, right? This is another cast fuck situation. Where is integer p, right? This is returning pit is integer, but this is just, this guy doesn't return a pit value. It just returns a C boolean, right? What we really want is we got to wrap all of these in like a. Are these like this too? Like these pit eq? Yeah, like these return booleans. We need to have a guy. Yeah, you can use hash for, you can use dash for heaps of other cool things. Yeah. We need like a. We have integer new, right? We need boolean new. Sorry, excuse me. We need bool new that takes a boolean, like a C boolean, like or an integer basically, and returns either nil or like this guy needs to be return I pit t, otherwise pit nil. This is a convenient fellow we will use often. Okay, back to library. You can be pit bool new. I'm just passing him RT just for the convention, right? It's easier to remember if everything just does this. Pit bool new RT this. Okay. I should just write a macro that does this, honestly. we'll do that. Pit bool new RT. This. Go back. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Do that. Do that, please. I've redefined my macro at this point. Hello, Phaser919. Welcome in. Hello. Hi. We'll finish it off. We are writing a little programming language. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Does this go? You run on the guy? Okay, cool. Wow, we have filter now too. Epic. Nice ASCII, thank you. You can do various things to it. This is the main, I don't know, this is the conceit. You can put stuff on it. You could do various operations. You can perform various techniques. Some of them are secret techniques. Let's see back over here. Thank you for the button also, A squared 31415. Thank you for hanging out here also. And thank you for the follow, Phaser919. Hello. Are you into programming sorts of things, Phaser919? It's okay if you're not into this. We can get you into this. We can be your in. We could be your in potentially in getting into this if you like this. But if you already like this, then this is the place maybe. So we are very normal about computers. Working on a Java RPG terminal. Oh, this is hell yeah. Okay, this is very good. I would love to hear about this. If you have like pictures of this or anything to share, please post it. Like you're welcome to post this here, or we have a Discord and an IRC server. That's like, we love text games. I like RPG. We like this stuff big time. Okay. Well, that's pretty good. I think we need to convert to and fro. It's not very good, lol. Well, that's not a problem, I think, right? Like I mean, nothing is good when, like, you know, well, first of all, this is in the eye of the beholder. You're a Java hater? I'm literally not a Java hater. I'm like the least Java hater guy on here, right? I try not to be a hater on anything. I want to write a freaking JVM here one of these days. I don't know. Yeah, it's all subjective at the end of the day. And also, like, yeah, like the thing being bad is, like, you know, everything's bad when it doesn't exist, right? By making a thing, you are like this is the process of making the thing less bad by pulling it out of non-existence or something. I don't know. Hello Mano Daltz also, welcome. Hello. Yeah, we like, yeah, and really, like, any level of experience is good. I honestly I think I have learned a lot from just, like, hearing, like, I don't know. It's good. It's good no matter how far along it is, right? If you're spending your time, like, on something and, like, learning more about it and, like, making progress on it, this is a valuable thing, and it's I don't know. It's valuable for you to do and valuable for other people to hear about. Yeah, language just does not matter as much as people think it does, for sure. Okay, can we need to and from. We must be able to go to and fro. Okay. We must be able to go to and fro. To go to and to go fro. When it's a question of how we name these guys. I kind of like this kind of thing a little bit. This is sort of a thing but it kind of breaks the convention of all of the names being prefixed by the. We could also do them in the reverse order. This is a little bit less conventional. I don't hate that. I'm not a complete hater of that. Array from list also is an option for sure. That's probably the simplest guy. Let's just do that for now. Let's not be fancy with things. Where's array repeats? Okay, let's just make array from list. Array from list. Yeah, renaming it later is not hard. Array from list, it just needs a list. There's the list. And we just need to iterate over the list and put the stuff in the array. So it's going to be much like this. It'll be much like this. We don't have v, we don't have len. ilen is going to instead be pit list len x's. We need to take the length. We need to pre-allocate the guy. We need to make an array of that length. We dereference it, and then let's say this also here: I64 I equals 0, and we populate the array with we don't even need I because we can just iterate over args actually. While args not equal to pit nil, args equals pit cutter rt args. And then can I steal that again? Thank you. I always kind of like the feeling of undoing, just to like copy something and then redoing again. It's like you get to go ask like a helpful ghost for a tip. It's kind of good. Oh, we still need the index here. Ugh, well, it's fine. It's not horrible. Pit car rt arcs. It's guaranteed to line up, hopefully. I'm not going to double check this too carefully because it's probably fine. Okay. We can do array from list now too. Is this workable? Like if I say pits, if I say, I don't know, array from lists 1 2 3. Well, that's not good. Oh, we're doing this on args. This needs to be on x's. Yeah. Can we try again? Integer overflow during multiplication. Well, that's not a good sign at all.
That's a very bad sign. What's your deal?
We're doing something. Oh, we're saying args equals this. Sure. We're looping forever. That's the thing. I think that's an f trap v character, maybe? No, it's not. That would be a signal. I think we're doing this ourselves. I think in pit, in runtime.c, in pit mul. No, that's in utils. Where the fuck is pit mul? Where do you live? Oh, I think this is in a separate library entirely. Maybe. Pit mul probably does that. It's probably, I think it's calling one of the checked mul guys and does that when it happens. Which is kind of nice. It's good that we got, it just immediately told us this. Gotta go pray for my sister? Is your sister in a difficult way? I think you might have meant, I hope everything's okay, Real Nice. And I hope you know, like, I know we joke around here, but I really, I hope, best wishes for real. I hope everything's okay. Okay, we can go from lists. Do we have honestly, I'm gonna write to list as well. I kind of like list is sort of like the base type, right? Everything else can have its own conversions to and from lists. List is like the common guy related to her GPA. Okay, so this is not a dire scenario. When you said this, I was like, oh, Real Nice's sister has been in some sort of accident or something, and this is no good. Okay. Array to list. Where is from list? Can we write to list also? To list. To list is significantly easier, I think. When we say pit value r equals this, I64 ilen equals pits array len RTR. And then it's just a lot easier in general. Pit value ret equals pit nil. We'll still have to do a reverse here, which is sort of gross, but it's nowhere near as gross as it could be. Pit reverse rt ret I64 I equals 0 for I is less than ilen plus I ret equals pit cons rt pit array get rt r I ret. Simple enough, right? And we can say array to list 1 2 3. Easy. Does it work in the silly case? We should probably test both of these. Does this also work in the silly case? Yes, good. We can go to and we can go fro now. We can go twixt, we can go twain. That's not what that means. Okay. Other characters. The things we wanted to do is we wanted to do this hash table-y sort of guy, this linear, what do you call this? What do they call this? Do we have this open still? We have this open still. Linear probing. It's not linear scanning. Linear scan is register allocation. Linear probing sort of character here. It's sort of awkward though because our guys are not resizable, right? I guess we can make a resize if we want to by how do you say? Just like having a array copy, right? Which we probably want anyway. We probably want a way to copy these fellows. Like array grow that returns a new array that is the new size, I think is kind of fine. Like and does the copy between them. It's a bit tricky, isn't it? It's a little bit tricky how we want this to, and without a garbage collector, all of this is going to produce so much fucking garbage. It's unreal. We really like, I mean, it's fine. It is fine. Like we can just ask for like a ton of memory up front and deal with it. But like it's I guess it's nothing more. It's no more than anything else. It's just really like it's just kind of a matter of like we have an allocator and we have no way to free right now. It's not even, I guess garbage collection is not even really the question, right? It's just we have alloc, we don't have a good way to free. Because our alloc is like all our allocators are like arenas. On alloc, yeah. I don't want to complicate things incredibly. Let's maybe do def struct first. Def struct first seems like a reasonable thing to be doing. And it like we need that anyway, and it's also a lot easier. I'm gonna get water first. I will refill and I will move around. You should wiggle around too if you've been here for several hours. Let's click this. I'll be back in 30 seconds. And we can do a little bit of def struct. Hello. We're back again. They put us back on here once again. Once again. I don't know. I'm just gonna be normal about it instead of being like strange. Hello, we're back again. Let's do Deathstruct. Deathstruct is a useful fellow. This is a useful guy. He's a useful sort of character. For him, what do we need? We need he's basically a macro, right? He needs to be a macro, and he expands to a bunch of other stuff. What if they don't spin but it go? Ready to take my thing for a spin. It's going to be so cool. I'm excited for this. This is good. I'm really excited to see the end result of this. If you don't know what the 0x539 has been up to, they've been working on a mod, like a frame rate uncap mod for the recent Katamari remake, on PC. Or I don't know if it's recent, but it's the Katamari guy. Learned a lot that I don't know about. Well, I'm glad. Welcome back. I'm glad you like this. 8 years. Okay, it is not recent. It is old. It is newer than the original, but older than new. Okay. Let's figure this out. For the remaster, yeah. Of the first Katamari game. Which I think apparently is capped at 30 FPS on PC by default. So it is being uncapped. Goodnight Hoomster 340 also. Okay. Well, we need to do a bunch of stuff. If we are deathstructing, what does it mean? What does it mean to deathstruct? Well, deathstruct takes a few guys. It takes a few guys. It takes a few characters. It takes the name of the structs, and it takes various struct fields. This is its essential nature. And what it needs to do on top of this, but not 20 FPS like a guy I know. It's cinematic 20 FPS. I do like learning new stuff. One day I may even use it. Me too, for sure, Ivalon. Do you have anything that you're working on recently, Ivalon, that you'd like to share? I mean, even if it's anything, and even if it's something small, I love hearing what people are up to. Of course, sometimes people can't share things because of work and stuff. I know the deal. I probably sound like such like a. There's one like I'll have to dig it up. Mod probably has this. It's like a guy who is it's like a guy who had like a bunch of information exfiltrated out of him by like a spy, and they're like this was like a real like it all came out in like some court case or something, and like or like some disclosure thing, and the texts were insane. It was like my love, what do they have to say about the tanks and things like it was just very like obvious information extraction. And I always feel like this whenever I'm being like, tell me what you're working on, haha. No, it's not like this. I'm not evil about it. Endless car parts in the mail hell. Been waiting for a single Switch unit for 3 months. I see. This is unfortunate. How do we the Deathstruct guy is going to look like this. He's going to look like this. Where Foo is the name of the struct. And X, Y, and Z Theranos guy. X, Y, and Z are the fields. I've been reading a lot of old magazines on the Internet Archive about basic and experimenting in Applewin, peeking and poking respectfully. Trying to brute force speaker cell phrases. Balwani, yeah. So we need to. What this is going to turn into is it's going to turn into a bunch of defuns. So defun for foo new, right? That takes keyword arguments and initializes fields, right? And also foo gets x, like v, right? This is that returns the x, and also a bunch of foo set x, that set the field, And all of these guys, hello Skippin underscore raccoon. Thank you for the follow. All of these guys, how do you say? The internal structure of this, the representation of the thing will be arrays, the arrays that we just implemented, right? So I'm currently thinking it's going to be an array where the first element is going to be a symbol like this symbol, and all subsequent elements are going to be like just the fields. So we just know that like X is the first field, right? And we kind of bake this in. I think this is fine. Actually, the main annoying part here is going to be wrangling the strings for the names, but like even this is not too challenging. The first stream I thought he was trying to hypnotize me because the phrases he was trying to make work were subscribe and like. Okay, can we do this then? Can we get the name as... Do we have utility functions to get a name as a C string? Is that like a thing we have? Where's runtime.h? Where's this? Do we have this? Do we have this? We have as bytes, which like spits it out into a buffer. Which I guess is all we can do, right? It's all we can really do, I think. Because we have to... Yeah. Hello, also I missed F useful. What the fuck? Hello F useful from an hour ago. Hi. This is crazy stuff. I apologize for this. I thought it was going to be a 0F stream. This is great, and it is not. It is a 1F stream today. Let's see this. I guess like we can just like repeatedly build up like we can just have a couple of name buffers, right? Like we can have like name string, which is, I don't know, it's 128 characters. You're fine. And we also have buff, which is this, right? We can say pit, we can say i64 name len equals pit as bytes rt name namester size of namester, and you are a U8 pointer. And then here we can also say, I don't know, namester name len. This should be -1. Namester name len equals 0. That should ensure that this contains a null terminated string. And then we can start doing nonsense into buff for our subsequent guys. I think. So let's do this then. We're trying. We need to have a prog. The fundamental thing we're producing is a prog-n that contains a bunch of defuns, right? There's the new defun, and then there's the other ones, right? So like, let's think about this. Hello, miserable underscore crow. Also, welcome in. And I think ultimately we're gonna want to reverse. We're gonna build up a list of the defuns, and then we're gonna reverse it, and we're gonna apply prog-n to it, right? I think this is it, or like we're gonna cons prog-n to the front of it. Let's say pit value ret equals pit nil. Okay, and let's first deal with, I don't know, let's call this constructor. Nudie fun. It's kind of crazy. That's kind of real. It's slightly real potentially. So what does the constructor look like? Let's say I don't know. what do we want to do with this? Pit value, pit value, blah 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 blah. Like, what are the it's so awkward to do it. We really want to write this macro in Lisp. It kind of sucks writing this in C, right? I want a quasi quote so bad, right? It sucks horribly to do it this way, man. It's really really awful. I guess we kind of have to though. What we really need is we'll need some like helpers to do things for us, right? Because like we want to generate a thing that initializes one of these from keyword arguments. I guess we don't have to worry about that at the start. We can just make a guy that initializes all the fields to nil if we really want to. So let's do that. Let's say, hello Blackbeard Bastard. Also, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hello. I hope you're well, my friends. I hope we are tinkering with a programming language that we are kind of making. We're adding support for defstruct, which is kind of like it's a little Lispy language. We're basically trying to add like struct definitions. We're building them on top of arrays. Out of bounds, I think this should be fine, right? Because the nmlen this returns should be the number of bytes that are written to nm string, right? And since we're telling it that it can only write up to the size of nmstr minus 1, the maximum value that nmlen can be is 127, I think. Hello Das Razor. This is a good point. It is a little bit tricky, and I could very well be wrong. Okay. Let's think about this. Let's start just by initial. We're gonna need the field count a bunch. Let's say this is the name. And let's say the fields is just cutter args. And let's say fields len is pit list len rt fields. Okay. I think here for the constructor, what do we want to do? Well, we want this to be a equal. Let's say up here, I don't know, pit value df equals pit nil also. Can we say df equals pit list? And it's going to be, I don't know how many elements long. It's gonna be at least 4 elements long here, probably, I think, right? The first thing in the list is the symbol, or rather it's the defun itself, right? So this is pit intern cster rt defun, right? You take rt also. The second argument to this is going to be the name of the thing that we're defunning. So this is going to be intern C string. So what we want to do is we want to SN printf. SN printf ensures a null terminator, right? I think you do. I think you do. Maybe, I don't know. I think he does though. If I recall correctly, you take the destination. You take this, the size of the destination, and then the format string, right? So let's say you're called, I don't know, this, and then we're just gonna pass in name stir here, right? So this can be in turn cster buff, right? After this we have an argument list, so we have to create another list. I think we're just gonna pass in the keyword arguments for now. We're just gonna say pit list rt1 pit intern cster rt quarks. And then finally we have the body, which can be any number of expressions. This might be 5. What is in the body? For now, I think let's just say it's sort of aggregate. Actually, I think it's actually 4. We need to have a let binding, right? We need to have a let binding where I don't know. It's actually no, it's not bad. Here's what we do. We say pit. I don't know. I guess we just here we're just gonna say we're gonna return a new array, right? So this is pit and we can't just like put the array here, right? We have to like put the expression that creates the array, because this is a macro. So this has to be pit list rt I don't know. Like blah 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 blah. I guess we could just convert from a list if we really want to, but I think this is not what we want. Can we what do we say? What do we say here? We're kind of in the weeds here, computer. They've kind of put us into the weeds a little bit. They've put us into deep waters. It's very annoying to write these macros just because it's funny how much the additional verbosity makes it so much more irritating. This is not hard. It's just like more aggravating to think through. Offset instead of a byte offset. Yeah, this is a we run into this particular fucker every day. Is dot offset by default like in terms of the size of the thing that's being pointed to? Is that the guy here? It's a multiplication situation by stride. Yeah. Okay. Can we? Oh yeah, it's 0 because it's a pointer to unit. Blah. We want to return a call to, let's just say 1 for now. It's a call to pit intern cster rt array. What are we doing with this? What's the deal with him? What are his arguments? In fact, I think we want to return a call to apply on array. Because he does not. Yeah. Blah. Wow, yes, it's kind of a blah situation. I mean, for now, let's just try and do. Let's not do it all at once, right? Let's just return something trivial. Tobe says hi. Okay. We like Tobe. I hope you did not go and ask Tobe. This is scary. But Tobe is very cool. This is a cool person for real. Pit integer new rt1. Pit integer new rt2. Pit integer new rt3. Let's just return a list of 3 elements or something, right? I don't know. For now. And then throw this guy on the list of things we're returning, right? Let's just make sure it all works out right now. We can say pit cons rt df ret equals this, and at the end we can return pit cons rt pit intern cster rt prog n onto ret. This is kind of not horrible necessarily. Oh, we're evil for it. We're evil for it. SNPrintf does something other than what we wish. New directive may be truncated, writing 4 bytes into a region of a size between 1 and 128. This is warning us about the thing could be truncated. Hello, Gabs Beerts. Say hello, Gabs Beerts. Hello. Hello. I say hi. I say hi to you. I don't actually know. This warning is sort of annoying. Hello, Avenel. Welcome in. It's a little bit annoying. I mean, we can just make this buff larger, and that solves the problem. Okay. Let's say some stuff. Let's write a little struct.list. We have this guy here, right? Def struct foo with x and y. Won't that write the null terminator anyway? I don't know. And that won't itself, I think, right? Attempted to get cell value that is not ref. It's because it's exclamation point mode. Okay. Not good. Can we see what this is macro expanding to? I think it's just what's happening is this guy is macro expanding to the wrong thing, probably. Oh, it's because we're calling it defun and it's not called defun. It's called other. It's called other. They called it other. It's called other. Okay, that works. That's kind of good. Do we have a function then? If I say print foo new, is that a guy that exists? No. He's not a guy that exists. Cool. I would expect you get that new. No, I don't think so at all, right? Like this guy does not. You can use SNPrintf to like concatenate strings. Right? I can give this guy multiple strings and say stuff like this, right? And like really, yeah. Like he's good for like just string formatting stuff. Building paths and things like this. Probably not actually, but like he's like the guy I always reach for. November 19th, 1996. Clippy's older than me. Clippy predates me by like 8 months, 7 months. Okay. Why is this evil? Why are you evil? It could be a matter of perspective. What if we go to our macro expander? Where does expand? Can we just print what the expanded thing is? This is only called in lambda. That doesn't seem right. Why do we what? Why do we only call expand macros in lambda? SNPrintf is a bit fucked. Is he one of the evil guys? He's not like the annoying thing about the C string functions is they all behave differently with the null terminator. Like some of them will like leave the null terminator if the like they'll always include a null terminator if you reach the end of the buffer, right? Some of them will not do this, right? Which makes them like fucking impossible to use in some cases. I feel like we are doing something very strange here. I think the name of the function named expand macros is actually not good. It's actually not what it doesn't actually expand the macros. The thing that actually expands the macros is an eval when we do this. When we say pit trace rt res, this should dump macro expansions. I should really just write a macro. Oh, well, when that's really bad. Well, that's obviously pretty bad. Was the only C string function. No, there's like Stern Cats and all those guys, right? Those fucked up little goblins. Well, clearly we're doing something bad. We're supposed to be... NM stir is clearly is not containing what we think it does. Why is that? Oh, because it's not a string. It's not a string. This is what's going on here. He is not a string. We are attempting to take this. We are attempting to call as bytes on a. Yes. This guy should be returning -1. We are not checking him. mlen is less than 0. We ought to be saying things about this. We ought to be saying, I don't know. Return. The error has already occurred, so we can just propagate the error. And now we should see this. Hello, Pete's Eater. Welcome in. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Can we shout out Pete's Eater? Does it go? Does it go a little bit? I think it goes. How was your stream, Pete's? How did it go? Pete's Eater is a dear friend and a notorious Green Circler. I think this is one of the most notorious members of Green Circle of all time. They're doing all kinds of stuff. They have a very good blog. He eats. I think he's pursuing pizza, playing Ace Attorney. Also, this is a thing. Some time traveling attorneys on hand. Why does this not error? This should error in more cases. The RT not a ref. This should error way more. I think. I am of the opinion that it should error way more. Yes, okay, that is a little bit better then. It does now the macro errors. Okay. Well then. Can we make it not do that anymore? What we actually want to do is we're getting instead of getting bytes, like this would work now if this was a byte string. Right? If this guy was a string, we'd be all golden here. Or at least we'd be somewhere. We'd at least be somewhere. But we are unfortunately not there. What we Also, why is it like this? Why are we putting this here? That's a little strange. Why is rets like that? What is going on with that? Why are we like putting it on? What is the deal with that? We're like putting args in there. What's the why, or why is that happening? I don't understand what's going on here. Hello, Brighter Malfin. Welcome. We're doing something deeply bad. Something deeply bad has occurred. We'll have to see. And Peercoin too. Hi. Oh, an error is silent. I heard you're engaging in sin as usual. Hello, Malfin. How's it going? I hope you're well, my friend. I hope you're well. The does this go? It goes. It does go, in fact. Where is this? Why would it be the way that it is? Why would it ever be the way that it is? Is it this way because we are making a mistake, or is the mistake much deeper than this? Is there a much deeper and more sinister mistake? No, the mistake is not more sinister. I think. Does the mistake occur inside of the defun? Is the danger to the body? Does the danger occur within the body? I don't understand. Oh, is this a var args fucker? Oh, we might have a varargs fucker on our hands. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. It is a we're reading a random value off of the stack fucker. I love the C programming language. I truly, deeply love the C programming language. Okay, well that helps. This is helpful at the very least. It does work now. Go back to runtime, remove the where's the pit trace that happens in here? Remove this. Get this out of here. Okay, we can at least call foo nu now. What else? What else? This is really, we need to have like a Lisp library. This would be so much nicer to write in Lisp. Although I guess we don't have the necessary like string functions to do it yet. We don't have a way to get a symbol's name, and we don't have a way to append strings, which are both things that we probably need very badly. I like how it's just live blank reaction because friend isn't there. Like when normally this little guy is here, if I click this again, it brings him up, but we kind of rotate between guys now, so there's like different things that can appear. Yeah, this is the usual form. But it's just whatever is down there shows up. But it has to have something on the second line at least. Friend needs a revival. He does. Friend has been very inactive in the last year or so. I feel like it's kind of testing all of them so I can see what it is. Yeah, for sure. You can there's also a site called The Menu. You can log in here with Twitch, and this lets you do them like in a more convenient interface because the Twitch interface is kind of fucked up. They also don't cost points on this. Can we a clippy type file but with friend animations be? Probably not too bad. We understand the format pretty well now. We don't really have an encoder for the format, but we can make one manually. And I assume there are like tools that people used to make these back in the day. We could also like, yeah. I think really the thing is we need to stop. We've had this like gizmo rotation bit for a while, and some of them are very good. I think we want to have one of them be rotating and one of them be fixed to friend. Like friend should just always be over here. Yeah, Clippy gets more airtime than friend, and that's just wrong. I agree. I think friend should just always be over here, and friend should be like we should do like a whole we should probably do like just a full stream of just trying to do friend stuff, right? Because friend has just like gradually come to react to less and less things as like things break or like we stop maintaining things or like we, just naturally over time. And I think like having a world where friend is very chatty again would be fun. He's rotting a little bit, yeah. Well, he's not. That's sort of grim. He's sort of retiring. He's sort of been on sabbatical, I guess, for a little while. But we could have him. We could have him be going. He works. He works. Oh, your thing. This is very good. What do we need for this? I think the convenient thing is we need a guy that is like we need like a little helper function that generates a read for kwargs for a certain symbol and like we're not going to get away with using this this thing here. We're going to have to build up an array and reverse it. I think here we're going to have to say like I don't know. Pit value array array args or like args or something. We're going to have to say args equals pit nil, and then we'll loop over them, right? Congratulations on VIP Phaser 919. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like when you become very important. We can say while fields not equal to pit nil. We can set this guy up. I think it's also probably appropriate to say to initialize fields here. I'm gonna double up on a bunch of stuff, but like it's not too bad. Can we in the process of doing this, can we say So args is going to start as pit cons rt, pit in turn cster, rt array, pit nil. And we're also going to cons the name of the guy, right? We're gonna cons the name symbol here too. We're gonna reverse all of this at the end, right? The end of this is going to be, instead of putting this pit array guy here, we're just gonna say pit reverse rt args. This is so gnarly. This is just for the constructor. Can we? And then for every field, what do we want to do? I have to eat very fast and then snooze so I can wake up at 6 a.m. I'm sorry to hear this. Good luck, Zulfix. This is, you can do this. You can do this for real. It's possible for you. It's possible for you. It's unpleasant, but sometimes I don't know. I think it's whenever I have to do this sort of stuff, I don't know. I literally probably my, it's maybe a bad sign that my main coping mechanism for things in life is imagining that I'm like a cowboy. But I do this a lot, and it does work. Like I'm always just like sitting around thinking like, well, I'm a things are getting a little bit tough, but I'm a cowboy on the open road. I can eat beans if I really need to. I could eat beans from a can for 6 months. What's this? Okay, I have to find this. There's a scene in a movie. This is how I'm imagining myself. This is my self-image. I'm going on YouTube right now off the screen and searching for scene in cowboy movie where he eats beans. I have this in my head. Hello, Big Game Mikey. What is this? Oh yes, it's they call me Trinity. They call me Trinity 1970 plate of beans. Can we get this? Get the beans onto the screen, please. They call me Trinity plate of beans. This is how I imagine myself when things are starting to get a little bit tough in my life, and I need to have some need to deal with things. When I need to deal with things personally, this is how I feel about it. Bring up beans. Can I actually not watch on this horrible website? Can we avoid horror? Let's watch normal. Can we go normal? Hello Colonq. Can I ask your help in my search for a WoW Classic guild? I mean, you're certainly welcome to ask Yifweed, but I don't know if there's going to be a good answer. I don't know if it will be possible. Yes. I am not playing TBC, I think. I have not really played much of this. Yes, this is how I'm feeling all day.
Hey, hurry up with them.
If you got the money to pay, I give you a plate of beans.
This is how I'm feeling. You'll see soon.
You got boost power!
That's Mod Colonq. Did it? How hard is it to watch a freaking video here, gamers? They obliterate us with this. They obliterate you if you try. They destroy you if you try.
That's enough for me.
They destroy you if you try to watch. We have to wait this. I'm trying to stream it. We're streaming it here. We're streaming the damn thing. They don't let you watch anything anymore. They wouldn't let you watch anything in the whole world if you wanted to. Can we see this? I just want to see the one thing.
He ain't hungry.
He ain't hungry.
There. Leave it here.
This is how I'm feeling about my life sometimes. This is how I want to approach life.
You seen him close to him? No.
This is how I'm looking to approach things in my life. You get the picture, I think. I don't want to wait for this to do whatever it's doing any longer. It's exploding 1,000 times. We love being lost in the desert for 2 weeks, and then, you know, you could do it too. If you need to wake up at 6 a.m., you could do this if you need to. If you need to be lost in the desert for 1 week and then devour 1,000 beans rapidly to survive, you can do this also. The porcelain plate is a bit wrong. I don't know about this. Maybe the more like the guy humming La Cucaracha. Maybe so. Okay. For every field, we need to do something. We need to. Every field is an ore, right? Honestly, every field is just getting the quarks, right? It's just a quark get situation. What does plist get shape like? What the fuck is plist get? Does plist get put its arguments in the right order? It's key first and then values. So plist get, every one of these guys, we need to just add something to the A args. Hello Kawaii Chibi Koneko, thank you for the 220 streak also. This is crazy. You are still in the lead. You are tied with the Bridgewater, I think. You are the two leaders. Welcome in, friend. I hope you're well. Does this go? I don't know if the plates are period accurate though, RPC drives. I kind of don't doubt it. I feel like this sort of mishmash of things sort of fits the Western aesthetic, even if it is maybe anachronistic. I think there's sort of a, I don't know. You can sort of justify a lot of things in this setting by saying, like, because it's like people definitely had this sort of thing not on the frontier probably, and like, so you can sort of imagine anyone, like someone having this, right? I don't know too much about the history of this sort of thing. I mostly watch movies. I mostly watch bad movies. Equals pit cons. Why is this not list code? This is the question we've been asking ourselves also, Real Niceton. It really ought to be list code. I guess the main problem with it is that we don't, it is a macro. It is a macro implemented in Lisp code. That's what the M, in C code rather, that's what the M means. The reason why it's not a macro implemented in Lisp code is because, I mean, for one, we don't have quasi-quotation yet, which would not be that hard to implement, I think, but also we just don't have it. And also we don't have any facility for having like a standard library of Lisp code, which is also not that hard, but we just haven't done it. This is probably like the biggest thing that I'm going to write in C that I'll probably use this as justification to do the other part. We can port that over to, we can port this later. Because I imagine we're going to want to like add more options and things. So like, it's not that unreasonable. What are we trying to cons on here? We're trying to cons 2 args something. The thing we're trying to cons 2 args is a plist gets, right? It's a plist gets. So this is a pit list RT3. The first element is pit intern Seaster RT plist gets. The second thing is the index into the plist, which is the field, which is pit car RT fields. The third thing is pit intern Seaster RT quarks. And then here we should be saying fields equals I don't know, pits cutter RT fields. Something like this. Okay, attempted to get cell value that's not ref. That's no good. That's not good at all. Can we print the thing? Can we print ret? Is that possible? Okay. What's going on here? What's this? We're defunding foo new quarks. This is array foo. I mean, foo. This is wrong in the first place. This being a string is wrong. Oh, also this should not be a string. Where's struct.lisp? Make it be a symbol. It's supposed to be a freaking symbol. We never fixed that. I see. Well, either way, it can be a string for now, and we'll make it get the name later. Yes, these are not quoted. We need to quote these. So, or rather, we need to convert them into keywords, which is also annoying. But not that annoying. We can just print a bunch of shit to buff. Right? We can print this. We can print this to buff, where this is we really just need symbol name. Let's do that then. Do we have this in Can we say a bunch like fuck? Let's go over to runtime.h. What do we need to define here? Do we have symbol name match Seaster, which is not what we want. We need like get the symbol name as a C string. Evaluate this. I mean, this will just not evaluate. This will like this guy is the whole thing will be quoted, right? Like this is back quote or whatever. This is unquote. This is splice quote. I don't actually know what these guys are called. Can I format this? If I say format like this, does it actually say? How do I print their proper names? I mean, I guess they're we could see. Watching a person do functional analysis with C star algebra. After watching that, everything seems less annoying. Can we go back? Take us back to runtime.h. The symbols those are literally the symbols. Okay, that would make sense given what it prints. And those are valid symbols, right? Like if I apropos, maybe I can't search for them, but that might be a function of my searching thing being fucked up. If I say describe function, it's not a function probably is the thing. Also, it's gonna be hard to like, they're not really like they're not really like a function or even a special form. They're just like a thing that quasi-quote interprets, right? Like they're like yeah. Okay, let's but like back quote is like its own thing. Like there is like a guy called, is it called quasi quote or is it called back quote? Like back quote is its own guy, right? Back quote is actually defined in ELISP, right? Like it's just a, yeah. Like this is not like a native thing. This is just built on ELISP. So like the guys like these guys, like this guy and this guy, these are not like native language elements. These are just symbols. I probably have to do the funny trick to make them be like, you can quote these guys with like this, right? Is that it? Can we escape them? Yeah. They're just things that are interpreted by a macro, like anything else, right? Like a clause in a loop macro or something, right? They're not special in any way. They just happen to be like, this is what the back quote macro interprets. Okay. But then there's some special nonsense to make the printer do something with them. And the reader, of course. We just need symbol name. That's all we need. Like, can we just have pit symbol name and this just returns a pit value? It can just, like, it just returns the bytes value of this. Okay, let's go to runtime.c. This can be right below pit intern cstr. Go to the definition of this. Go here. Here's the entry. If there's no entry, it's a bad symbol. And then return ent name. Yeah, I mean we were just looking at that, right? There's a macro just called backquote, right? Right? This is what that guy is. There's this guy that is a macro called backquote from backquote.el. Yeah, you can even change these guys. They are defined constants, what they are. I wonder, I don't think the reader in I mean, this is just for nesting purposes. So they don't like, yeah. I assume that this is hard coded in like on the C side to look for this symbol to do the funny thing. Because there's no reader macros in ELISP. But I think in the common Lisp world you could maybe. I don't know very much about this. I have never written a reader macro, and I do not know very much about how this works other than that it exists. Okay. We can call symbol name. Okay. Instead of calling as bytes here, we can just say name is well, sure. We can just say pit symbol name. Sadly it's in the C. So it goes. Here also we can do this sort of stuff. We can do this sort of stuff. I think, right? Like we need to extract. There's no way to just directly use this as a C string because it's not necessary. I don't use the strings here are not null terminated, so we cannot just use them naively. Like I think field name. Field name. Blah blah blah. Maybe I think we probably just want a separate buffer for fieldster. It's kind of gross potentially, but just have all of these like stack buffers. But I think it's not. It's fine for now. Because we're going to have to snprintf this guy again. Hello, Kali Shinrei. Thank you for pink. Thank you. Hello. It does work that way. Hi. The welcome in. Can we press buttons? Can we press buttons? We can intern you. You are not just pit carring fields. We want to be pit intern Seaster RT buff now. Yeah, that's what we want. How's it going? It's going pretty well, I think. We're making some stuff. We're working on a little programming language. Things are happening. Invalid use of value as symbol. It's no good. No good, I think. Oh, it's now this is happening because we need to fix our thing. Now it's happening for good reason. Okay. Well, now we're trying to get foo from... We need this to be a keyword also. We need that guy to be a keyword also, but we're getting closer, I think. The thing we should be printing is no longer name, it's now the field itself. It's just pit car RT fields. Let's space this guy out in a more reasonable kind of way. Okay. And let's also make the guy at the start in ARGs be... Also, why is this called field name? Like, this is a ridiculous thing. This is a ridiculous thing. Let's do the same thing here. But we'll make a thing that, well, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, I guess we can do this directly into buff, because we already have the name of the thing, right? Up here, we can just say snprintf this into buff. This should be field string. This can be name string. And instead of doing this, this wants to be pit intern Seaster buff. Buff. Okay? RT buff, even. Okay. Make. Okay, cool. Well, that's good. We have a this makes a guy who has 0-0. Can we make him be... Do the keyword arguments work? If I say y10 here, it does not work. Okay. Not a great first step here. Oh, they need to be rest arguments. Okay. That's what it is. We have the ability to have keyword arguments, but they need to be after like the rest symbol. That's the thing, right? How we added this before. We literally added this before. Where's Quarks? Here it is. That's the wrong Quarks. It's the wrong freaking trousers. Pit intern Seaster RT this guy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, there we go. We have foo nil 10. We can add x as well, and they don't have to be in order. We can say x is 5, and we have 5, 10. Cool. We can make structs. Can we access structs now? We've only done the constructors part. We need to be able to, like, the other part of a struct is we have to get things out of him. There needs to be a get things out in addition to a put things in. How do we get things out of struct? What is the deal with him? I think we gotta you know, we just need to generate getters and setters for each guy. For each man. And these are not actually that hard also, right? They're mostly just a single like, they're just simple wrappers around array functions, right? Can we say down here, I don't know, getters, like so maybe, and setters, we want to reinitialize fields, right? That's step one. Reinitialize fields and repopulate, populate field stir with the correct field name. And then we want to do stuff, right? Here we'll say this is the getter. So the getter is going to be named something like this. Get this, right? Where the parameters here are this and then this, right? So it's get the particular field. And we're then going to use this to construct a defun. Your lambda is written in elisp. Did you know lambda? No, I did not know this. Oh, I guess I can sort of believe it though, because lambda in elisp is different than lambda in our thing, right? Elisp's lambda is like, they do all kinds of crazy shit. It's built on a val, right? It's like a standard like a standard guy, right? Like the way that they do this in like SICP, I think. At least the what do you call it? The one without, when you don't have lexical scoping enabled, is like this. Okay. How do we defund this guy? We're defunding a guy called Buff. He takes one argument again. The argument is called, I don't know, V in this case. And then the body of him. What is his body? His body is a simple. We need while we iterate over the fields, we need to have like a field index. I don't know if we actually need this fields len thing at all, but we need fields idx 0. And down here we need to say field idx equals 0. In this loop we need to say fields idx plus equal 1. It just quotes this. This is and so all the actual work is in the. This is kind of funny. Okay. What is the body? If we say this guy is array get, he takes 3, right? We are array getting. The index that we are array getting is pit integer new rt field idx, and can we space this out a little bit? The variable we are getting is v. Then this is good. There is a getter. We need to append this guy to the list of fuckers, though. However, he must be appended to the list of the fuckers. We have to say ret is add df to him. Okay, good. If we make and we look at, what are you yelling at us about? Yes, because the guy can be too long. We'll have to fix this at some point. We'll have to yell at this to make him not possibly be. This is a warning, I think, if snprintf could ever truncate the string, which is, sort of obnoxious. We don't need it to be that way. We'll deal with it for now. If we say setq x this, print x, and then also print foo gets y x, what does this do? Wow, it prints the wrong fucking number. It prints the wrong fucking number entirely. What about foo gets x? Oh, of course, it needs to be +1. Our fields are offset by 1 here. Wow. Now get x gets this, get y. So we're generating getters. Can we generate setters? Setters are almost as easy. They just have a little more nonsense. They have a little more nonsense to them. Do you see it? Do you see it? So for the setter, it's called set guy, obviously. Let's just make buff be bigger. When in doubt, I think we are just making buff be bigger. We can afford to ask for half a kilobyte. It's not bad. We have a huge stack. They give us all this stack on Linux. He's huge. And like we can afford it. So set guy exclamation point. We still have a defun, but now we have 2 parameters. We have the thing itself. We have the thing itself, and we have its new value. Do we want the new value to go first or second? I think we want it to go second. This is usually probably what we want. Delete all the code and there'd be no issues. It goes third. The intern Cster RT X. We're just gonna call it X for now. There's no possibility of name collision because there is no body code, right? Normally you have to worry about gensim and shit like this. This is not a thing that matters because there's no actual code. We're generating all of the code, so we have control of all of the variables. This is set this, and then here it's X, or rather intern Cster X. And I think that does it for us. We add that thing also. We build this. We run struct.lisp. If we look at struct.lisp now, we can print get y. Let's try setting y too. We can then say foo set y. X I don't know, 42. And then print get y again. Okay, it doesn't work. It does not in fact work. Can we see how we are defunding this guy? Oh, array set has an exclamation point after it. That's what it is. Our own naming conventions biting us in the fucking back. It's not a ref. Array set, we are not passing enough stuff at all. This guy needs to be a 4. It's a C fucker. We don't even C has ruined us again. Okay, cool. Wow. Look at that. We have structs in our language. We can say def struct foo and we can give it a bunch of fields. We can initialize a struct with a calling this gives us 5 functions. It gives us a constructor called foo/new. It gives us foo/get x, foo/set x, foo/get y, foo/set y. And and we can add an arbitrary number of fields here too. I can put z on this. We can put z on this, and now I don't know, z is 111. Wow, there's a 111 in there, and we can call get z. Right? It's easy enough. This is good. This makes the language a lot more immediately usable. We've made a lot of progress today on our guy, right? We have so much more stuff now, right? We have map and filter and all the usual list functions and fold and all that stuff. We have arrays that actually work. We have structs built on the arrays. So like we're really in a position now where we can start, we can write some programs and not like we can almost write like exactly what I would write in eLisp. Like what are the main things that are still missing? If we look at over here at can Clippy speak in it? I mean, we could literally put this buffer in Clippy's head, on Clippy's speech bubble. Now we can write some programs. Yeah. So like the thing I'm looking to do, right, is I want to port these assemblers. What kinds of things are the assemblers doing, right? They're doing like buffer shits so this is like sub-process buffer stuff. We can ignore this stuff. This is not relevant to us. What are they doing? They have case, which we do not have, but we could implement. A trivial case. They're doing ifs and stuff. We have all this. We have this. They do cond, which we have. I think, or we could write easily. They do a lot of like arithmetic functions, or a lot of like how do you call them? Like bitwise functions, which we could write. I think this will be pretty easy to write actually. What else? What else do we have? Why have you made a Lisp interpreter to interpret Lisp, which already ran, assumedly, in a Lisp runtime? Well, we've written a Lisp interpreter to basically. I would like, so currently we're working in a world where we're running a lot of stuff on top of Emacs. I would like to work in a little bit of a world where we run stuff on top of nothing at all. So what we're doing is we wrote this little Lisp interpreter, and the goal is to, the next like compiler project we're doing, instead of writing an assembler in Emacs Lisp and running it on top of Emacs, we're writing an assembler in our own Lisp and running it on top of our own Lisp, and then using that assembler to write a little C compiler that can hopefully compile our own Lisp. So we are keeping our excuse me, we're keeping our Lisp interpreter very small, with the goal of eventually making it easy to compile itself, if that makes sense. It's sort of very silly and niche, but like I think we're gonna get there. That's what the ELF thing is for also. The goal is to have a totally self-contained program that can that like written in C, that if I like kind of jumpstart it with another C compiler, can from there like produce itself, right? Can you know, I can compile it to itself, and this gives us all kinds of fun stuff to do in the future, right? Because if I add like flexible backends to the compiler, right, if I make it so that the compiler like builds to like a standard intermediate language sort of thing, and then from there it can like emit code for like different architectures. This lets us like, given just GCC on my computer, I can make this spit out a C compiler that runs on Z80 or something, for example, right? Like this is cool, right? This is cool and exciting. And I think we are, I don't know, we're almost at we're getting very close to the stage where we will be comfortable writing like similar stuff similar stuff that we've written in eLisp in the past in this Lisp. The main things that are remaining are like niceties and like library functions, and like threading macros, stuff like that, right? That we want to use more of. And also like, yeah, hello the Linux developer, also welcome in. I think it's time to be done for the evening. This was really good today. Thank you for coming around. It's great to be back. I missed you so much, computer. I don't know. I always, I don't know. I hate missing streams. I don't want to do this anymore. Let's not do this for a long time. I'm gonna be on these for the future now. I'll be doing this. I'll be doing this from now on. Let's not be I'm not gonna be leaving from now on. I prefer not to. Episode 20 of Lisp Hell. I don't know. We're in the interregnum period, so we can do whatever we want. We've been doing a different thing every day. I don't know. This was really good. Thank you. Can we raid somebody? Are there people to be raided? Do they have people to be raided on here? I don't know if they're... Oh, it's Vera's first stream as partner, and Masuka is on also. We gotta raid Vera. Vera. I hung out with Vera. Vera's around here all the time. Vera does like cool stuff. I think Vera's gaming right now, but Vera does all kinds of cool on stream stuff. Also is a writer for Warhammer Fantasy. And Masuka, but Masuka's been on all day. Masuka will probably end soon, right? We do love Masuka, and we raid Masuka whenever we can. But let's go raid let's raid Vera. She's going 24 hours. I would not be surprised. We'll raid Vera Similla. Or I did shout out. This is the wrong thing. We're raiding. If you like this, don't be rude to Masuka. No, none of this. You can be rude to me, but don't be rude don't be rude over there. I know you're kidding, but not even as a joke. Yeah. If you like this, as always, Discord IRC. This is the place to go. Yeah. We'll be back again on Friday with more with more something. For now, I'm gonna click the button. Okay, bye everybody. EXO. Goodbye.